Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Kid Harry Potter was raised by head of goblins GRIPHOOK, Season 1, Episode 4. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Still, when she had been trapped her third transformation as a literal bug on the wall in the Ravenclaw girls' bathroom, she had overheard what her friends really thought of her. While she was processing the emotional trauma of that, and the death of what few illusions she retained, she then heard them admitting to improper relations with the Dada instructor, Professor Drump. It was her first exposé, and showed her the truth. Being a bug animagus is the ultimate weapon for seeking out the truth. She had been spying and blackmailing in sequence to both advance her career and ensure her own safety. It had been a winning combination that had never failed her. It didn't fail her this time either. The truth she heard whispered from the girls on the Hogsmeade weekend to their older sisters was fantastic beyond her imagination. Neville Longbottom, the heartthrob defender of love on arcane arts user weekly, ran a snake cult at the academy. The details didn't seem to make a lot of sense. There was something about groups of traumatized children, and Neville Longbottom and young Harry's snake, who they kept calling Noodle for some reason. Supposedly those children who were previously writing home begging to be removed from the academy went to a few sessions with Neville and Noodle and were soon writing home babbling about how much they loved the academy and never wanted to leave. The line that kept coming up in some form was always the same. I was so scared, but Noodle looked into me, then Neville talked to me, and I wasn't scared anymore. Rita had heard about snake cults back during the First Blood War and He Who Must Not Be Named. He was a Parselmouth and rumors of him going through the women of pure blood society like a Pied Piper were all the scandal, before their money and magics made criticizing him unhealthy. A few years later he just went full murder hobo and killed anyone he didn't like, and half the people he did. But for a while, he was a figure of such dark charm every arcane arts user spoke his name with a wistful sigh. Snake cults and sex had been a thing since Egypt. Greece and Rome also had their own versions. The arcane arts of the Parselmouths and the strange magics of divination had always been intermingled in strange disturbing ways that spawned cults that the Muggle rule RS at the time and their tame wizards could never fully suppress. Not an English sort of thing, those snake sex cults, but every school girl and boy read all about them. The idea was almost impossible to kill. It fit so well with teenage hormones and a boarding school's total lack of parental supervision or any sort of sane sex education. Rita Skeeter learned in her school days that the academy wards ignored animagi. Given the rumors that the founders were all animagi, it did make a certain amount of sense. Infiltrating the school was relatively easy. She decided to infiltrate the Hufflepuffs first. Most of the rumors started there. And she wanted to find out how the Hufflepuff girls thought of Neville when they knew they were alone. There honestly wasn't anything worth mentioning for 2 whole days. The students were being disgustingly Hufflepuff. They studied, made sure each other were okay, and signed up for projects on the help board the prefects put up for things the house elves couldn't handle or get right. The second night, one of the 5th-year girls started screaming in her bed, and as Rita began moving to the older girls' dormitories, she heard the cry go up. Get Neville and Noodle. This was it. This girl was obviously one of the cult victims. Now she would be able to see the truth. Another the academy hero would be exposed. She could not go after the boy who lived. As Elder Wizard and the Ministry both had ways to punish her she could not survive, one of them professionally and the other one killed Grindelwald, so careers were not the worst consequence. The fifth-year girl was screaming and her arcane arts was running wild, lashing out with unformed but emotionally supercharged power. Rita moved to a corner where the power would have less chance of entirely killing her when she saw the most shocking sight. A badger the size of a small bear charged into the room. A dresser that must have weighed several hundred pounds was flying towards the entrank. But with an explosive snarl he slapped it away. The great oaken dresser, its runic arrays, special expansion and locking charms exploded from the power and intent of that charging badger as if an origami bird flew into a forge fire. He charged the bed where the arcane arts user was screaming, her power out of control, and the arcane arts user lunged at the badger with hands clawed and wild eyes. Rita expected to be reporting a murder when instead what she saw was the badger absorb the fury of the screaming arcane arts user, her power in her hands hammering and clawing against him as he. Simp. Lee grumbled and growled intolerant badger until she subsided into hugging and burying her face in his fur. Rita hadn't noticed the snake coming in. That struck her as alarming as it was almost well over the reported 12 feet. Probably at least 14 at this point, black as death, and marked with silver glowing runes. How she could not notice the most dangerous snake this side of the rumored school basilisk she did not know. But instead of terrifying the girls it passed, most of them reached out a hand to stroke it and thank it as it passed. The snake coiled up onto the bed, and, then crossed the back of the badger until its head was near that of the fifth-year girl. As soon as the snake's eyes met the girl's, she stopped weeping, and her body relaxed. Rita was ready, this was it. Snake cult mind control. The badger shifted back into a third-year boy in badger pajamas, because of course he would have badger pajamas. She crawled down the wall slowly to hear the boy speak, wondering what sort of programming or grooming the little pervert was doing. Rita could almost see the scandal exploding. What she got was something different. Were you remembering before, with Lockhart? Neville asked softly. I hated him. I hated it, but I can remember wanting it, even following him and wishing to be chosen. The fifth-year girl began, her voice rising. The snake ducked his head in her line of sight and began swaying and hissing. The girl calmed and slowed. Neville held her hands. Look inside, center yourself. Start using what we have taught you. Let your arcane arts rise, let it flow through your body. Don't ask it to do anything, just let it fill you completely and utterly until there is no room for anything else. Feel that arcane arts, know it is yours. That is you, that is yours. Now take it with you and sink into your thoughts, sink into your memories. Anything that is you, that is yours, keep it inside. Anything that feels different, let your arcane arts wrap it up. Let it slide between those thoughts and you. They are not yours, they are not you. The girl shuddered and relaxed. She began to become embarrassed and mopped at her face, then blushed as she realized she was holding hands with a boy in her pajamas in her bed in the girls' dorm with half a dozen of her fellow puff girls looking on. You must think I'm an idiot. I had straight O's in my defense augi. NST the dark arts and I let myself get taken and brainwashed right in class. How can I ever trust myself? I can't even defend myself. I could never think about being an Auror. She said. Neville turned her face to his. The boy looked old. Without looking mature. A boy who hit ancient without getting to grow up first. You were potioned. Your mind and your arcane arts were fighting so hard to free you. Yane arts never stopped fighting. That is why your memories are such storms of conflicting feelings. You can feel the want was fake, the desire was fake, but it was strong. The potion was so strong. The standard detection couldn't even touch it, the standard antidote couldn't even touch it. Hermione, Millicent, Harry, and I together had to come up with something new and stronger just to stop it. Noodle is teaching you to defend your mind. Let your arcane arts partition off the thoughts that were not yours. Then you can talk to me, and we can deal with the feelings and thoughts that are yours. What happened, happened. You survived, but making you forget is just going to leave you broken. You have to work through it, learn to trust yourself, your instincts and your arcane arts again. I can help, but the work has to be yours. Or the strength won't be. Neville said. The girl laughed, a shocking sound that had broken and jagged edges. How did you get so wise? She said, hugging the boy. I let my uncle poison me almost into squibhood, and attempt to murder me more than a dozen times without saying anything because deep down I agreed that I would never be the man my father was, and everyone would be better off with me dead. Then I met some friends who decided that was stupid, and didn't give up on me. Neville said, and the snake lunged forward to butt him in the forehead. Neville grinned at the snake. Rita actually left the academy for her own apartment after that. She looked at the memory in her pensive. Well, it was hers now. I mean technically it belonged to House Folly. But if they wanted her to keep secret about the fact their ruling lord was now a complete squib due to a completely failed empowerment ritual, they would keep quiet about her having it. There was some legitimacy going on with the snake. Which is creepy in her care of magical creatures was only owl level, but only the famous and possibly only mythical Naga were supposed to be able to do that, not a rock viper. Neville wasn't using any arcane arts at all. She was prepared to believe little Lord Longbottom was a sex pervert. They had one killed and one arrested at the academy just last year, so it fit. Besides, Professor Toland Drump had been fired as the Dada instructor when she was in school for messing with underage girls, so it fit the academy as she knew it. She was prepared to believe little Lord Longbottom was some sort of snake cult leader. That was how Dark One started, if you believed the wilder rumors from the First Blood War. Having him in the orbit of the boy who lived made it less a champion of light versus champion of darkness, and more of a clash of rising Dark Lord vs. returning Dark Lord. If the snake cult Longbottom led was part of Harry Potter's secret plan to take over the world, she was not willing to accept that little Lord Longbottom was a secret badger animagus who gave emergency cuddles in the night, and psycho-magical counseling to abuse victims. She WOULD refused to print that as a really obvious cover story if the ministry tried to force her to. She could never in her cynical heart of hearts accept it as truth. She followed him into the academy. Infirmary where she found him and that Slytherin girl who murdered her way into the Selwyn Lordship mixing potions for the Medowitch. Here we go, he must be brewing love potions, or loyalty potions, own sort of mind control thing to support his cult. She crept closer and looked at the book. One cauldron was brewing Skella Grow bone regrowth potion, and the other was brewing blood restoration potions. Madame Pomfrey was bustling about, bottling and labeling, chatting with the two as she trained them both in various diagnostic charms, as the heir to one ancient and noble house, and ruler of another. Somehow wasted their free time learning to be apprentice healers instead of learning politics and economics as any rational aristocrat would. The Slytherin beater Marcus Flint was brought in. The boy was in his last year at the academy, and was a renowned thug in his early years. His father had somewhat of a dark reputation, but the family had produced some noted aurors and even ahead of the DMLE in the past. He was not in the academy robes, but dress robes, and was writhing in pain, obviously sweating, and with a fake smile plastered on his face as if nothing was wrong. Madame Pomfrey ooped up in shock as various wards on her med bay went off as Marcus was brought in on a stretcher. Argus Filch sweated on one end of the stretcher and young Harry on the other. The snake slithered behind like an interested tourist taking in the sights. Argus, what happened? Madame Pomfrey snapped. He just portkeyed in, collapsed in the hall, bleeding all over the place. Won't say nothing about how he got cut. The blood, it burns the stone when it falls, so it ain't no natural cut. Argus grunted. While a squib, he had seen enough dark arcane arts to know when something was beyond normally foul. Madame Pomfrey was working her wand in quick diagnostic charms while Neville and Millicent cut away the dress robes on Marcus' left arm and side. An ugly black line crossed his bicep, then rib. The flesh was slowly rotting under it, digging deeper and deeper into his flesh. Marcus, this isn't a Quidditch accident, and it isn't even your usual back from holidays beating that you won't admit to. This curse is feeding off you. It is family arcane arts and I don't know how to counter it. Do you at least know what it is? Madame Pomfrey asked. Don't know what you are talking about. Just got back from lunch with dear old dad. Told him I plan on joining the Aurors. He had plans on me joining his old firm, but I don't care for their health plan and senior management is bonkers. We agreed to disagree, and then it seemed I slipped buttering a scone and cut myself with a butter knife. Marcus smiled, and his eyes showed the acceptance of death that argues he did indeed know the curse that was used. And there was no point in trying to do anything about it. Millicent Bulstrode looked at Neville and began hissing in that strange serpent tongue. The snake joined in, then the three of them descended on the writhing Flint. Millicent touched the bubbling black wound on his side, and white frost covered it. The snake the girls had called Noodle pinned Marcus with his eyes, and the boy went still. Neville drew his wand, and a sickle of golden light grew from it. With several quick slashes, he carved open Flint's side like he was butchering meat. Millicent followed behind, her wand stopping the pumping blood as Madame Pomfrey exploded into action. Runes burned in the air as she chanted one set of spells verbally, and cast another runically with her wand in a display of simultaneous sorcery-s. He would have been surprised to see at St. Mungo's, let alone at a school infirmary. The black from the arm had extended towards Marcus' neck, before Millicent and Neville repeated the freeze and cleave on the arm, taking half the meat off his upper arm, leaving only a string of bicep connected. The black had advanced into his core, and Marcus began to thrash. "We are losing him," snarled Madame Pomfrey. Neville took some seeds from his belt and forced them into the wounds. Holding his hand over them, he let his arcane arts roar in a way that caused Rita to freeze in fear as the arcane arts went wild in the air around the hospital bed. The seeds turned into flowers which sank their roots into the boy's arm and neck. The flowers that grew were dark and disturbing, each poisoned blossom bloomed and fell to lie hissing and smoking on the stone of the hospital floor as they ate away at the stone. The toxin seemed to be drawn out, as Marcus stopped thrashing and Madame Pomfrey pointed with her chin at the potions table. And the girl Millicent began to take up the potions, choosing them by half lifting and waiting for Madame Pomfrey's nod to confirm, before she took them to Flint's body and simply opened the cap. Some arcane arts of hers caused the potion to simply flow into Marcus Flint's body, not drinking it, or injecting it, just magically diffusing it through minutes later. Marcus relaxed and lapsed into sleep. Madame Pomfrey began to clean up and Neville and Millicent went back to their potions for hospital stores. This wasn't exactly budding Dark Lord material. He who must not be named just executed his badly wounded followers. The weak had no place at his side. Grindelwald used to just abandon his. If they lived, they could return to him. If they died, well, they were useless. No Dark Lord went about healing people who didn't even serve them. As a cult leader, miracles got shouted from the rooftops, not done behind closed doors and not discussed. She followed Neville and Noodle to the greenhouse of Professor Sprout. Sure enough, both girls and boys of various houses snuck into the greenhouse as if worried about being seen. They sat in a circle, with Noodle coiled up in the middle. This was it. This was Neville's secret cult. Now Rita would get her scoop. What followed made Rita wish beetles could be sick. Neville led a discussion about abuse. One by one the kids would talk about what they had been through here at the academy, and wasn't that a damning little litany for Elder Wizard and at home. Some had even talked about abuse they had committed, Crabbe and Goyle being too struggling to deal with that. Neville took them into the occlumency that Elder Wizard had fought so hard to remove from the academy. He took them through exercises to allow them to look at those events whose pain twisted them, and change the way they reacted and made decisions. With Noodle, he would isolate those memories, wall them off, and then talk them through examining how that trauma had changed their reactions. Discussed honestly what reactions they thought had worth, and what were just more problems. This was it. Rita was waiting for him to offer to take the memories away, to get permission to modify their thoughts and feelings. This was how a cult leader passed off making minions as healing. Instead, Neville let them into his own thoughts, guided them through how he was still processing his own trauma, how he knew that his arcane arts wanted him to be whole and strong, but he couldn't be whole and strong without those memories. Surviving them was important to the Neville he was now, and cutting those away would leave him less than whole, and weak when he moved on. You couldn't learn from what you forgot. Bloody Hufflepuffs. He didn't offer them a quick fix, he offered them hard work. A lot of misery, and at the end of it, ownership of themselves and their arcane arts. This wasn't a cult leader. Cult leaders promised if you gave up your will to them, all your problems would go away. He ended the session with giving everyone a very Hufflepuff speech about feelings. Rita was ready to write it off as feel-good fluff when Neville drew out his Wanda. ND talked about how he could never really command his good memories when he didn't own up to the truth about the bad ones. For a long time, I lied to myself, I lied to everyone about being abused. I swore everything was fine. And when I tried to cast my Patronus, nothing happened. I thought I was weak, and worthless. Then some friends hounded me into admitting the truth and dealing with it. I wasn't pretending everything was okay. But you know what? Some parts of my life were legitimately good. Some people legitimately cared. Arcane arts is powered by your soul, not your lies. It was never a lack of power. I just got so lost in the lies I lost myself. Neville stopped talking, then pointed his wand forward. Expecto Patronum, he said, and a silver badger exploded into existence and capered about the room happily. Before putting its nose down and going looking for gnome traces. One by one, the rest of the students took out their wands and did the same. Most only glowed, but Crab and Goyle both shot a stream of silver mist out of their wands, and she could see the thick troll-like boy's eyes were shedding tears in the glowing light of their Patronus. Neville smiled at them, and gave the two Slytherin thugs a Hufflepuff hug. The rest of the students joined them. Rita looked at this healing circle and the real magical empowerment that was coming out of it, and didn't know what to think. She was busy trying to see Neville's angle when she froze. Two night black eyes stared into hers from well within striking distance. A strong legilimency probe slashed through her pathetic eye stance and read the truth of her entire life, sifted it for bits that interested it. A tongue flicked out of Noodle's mouth to lick Rita Skeeter on the glasses mark by her beetle eyes, then he turned away. He knew and did nothing. She followed Neville around for days afterwards. Twice she was caught by Luna Lovegood that simply stuck her on her shirt like a badge and talked non-stop to her about. Well, it was kind of hard to follow. The girl was either mad or a seer. Possibly both. She also clearly knew Rita was an animagus, and didn't care. She walked Rita into places Neville was at, or where Neville would be. People came to Neville, and if they were in any sort of serious state, Neville either took them to Noodle or Hermione or Harry would drop the snake off shortly for a session. It wasn't a secret from the house heads, as Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout all pointed people at Neville. Slytherins seemed to just show up. Skeeter assumed they had some horribly complicated secret Slytherin way. But they did show up. She kept looking for the angle, the trick, the secret hustle. She had been at the academy and believed the stories of a magical school that would keep all the children safe. And let them explore the wonders of arcane arts and the whole world it offered. She had learned the truth. Power, privileged, advantage, and the indulging of every vice and appet. That wealth and power provided were the truth of the wizarding world. Worse than muggles, the witches and wizards of the world had access to powers whose abuses muggles couldn't dream of. There were no heroes. Every champion of light shone so bright to hide their crimes, but they always came out in the end. That is when it hit Rita. The truth won't set you free, but it sure makes your word count sore in a hurry. The story practically wrote itself. Daily Prophet lead story. Secrets of Snake Sex Cult at the Academy revealed. Rita Skeeter reveals shocking truth. Rumors have been exploding over the wizarding world about Neville, the Longbottom heir who so recently caused a sensation on the cover of Arcane Arts User Weekly for his first date heroism. This reporter was not surprised to hear the whispers of something darker. Something that the Academy had been covering up. You may have heard the whispers about a secret snake sex cult at the Academy, and the recent rumors of Lord Longbottom being involved. This reporter dares to go where no other does, and tells the truth no one wants you to hear. You have been promised your children are safe at the Academy, and this is a lie. Here is a secret snake cult at the Academy, and Neville Longbottom is involved. There have even been abuses that the Academy charter from the days of the founders have charged the headmaster and ads of houses to protect our vulnerable children against, but these deviant acts have not been caused by the snake cult. They have been stopped by them. This reporter has looked into the rumors of the snake cult, and found they are true. There is a snake that has mind powers far beyond anything this reporter has seen in all her years, and the snake is using them alongside Heir Longbottom to help deal with the damage our children have suffered under the neglect, and sometimes abuse, of the predators the Academy has allowed to pass as teachers inside its hallowed halls. Why are our children turning to Neville Longbottom, when they have the Academy teaching staff and the champion of light himself, Albus Elder Wizard, to turn to? This reporter has seen 100 heroes be created by the press, by accident, or by cold political design, and each of these heroes has been revealed to be deeply flawed and frequently dangerous. I expect into the secrets of young Neville Longbottom, but I was not prepared for what I saw. Son of a pair of hero aurors, a noted beater and companion of the boy who lived, I expected a budding warrior, a noble politician trained from birth both to wield and to seek power. What I found was a shy boy who had been deeply hurt by those he both loved and trusted in the past. More on that it is not my place to say, nor will I, and found the strength in a very Hufflepuff way. through his friends to work past that hurt, and seek healing. We go to the academy to learn arcane arts, and I had been through the academy and thought I knew it. I returned to the academy to learn the truth about Neville Longbottom and his secret snake sex cult. What I learned was the truth about healing and arcane arts. Neville Longbottom isn't a warrior like his sainted father and mother. Neville Longbottom is a healer. Training under Madame Pomfrey in the magical arts of healing, he is also training under Professor Sprout in the ways of soul healing, and under young Harry's magical serpent familiar, called Noodle, hardly a Dark Lord name, in mental healing. Are your children safe at the academy? This reporter thinks they are safer now than ever before, but it is due to students helping students. Not the world-renowned headmaster and Order of Merlin First Class holder Albus Elder Wizard. The secret of the secret snake sex cult at the academy. No sex, just a snake that sees deeply. A young lord whose sorting into Hufflepuff should not have been a surprise, and a deeper understanding of how arcane arts was supposed to make us better. In the years I attended, and probably you too, the promise of the academy was a lie. With this group of Hufflepuffs that rumor had slandered as a snake sex cult, the promise of safety and wonder of the academy may actually come true. Quidditch, Side of Dragon, Ministry of Arcane Arts, Office of Cornelius Fudge. What happened to your close relationship with the Daily Prophet Management, Cornelius? Did they not have any respect for your authority as minister? Albus Elder Wizard smoothed his beard more or less continuously in what the minister was beginning to realize was a nervous tic. After having to kowtow to the almost omnipotent champion of light. A glorified school teacher who held the top post in the Wizigamot and I International Confederation of Warlocks but could not be bothered to do the work of either body, It was deeply amusing to see the mighty Elder Wizard nervous about a group of school children. The Prophet is a newspaper Albus, and we here in Wizarding Britain have a world-renowned free press, not like the tame lapdogs of the French or Russians who have to clear every comma with 3 censors before they are allowed to print a weather report. Said Fudge pompously, embracing the public stance had ignored the ministry's heavy hand on official news sources when its own interests were involved. It isn't as if they acted against any instructions I gave them, nor do I recall any specific conversations about covering up any snake sex cult stories at the academy. It isn't as if it comes up in daily conversations. Cornelius paused, then looked theatrically thoughtful. I mean it does now, certainly. I have had everyone from the shoe-shine hag to the centaur who delivered our milk, the creature teller at Gringotts and every single arcane arts user I saw in the shop trying to get my morning tea and scones try to bend my ear about it. What happened to your control over your faculty and students? Elder Wizard, don't they have any respect for your authority as headmaster? Cornelius Fudge slapped his knee, and laughed right in the face of Albus Elder Wizard, Supreme Warlock of the Wizigamot, Supreme Mugwump of the ICW, Headmaster of the Academy, and Order of Merlin First Class. 10 years of boot-licking washed away as he laughed, and he rather enjoyed the taste better than boot polish. Albus' wand twitched into his hand, and the 4 oars in the room began to sweat. If Albus Percival Wulfric Bryan Elder Wizard chose to blast the Minister of Arcane Arts into rainbow sparkles, or transform him into a toad, he would do so. They would draw their wands, of course. As sworn oars of the defense detail they had magical oaths binding them too, but none of them expected that would make a difference to the outcome. The magical power in the room cycled around Elder Wizard like a vortex. It was all the wizards could do to hold the arcane arts of their own core from flowing into and being absorbed by the champion of light, if they dared to raise a wand against him. They doubted any attack they raised would be noticed, nor any defense they put up help. In the end, the old arcane arts user sighed. Minister Fudge, the actions of these children 10 the control that I wield over internal discipline in the academy, and of my moral authority to direct, guide and shape the young witches and wizards who we have been shaping to better suit the needs of a peaceful and orderly society. Ancient laws built upon mysticism and paganism, respecting individual power and ties to family above nation have no place in Wizarding Britain. Arcane arts, and primordial forces that birth it are no fit guides for humanity. We no longer serve arcane arts serves us. You profit from a Wizarding Britain whose Wizigamot sleeps, and stirs only to protect its monetary interests. And those social advantages that distract them from taking up and wielding magical power that has the capacity to reshape the world, and upset the Delicate balance we must walk. The price we pay for being left alone to tame Wizarding Britain into a well-managed flower garden of decorative but thornless blossoms, rather than a dark and ancient forest filled with ELDR. Itch horrors is humoring the overbred and overprivileged nobility while we get the real work done. Elder Wizard turned to the hollow shell of a man that was Cornelius Fudge. A crusader once, he found. The need for the gold of Lucius Malfoy had been required to get anything done in a ministry deliberately kept cash-starved, even as he needed the moral authority and political support of Albus Elder Wizard to keep Malfoy's dark houses from overturning or ignoring the few laws that limited their behavior. Fudge had been a well-trained puppet for years, dancing at the call of offsetting masters He tried to pit against each other to allow him the Illucino of independence. Lucius Malfoy's wealth and power were shattered, and now the moral authority of Elder Wizard and his control over the Light faction were being threatened. Minister Fudge thought this was going to make him a free man, and the actual master of Wizarding Britain. Fool. A puppet with his strings cut did not dance, it collapsed. Elder Wizard would try one last appeal to the fool's self-interest. You need to put controls on these children. I cannot control their actions inside of the academy when they wield the charter against me. The charter was made by founders who saw wizards as the servants of arcane arts and the protectors of a magicless humanity. The founders and their charter charged wizards to open themselves to the wild magics of creation. To stand as intercessors between magicless humanity and the world they inhabited but could not understand. When the Statute of Secrecy was enacted, we chose to cut ourselves off from the Muggles. And let them wipe out their world in their blindness as long as our kind could live on. Your ministry was created to steer Wizarding Britain away from those primal powers, too. Give them bread and circuses and leave ancient powers to be forgotten as a dream we outgrew and moved past. Grindelwald tried to wake the wizarding world by force, and in the end, I had to stop him. The charter will not let me act against the children in the academy for following the rules the founders laid down before Wizarding Britain became a legal entity. Young Harry needs to be guided into being the end of Dark One. Not the rise of the next Grindelwald. Fudge shook his head. You want me to seat them Earl into session and risk them trying to bring up Sirius Black before the Dementors have found and kissed him. Just so we drag them into wizarding politics where they will have to play by our rules and face power that comes from votes and favors, gold and secrets, not wand and arcane arts. Why should I risk it? Right now it is not my power they are threatening. The Dementors are the Ministry's fist. It is time the ancient and noble houses realize the days of their primacy are gone. They slept too long. Power has been in our hands too long. They have no idea how the world actually works now. Few of them could even cook a meal without a dozen house elves, or tie their own shoes. Even with a wand and 20 grimoires to guide them. No, the Dementors will find and kiss Sirius Black. The ancient and noble houses will see that the Ministry can bring down even one of their own when we need to. And the people of Wizarding Britain will be reminded that only the Ministry can defend them from the dark. I will seat them and give them their orders of Merlin after Sirius Black dies, not before. Cornelius Fudge said, secure in his newfound power. Elder Wizard shook his head. He did not need Sybil Trelawney to predict this would all end in tears. Puppets should know their places, both Cornelius Fudge and young Harry. Elder Wizard would wait. He was the most powerful arcane arts user of light in living memory. When Cornelius lost control of his pet Dementors, as he had in the Saint War when Dark One took control of them, Elder Wizard would play the savior again, and remind Wizarding Britain why he held every position of supreme authority, in the Academy, in the Wizigamut and in the ICW. The Academy. Several weeks later, Quidditch pitch on game day. Ron Weasley was looking at his 3 traitor siblings, his face a mask of uncomprehending rage. How can you be wearing their colors? Ron shouted. We are Gryffindors. Ginny Weasley rolled her eyes. Gryffindor is not playing, it is Slytherin versus Hufflepuff. Clearly cheering for Gryffindor would be a bit daft, wouldn't it? Ron stomped his feet like a 5-year-old finding coal not candy in his stocking. No sister of mine is wearing that in public. Ron shouted. Ginny looked down at her Cuddle Badger Quidditch jersey, which had Neville Longbottom's number on the back, the golden Hufflepuff colors, and a black and white badger hugging a heart. Katie Bell and Alicia Spinnet, 2 of the Gryffindor Chaser girls, were about to move past the Weasley blockade when they spotted Ginny in her Cuddle Badger, Jersey. Sister, they shouted, linking arms with the little redhead and dragging her off. The two chasers ALS.O sported Cuddle Badger jerseys and went off to a section usually reserved for Gryffindor fans that was filled largely with Ravenclaw and Gryffindor girls, all wearing Cuddle Badger jerseys, Hufflepuff scarves or bearing Badger flags. Ron turned to Fred and George, who were wearing Slytherin Quidditch jerseys with crossed beater bat and whip on the front, with a crown above. And you are cheering for the Bloody Snakes. We hate Slytherin. Ron howled like a monkey at the zoo, discovering his banana was plastic. She's the queen, began Fred, of beaters. Finished George. Fought two rogue bludgers, crooned Fred. For almost 15 minutes, cheered George, through traffic. Added Fred. And then batted, cheered George. The snitch, shouted Fred. For the win. They cheered together, then high-fived, linked arms, and marched past Ron to shoulder their way to good spots in the Slytherin section with all the subtlety of Gryffindor beaters. Ron sat there blinking. Mental. My brothers are all mental. Luna Lovegood walked up, a big green toque with a large knitted silver dragon enchanted to wave its wings and snap its jaws, walked up, clad in Ravenclaw robes with a Slytherin scarf. Cheering is very important today. Cheering is the most important part of Quidditch, especially today, Luna Lovegood said, grabbing Ron's arms and dragging him against his will to the Ravenclaw section where R.O.N. notices her hat snapping at those who tried to sneer at her made their passage easier than her travels through Ravenclaw spaces usually were. Before Luna sat down, she waved over at the Hufflepuff section, where Hermione was lit with odd blue flames that served to keep her and Noodle warm yet somehow not light their seats on fire. Ron shook his head. Even the Hufflepuffs had snakes. Honestly, Opal needed to remember that Gryffindor led the light, Slytherin the dark, and everybody had to pick a side. There was no middle ground. There were no other options. Dumbledore was right. You couldn't be a little bit dark. There was pure light, and dirty, filthy, slimy snake suckers. Nothing else. He didn't know why people tried to make things complicated. Simple was best. Elder Wizard was right, and everyone else was wrong. Just like Mum always said. Hours before, Forbidden Forest, Auror detail. You swear these are the only copies? Auror Holt snarled. Lucius Malfoy sneered. Honestly, Holt, I think you overestimate the market for pictures of a man and a satyr getting friendly over a log. You are going to drink this little potion, come down suddenly ill and report to St. Mungo's. You will have an amazing alibi. And it isn't your fault at all if someone else shows up to your shift. Auror Holt shuddered. What are you going to do with those Dementors? I mean, you can't think to attack the school. The Academy wards would eat the Dementors alive. They are from before the Azkaban Treaty, and don't care the Ministry supposedly controls them now. Lucius Malfoy raised his new wand up and took a magical oath. I swear upon my arcane arts, I will not turn the Dementors I used tonight upon the school of the Academy, nor any staff or student within its halls. His wand flashed, and Lucius then spoke softly. Lumos. And his wand lit, proving he had not sworn falsely and lost his arcane arts. Auror Holt nodded. All right then, I couldn't take an inquiry if a student got hurt because of me. Lucius smiled cruelly, exchanging photos for the Auror's Dementor amulet. My dear Holt, I did see the pictures. I am sure you could take a great deal more than most. The Auror blushed and bolted, too insulted and ashamed to really think about the oath Lucius just took. Honestly, what was the Academy teaching these days? He supposed it came from Binns being a ghost. No one studied magical I story with any degree of critical thinking. Magical oaths and their limits was a huge portion of any true study of magical history. The first treaty with the city that sundered the fairy realm from Earth had been the first. The wizarding world had lost so much power from that one act that their loss of control to the Muggles had been all but guaranteed before the ink was even dry on their victory over the ancient elves. Sure, those poor elves left on this side when the rest of their race were trapped forever in fairy had the choice to become slaves to wizards or starve, cut off from the city arcane arts of fairy. But the arcane arts user arcane arts was so weak they actually were at the mercy of their Muggle cousins, who were free to breed like rabbits and expand into the territory the ancient race no longer defended. The devil was in the details. Arcane arts was as much about grammar as intent. Lucius Malfoy had no ill intent against the Academy Castle itself. The Quidditch pitch was far outside the inner wards after all. His targets were not going to be in the academy. The oath cost him exactly nothing. Joining the Auror detail under a glamour of Holt, he used the amulet to talk control of his 6 Dementors from the first Auror. Getting paired with his partner, he began his circuit of patrol in the dark forest. As he fell slightly behind his partner, he snapped his wand into his hand and whispered, "Imperio." The first of the patrolling Aurors was now under his control. When they passed the next team, he and his partner both whirled as they passed and cast Imperio on the next pair. It took 3 of the 4 hours of his shift to compromise 20 Aurors of the GHIM 120 Dementors, the Academy patrol force. As the cheers rang from the Quidditch stadium, and the echo of the play-by-play reached the Forbidden Forest, as if on cue, all the Aurors gave the command, and set the Dementors on the Quidditch players and spectators. Lucius turned and walked towards the pitch. He would not be able to approach the outer wards without detection, but he could use his far-seeing charms to see and hear the slaughter. He was Lucius Malfoy. He did not need his Lord's ring, his fortune, or his Dark Lord to bring his enemies down. He would never have to grovel at Dark One's feet and beg for table scraps. This was not the Blood War. Lucius had succeeded in bringing Wizarding Britain to heel with corruption and guile. He didn't need brute magical power or forbidden knowledge. Blackmail was more potent than secret magics. His enemies would die screaming today. And it was Lucius Malfoy whose name would be whispered in fear by even the followers of the Dark Lord. Adrian Pusey and the Slytherin Chasers were better than the Hufflepuffs, and that should have been enough. The war in the air, however, was a storm of iron and oak that sounded more like the crashing broadsides of the Spanish Armada's failed invasion attempt than a standard Quidditch match. Harry and Neville were a storm, driving the bludgers at the Slytherin Chasers like the wrath of an angry god. Pusey and his well-oiled chasing machine were forced to devote more of their attention to staying alive than chasing the quaffle. The Night Hag of Slytherin cackled madly as she dove between the Slytherin Chasers and incoming carnage. Millicent Blustrode's bat hammered like a thunderbolt, lamming the bludger at a Hufflepuff chaser diving on Pusey's dropped quaffle, forcing them two to break off. Marcus Flint had been forced to dive from a shattered broom as Neville and Harry sent convey RGING bludgers at him at the 10th minute of play, and it had been 2-on-1 in the sky since then with no quarter asked or given. The mad laughter of Millicent and her streaming black hair had the Slytherins screaming, "Night Hag! Night Hag!" even as Fred and George unfurled a banner labeled Queen of Beaters. The Hufflepuff Chasers were slowly building a lead, but Draco Malfoy was showing either blind faith in Bulstrode to protect him, or an almost Gryffindor courage to dive past the bludgers after the snitch. Cedric Diggory held himself among the best of the Seekers in the game, but twice he shied away from bludgers that Longbottom or Potter stopped, while Draco never wavered, trusting the lone Bulstrode somehow to protect him. If Draco succeeded in getting to the snitch first, Slytherin won. If he took too much time, the Hufflepuffs would ride bludger control to victory as their chasers did what Hufflepuffs did best, and ground their way to slow and steady victory. Harry and Neville were living the Hufflepuff dream, working together, guarding their friends and working hard to a joint victory. For Draco and Millicent, this was a Slytherin moment. Their team was helpless, and only their own superiority made even a miracle possible. If they snatched victory from the jaws of defeat, it would cement their personal standing and power both within their house and before the school. If snakes could sing, they would be. Lee Jordan had passed out and been replaced by Professor McGonagall, who could actually remember to breathe. The play-by-play was so fast that the clipped tones and ever-thickening brogue of the Quidditch mad McGonagall matched well the screaming excitement of a crowd whipped into a frenzy as the pace of the match moved to that of a top-level professional match, far beyond what was expected or safe for a school match. This of course was when the Dementors descended. 120 demons of darkness and fear, the essence of anti-life, the spiritual parasites of the unreal descended on a stadium filled with students whipped into a frenzy of excitement and joy. The Dementors' control was already weak through their controllers being both distant and under the imperious curse. In the face of hundreds of innocent children whipped into an emotional frenzy, they lost all control and went into a feeding frenzy as they descended upon the pitch from all sides. Albus Elder Wizard called upon his Patronus, and a blazing phoenix took to the sky, and a dozen Dementors fled before it. He shone, his mantle of champion of light drew around him where he stood in the stand. No one noticed, or cared. In the sky, the true battle was being fought. Young Harry touched his wand to his throat and cast his most powerful sonorous. "Get out of my sky, you unnatural filth!" he roared. Expecto Patronum. Harry hissed and a basilisk shone in the sky above the Academy Quidditch field, but only for a moment. Draco Malfoy pointed his wand at Potter and hissed, Expecto Patronum. Seeing what he had done, Neville and Millicent pointed their wands at Potter and hissed, Expecto Patronum. Luna Lovegood stood in the Ravenclaw stands and hissed, Expecto Patronum, causing Ron Weasley to scream in fear at the hated serpent tongue. Hermione Granger and Noodle together hissed from the Hufflepuff stands, Expecto Patronum. Fred and George Weasley from the heart of the Slytherin stands, Expect Patronum. As the silver fire leapt from each of their wands, it took the form of a twisting serpent of light that slammed into young Harry, who blazed like a star. The basilisk Patronus sprouted the wings of an eagle, the fangs of a lion and the claws of a badger. A dragon formed of the arcane arts of all four the Academy founders blazed in the sky above her students. And while its eyes blazed with the killing power of the basilisk, its great jaws opened to the roar and fire of the dragon, the ancient and most potent symbol of the power of arcane arts herself. A dragon roughly the size of an Airbus opened its mouth, and the primordial fires of creation, the flames that shattered the first and endless night, carved through the gathering darkness of 100 Dementors. And they fell from the sky screaming and burning. The power of a Patronus is an aura of hope and joy, of safety and comfort that extends for somewhere between dozens of centimeters or meters from the Patronus, depending on the power of its caster. The dragon of the Academy blazed so brightly, and its roar shook the earth so powerfully that the ley lines that converged on the Academy answered back. And the sky burned with an aurora more powerful than the northern lights, an aura that sang with raw defiance and joy, a maddening frenzy of ecstasy that went beyond reason or limit. A fire of life and its passions that was the madness of the Maenad, the power of the storm, the wrath of the volcano, the song of the Vila, and the endless renewing dance of life itself. The dozen Dementors that fled fastest, and the dozen Dumbledore's own forgotten Patronus had driven off were the only ones that lived. They flew all the way back to the walls of Azkaban and refused to leave. Below in the stadium, the students sang and danced wildly in the song of power that rose between the ancient ley lines of the land, the powerful wards of the Academy and the blazing dragon of light that soared in the skies above, and screamed its joy to the world. Alone in the stadium, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Elder Wizard slammed his shields down, and blocked the wild arcane arts, the primal arcane arts of the ancient days from him. He felt the land around him waken from its slumber. Ancient powers whose name and nature were best forgotten heard the call of these ignorant children, and gave answer. The land woke, the earth stirred and power flowed into his wards, power that had not moved since the days of the founders. Power that would deny entry to creatures of the dark. Dementors wool, not again dare the skies above these fields, no matter what the minister ordered, and no matter what the headmaster himself chose. This was not a power the children wielded. They were none of them, neither individually nor collectively as powerful as he was. Arts in ways that the wizards and witches learned long ago when they guided their tribes, before the rise of kings and nations, and before the separation of arcane arts user and muggle, and arcane arts answered. This was not the arcane arts of spell and wand, careful and controlled. This was wild arcane arts, changing the world as arcane. Arts willed when witches and wizards cried out the needs of their folk to the powers that shaped the world and asked it do as arcane arts chose to aid their folk. Merlin reshaped the world with the wand. Arcane arts was bent to the will of the arcane arts user, not the pathetic mewlings of magicless mortals. Wizards commanded and arcane arts obeyed. It had no more right to a will than a shovel or a hammer. It was a tool, not a god. Or too often for the ancient peoples, a goddess. The old world was dead. The wild magics, the dark magics, they could not be afforded in the new world of materialism and rationality. The unreal had no place, wild arcane arts had no place. For the greater good, the rule of wand and will must be absolute. If dark one was left unchecked, there would not be enough. Arcane arts user blood left to carry the magical world forward even a dozen generations, but if the wild arcane arts not the light arcane arts was what Wizarding Britain turned to, 2,000 years of progress would be lost. The light was the only path. The light of reason. The harsh light that permitted neither shadow nor darkness, in which even color was stripped away. Only the light, the will, the wand. 2,000 years light wizards had striven to guide humanity away from the madness and chaos of the wild, from the seduction of the dark. Only in the harsh rule of order, of rationality, and the pure submission to the light could arcane arts be bent to human will, and made properly its servant. His precious dementors shattered before the children of the whole of magical Britain, YBE now Cornelius Fudge would see that he needed to take control of these children. Young Harry was a weapon promised to his hand for the light. He must be used to strike down Dark One before he grew powerful enough to choose for himself. Above all else, young Harry must be forced to fit the Child of Prophesy, for the Child of Prophesy would die bringing down Dark One under the guidance of Albus Elder Wizard, the champion of light. Only he could be trusted to guide these children who thought themselves lords and ministers of Wizarding Britain. Didn't they understand? It was only Elder Wizard who could see what must be done. With Grindelwald lost, only he remained to fight for the greater good. Forbidden Forest. Lucius Malfoy wept. He was nothing, not lord of anything, no wealth or position to stand on. He had looked upon the face of true power and his own worthlessness ground into him. He had no choice now. He never had. Like McNair said, Lucius had no choice but to crawl back to his Dark Lord, accept his punishment, and kiss his feet until his service had proven worthwhile enough for the Dark Lord to again grant him place and power. The truth burned him. Now he must go to Albania, and seek out a bodiless wraith filled with rage beyond the limits of human reason, and beg to be its tool once again. Ministry of Arcane Arts. Cornelius Fudge had stormed out of Amelia Bones' office. He wished he could fire her, but a no-confidence vote would see him on the street before she could pack up her office. Probably end up with his if he tried. His own Aurors, the very guards of Azkaban. He had ordered to the Academy to wield the Dementors as the Ministry's hunting hounds were singing the praise of the Academy dragon. His own guards could not wait to tell every reporter they could find that the Ministry had lost control of the Dementors and only the wild arcane arts of the miracle of the Academy had saved all of their children. Each of them swore they felt the power of the will. Arcane arts clean the taint of the Dementors off their soul, claimed none of the guards of Azkaban could remain clean, that the Dementors themselves were far more numerous than the Ministry admitted, that they were breeding off the prisoners the Ministry fed them. Those who had stood in the light of that dragon had been freed from their oaths of secrecy sworn in Azkaban, the very secrets the Aty was meant to protect now spoken in the open without fear. He had been a fool to laugh at Elder Wizard. Young Harry and his friends were a clear and present threat to the Ministry. They needed to be brought out of the Academy and bound to the powers and laws of the Wizigamot. Let them be granted their Order of Merlin and their seat in the Wizigamot. One seat was worth the cost, to get them bound to the oaths of loyalty to the Wizigamot itself. After all, when the sacred 28 families each held upwards of 30 votes, who cared if these children got one? They would be bound to the laws of the Wizigamot, no longer protected by the Academy Charter. Then let them see where true power lay, not in the wand, but in the regulation and law. Hundreds of dewy-eyed crusaders had come into the Wizigamot demanding change, and before long their hands and souls were as dirty as anyone else's from the deals and bargains required to get anything done. Yes, time to call a special meeting of the Wizigamot. Let the press believe it was to honor the saviors of the Academy. Those that mattered understood it was about bringing dangerous and chaotic elements into the arena where ancient privilege mattered more than magical prowess or fuzzy nonsense like right or wrong. Musical chairs. Arthur Weasley was concerned. The meeting of the Wizigamot were always a trial for him. Although the Weasleys were technically a pure-blood member of the Sacred 28, they had always been better breeders than gamblers, and his great-grandfather had gambled away most of the family fortune, and more to the point, revenue-generating assets, and divided up the little that was left among the many children. His grandfather had been heir to a house that couldn't pay its dues and saw its seat in the Wizigamot lost. His father had been a staunch Republican, a Muggle rights advocate, and all-around foe of the system, more or less in rebellion. Arthur had been raised in a poor household with hordes of untidy but happy children, and a deeper magical knowledge than any of his economic class. The difference between peasant and impoverished gentry can be seen only if you care enough to look really hard, and none of the Weasleys did. His own affection for muggles and more than usual skill with a wand got him a ministry job, and saw him rise to head the least significant department in the ministry. As someone with no observed ambition, when it came time to pick someone to hold one of the 5 ministry seats, and no bargain between factions could be reached, the casual remark, "We could just give it to Weasley," was met with universal shrugs, and thus, Arthur Weasley sat in one of the 5 ministry seats. A decade of being Arthur Weasley had meant many of the difficult but necessary jobs that fell to the ministry seats had fallen to Weasley, and the holders of the other seats began to recognize Arthur as the odd duck who took duty to the Wizigamot seriously, but felt rather embarrassed to sit in it. He had no drive to use his success at those hard and necessary tasks to advance his career, and thus working with him could advance their own. His became the safest of the 5 ministry seats, as whoever held the other 4 needed Arthur and his knowledge of how the work actually got done sitting in his seat. Arthur was a fixture of the Wizigamot, rather like a comfortable chair or favorite lamp. Useful. Drew a smile when you passed it, but not something that warranted actual notice. Until today, Merlin's beard Arthur, didn't know you had it in you, Lord Ogden said, stopping to pump Arthur Weasley's hand. Arthur was left wondering what exactly that was all about when his face got slapped hard by the old crone and head of the Board of Education Griselda Marchbanks. Griselda said, shaking her finger at him in rage, "Well, we always speculated you knew your way around a cauldron, I mean 6 sons followed by a witchborn, and not a squib among them. No wonder you always look tired. Any other secret children beyond today's? Come on Arthur, you can tell." Lady Bones, head of the DMLE, said as she moved past Arthur to take her own ministry seat. Lord Tiberius Knott stopped in front of Arthur Weasley and smirked. "Just you keep that wand away from House Knott, I don't want any gingers popping up in the side branches. We pride ourselves on black hair. Although seems you really improved the breed a bit. Took down Lucy for a treat your boy did." Arthur suddenly understood that horrible rumor about his having an affair with Narcissa Malfoy. Fred and George had owled him about it, so mething about making sure he didn't get blindsided, but surely that mess had died down months ago. Arthur took a look at the session's agenda. Item 1. Seating of new members, Award of Merlin presentations. Item 2. Paternity suit. Narcissa Black vs. Arthur Weasley re Lord Draco Malfoy. Item 3. Department of International Relations and Department of Sport presentation. Item 4. Loch Ness Monster environmental complaint. Muggle boat noise disturbing nesting mothers in violation of Treaty of Loch Ness 1352. Entry into the Wizigamot chambers required careful security checks. No one who was not either a ring-bearing member of the house, an Auror in service to the Wizigamot, a clerk in service to the Wizigamot, or a witness escorted by duly appointed Aurors could enter the chamber. With Sirius Black at large, and Death Eater and Dementor attacks being on the rise, security was extra tight. Narcissa Black strode haughtily between 2 Aurors as she passed Arthur in his seat. He rose to look her in the eyes and offer his denial. "Lady Black, you know it isn't." That was as far as he got before she grabbed him by the collar and snogged him senseless. Arthur Weasley was a middle-aged man with 7 children, hardly a blushing virgin. But the days of him being pounced upon and snogged breathless when he came home from work were far in the past. Added to that, the arcane arts user doing the snogging was giving it her all. And Arthur was nothing if not an earthy sort of arcane arts user. Rather before the cat calls, whistles, and shouted demands for order could get his attention, his hands ached and found themselves on the appropriate curves, and he was giving as good as he got. The Weasley wand was not after all to be ignored. But it wasn't all bad, was it? Lady Black said, and swayed over to the witness box to await the pleasure of the Wizigamot and its agenda. Arthur Weasley looked at the lords and ladies of the Wizigamot and saw humor, shock, horror, and from Lady Augusta Longbottom a most surprising sight. Howls of laughter and knee-slapping that fitted the grand old lady about as well as a Muggle biker jacket. He flushed scarlet and sank wordlessly into his seat. Molly was going to murder him. Worse. Given their extensive gardens, he would be compost before he could possibly think of a rational explanation. Minister Fudge noticed the children to be awarded the Order of Merle. It had been through careful blood identification rituals to make sure no one was smuggling in the renegade Sirius Black as one of the children, and gestured for Elder Wizard as the chief warlock to call the session to order. Elder Wizard hammered his gavel down and gave the order. This special session of the Wizigamut is called to order. All those not sworn to the chamber or on the agenda will now be removed. Elder Wizard said, then checked the crystal ball before his seat. When it flashed the notice that all those without business had been excluded from the chamber. Smiling, he turned to Co-Relius Fudge for him to begin his bit of political theater. Let the children think they have won as they get their pretty medal, and the puppet strings tied to it. Let them discover exactly how little power or control children had in the house of their elders. They were puppies and kittens, although when fully grown they might be dangerous, but in this place old age and trickery always won. Cornelius rose and began his speech. It was a good one. He didn't pull the Minister for Arcane Arts identification out of a chocolate frog box after all, and he was good at making speeches. And so it is that these children, the very hope of the future of Wizarding Britain, did put themselves before their fellow students and the foe and uphold the most ancient and sacred duty of this body, the defense of the future of arcane arts user kind. Without care for their own lives or cost of their actions. Such service would merit awards for the most highly trained and tested Auror, but it was done by students on their way to begin their third year. Before that year was even half over, they would repeat such heroism a second time, joining together in a show of unity between all the houses of the Arcade. That has not been seen since the days of the founders, and together drove off the massed forces of the Dementors of Azkaban. There is a name we swear by, when miracles happen in the wizarding world, and that name is Merlin. In his name, we have established 3 orders of merit for witches and wizards that choose to rise above the duty we ask of all, and offer a service we dare ask of none. The deeds of these children merit no less than the Order of Merlin First Class, and this I have been authorized by this sacred body to award them today. Pure blood, half-blood, Muggle-born, of every the Academy house. Of every faction of the Wizigamut, together you faced danger to defend the children of Wizarding Britain. Together may you take now your seats in this august body, and take your oaths of allegiance to the Wizigamut. Cornelius Fudge knew it was a good speech. The Wizigamut roared and applauded. Sure, it was political theater, and everyone knew the actual power of the chamber would not shift for a paltry handful of new seats, not when the major ancient and noble houses held dozens each, and through vassals and allied controlled far more. Still, they were not made of stone. All had family on the Academy Express or in the stands. Those who sat this house may be truly noble, or truly selfish, but to each, the blood of their own house was more precious than gold, and these children had preserved it. Their cheers were legitimate. Let the cold business of realpolitik at least wait until item 2 on the agenda. Alas, it was not to be. Augusta Longbottom rose and raised her wand to claim right to speak. Point of order. Seating of new lords in the Wizigamut is done by seniority. Lady Augusta Longbottom stated firmly. Minister Fudge looked perplexed. They were sworn in together. If there was an order of precedence I don't think it was noted, but if you have any need for Heir Longbottom to be seated first I'm sure we can accommodate. The seeming Lady Longbottom shook her head. 2 mistakes in that statement. Minister Fudge. First, it is not Heir Longbottom who has seniority and should be seated first, but me. The great lady then smiled with the wide white grin of a wolf, and her voice dropped an octave. And I am not Lady Augusta Longbottom, but Lord Sirius Orion Black, and by right of seniority demand to be seated and sworn first. As she said that, she strode to the empty black seat and sat upon it. In a flash, the illusion of Augusta Longbottom vanished, and Sirius Black in formal robes sat in the seat. Arthur Weasley heard a familiar dry chuckle from Narcissa Black in the witness box, and turned to notice that seated in the box was the real Augusta Longbottom, wide smile upon her face. Buck up, Arthur. Needed item 2 on the agenda to get an extra body in the door. The security spells ignore ring bearers, both lords and regents, but once our presence is noted, any lord or lady who is present but not seated and sworn gets automatically entered into the book of law and becomes an agenda item. The house can do no business until that item is finished. Besides, having heard the gossip from my D from when Frank forgot her birthday back in 6th year. You were supposedly quite the talented fellow in a broom closet, so I had to test it out. I shall send Molly a few bottles of good wine and a draft note at Madame Malkin's for all your Sproggs robes next year. What with item 3, dress robes for your hoard will set you out of pocket a bit. Least I can do for borrowing her husband. Lady Augusta chuckled as Arthur Weasley sat back in his ministry seat and tried to word his explanation to his wife. Failing utterly, he turned his attention to the events on the floor. Cornelius Fudge pointed to the orders. Arrest that man. Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, direct boss of the orders and of course, briefed on the plan, was ready and her sonorous charm filled the room. Stand down. Inside the Wizigamut chamber, lords have qualified immunity. NLESS tried and convicted before this body, and let me assure you, Lord Sirius Orion Black has never been tried or convicted. As it stands, his execution order is illegal, as was his imprisonment. Amelia Bones said coldly. Sirius Black already had his wand raised. I, Sirius Orion Black, swear upon my arcane arts, that I was never the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter. That Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter. That I have always fought against Dark One and his Death Eaters. That Peter Pettigrew was a sworn and marked Death Eater, that Peter Pettigrew betrayed the secret of James and Lily Potter's location to Dark One, causing their deaths. That I pursued Peter Pettigrew, only to see him fake his own death, and cause an explosion that stunned me and killed a dozen muggles. That Peter Pettigrew lived in secret until his death this year, caught in the act of sexual deviancy with underage girls in the academy and killed. Sirius' wand slashed down and a pulse of arcane arts swept through the room. Raising his wand, he spoke softly. Loomis. His wand glowed, showing arcane arts had judged he spoke only truth. Amelia Bones then took back the floor and summoned Ned or Moody, who just happened to be in her security detail, to provide testimony of Peter Pettigrew's being alive for the decade Sirius was in prison for his murder, for his being a marked Death Eater, and for his being killed caught in the act of unlawful sexual acts with underage witches in the academy school where he had concealed himself as the Weasley pet rat Scabbers. Cornelius Fudge was livid. This was a political disaster. He bought time by allowing the seating of his Order of Merlin children. Surely he could salvage some political capital out of this. Draco Malfoy stood and raised his wand. As Lord Malfoy by right of challenge, and as I have taken my seat in the Wizigamut in my own name, I claim the right of head of house to pass judgment on a member of my house. Cornelius Fudge only knew of Narcissa Black, the woman who put Draco's paternity on the agenda as the only other member of his house that Draco could be talking about. Surely, any undermining of House Black was to Cornelius' advantage at that point. So noted. Let Lord Malfoy's family judgment be made and entered into the record. Cornelius said pompously. That slimy bitch had been part of this sham to humiliate him. Let her suffer whatever Lucius' poisonous little offspring had in store for her as punishment. House Malfoy passes judgment on Lucius Malfoy, former lord of this house, for the crime of line theft, in that Lucius Malfoy did attempt to steal the seat, the votes, the fortunes and the inheritance of House Black in direct violation of the oaths of primacy in the marriage contract with Narcissa Black. For this crime, I cast Lucius Malfoy from the House of Malfoy, abjure and dissolve any alliances and oaths made in his name, call in any debts owed to House Malfoy that he had made. Turning to Sirius Black, Draco Malfoy bowed deeply. House Malfoy acknowledges its debt to House Black and offers its allegiance in repayment. Sirius Black rose and bowed more shallowly to his nephew. House E. Black accepts the apology and allegiance of House Malfoy. Your hands are between ours for protection and judgment. Your vassals are our vassals, and their protection and judgment are likewise ours. Cornelius Fudge blood ran cold. The dark faction just got gutted, but the control of it passed to Sirius Black, a man Cornelius had put in kiss on sight order with the Dementors of Azkaban on rather than allow him trial. He was not going to be a friend. Albus Elder Wizard smiled. It seems Cornelius' bit of political theater was going well for him. He gave what the Muggles would call a golf claw. And bowed ironically to the little puppet. So happy to be free of Lucius' control, he thought he could ignore Elder Wizard as well. Now Elder Wizard was the head of the strongest vote block left in a shattered Wizigamut. Old age and treachery always won. At that point young Harry took his seat, then rose and held up his wand, and a scroll. Point of order. As a seated member of the Wizigamot in my own right, and thus legal adult, I lay charges of usurpation and blood theft upon Albus Percival Wulfric Bryan Elder Wizard. Entered into evidence with this body, the copy of my parents' will with a. Albus Percival Wulfric Bryan Elder Wizard signature as witness. This will lists my magical guardians upon my parents' death to be, in order, Frank and Alice Longbottom, Sirius Orion Black, Amelia Bones. This body will note Albus Elder Wizard is not listed, yet he took possession of my wounded body from Sirius Black at the scene of my parents' brutal murder, and passed me with a life-threatening curse still raging in my body. On the steps of Muggle relatives. Had I not been taken and claimed by GRIPHOOK of the creature nation due to a wise and thoughtful contract enacted by my mother in secret, I would have died and Elder Wizard would have continued to illegally cast the Potter votes in the Wizigamot, to which he was never entitled. Lord Sirius Orion Black was never convicted, still lived and was of sound mind and body. Elder Wizard chose to leave him illegally imprisoned while not providing me care, yet claiming rights to my regency as if legally given authority for my care. You will note that Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, was alive, and employed at this very ministry and yet never even told she was next in line to be my guardian if Lord Black were not available. Lady Bones, were you advised you were on the list to be my guardian? Young Harry asked. Lady Bones rose and her voice cut through the clamor of the Wizigamot. I was not. Harry spoke again. Does this meet the particulars of the crime of usurpation? Lady Bones spoke again. It does. The vote took the better part of 3 hours. The crime of usurpation was negotiated down to interference with custody and fraud. Elder Wizard was able to escape being stripped of seat and rank only by burning a lifetime of favors, but the fine would be damaging to his operations in ways the lords of great houses would understand. Politics at this level ran on bribes. And now he could barely limp. Young Harry was not done, however, with that judgment in hand. Honorable members, since Albus Percival Wulfric Bryan Elder Wizard Rhodes' assumption of regency has been declared invalid, all alliances, contracts, and oaths made in his name are thus repudiated by House Potter. All loans and debts owed to House Potter in that time are now called due. As I have claimed a seat in my own name as an Order of Merlin holder, I now hold the voice and vote for House Potter in my own hand and right. As a student of the Academy, I admit I will not be available for the day-to-day press of duties, and thus appoint as my steward he who should have been my magical guardian all the years of the usurpation. I appoint as my regent, Sirius Orion Black. Harry bowed to Sirius deeply, and Sirius strode over and hugged him fiercely, the two of them laughing like they had just pulled off the most amazing prank in history. They then both turned towards Elder Wizard and shook their heads, faces suddenly stone cold and serious. Old age had never felt so heavy, N.R. Somehow Cornelius' political theater was less a comedy than tragedy. Still, Elder Wizard smiled. They had no idea what a mistake they had just made. Barty Crouch was the Minister for International Cooperation now, but he had been head of the DMLE during the war, and been the one to send Sirius to Azkaban without a trial. Now that was brought out into the open, his chances of finally winning the seat of Minister of Arcane Arts were non-existent. Non-existent as long as young Ari and Sirius Black had anything to say about it. Let them have their little victory. They abstained from the votes on the Tri-Arcane Arts user tournament because it didn't apply to them. After all, Harry was too young to participate. Barty Crouch had the mind of a political predator, one who knew the Tri-Arcane Arts user tournament's success was his best shot at the Minister of Arcane Arts' heir. Since Cornelius was politically gutted and Elder Wizard neutered, he had access to the Academy for all of next year, and Sirius Black as his only political obstacle. Elder Wizard would not act against Potter or Black. He was champion of light after all, and the boy who lived must live to face Dark One. No, Elder Wizard would not let Harry die. Given magical healing abilities, letting him almost die was absolutely on Elder Wizard's to-do list. Who knows what sort of magical intervention and controls might be necessary to keep the boy alive. The boy would be properly grateful, a master legend. Given access to a child whose defenses were broken by the brink of death would believe Elder Wizard was a llama or unicorn if told to. Being told they loved and trusted Elder Wizard before all others was relatively simple. It had worked for James after all. Sirius, on the other hand, Elder Wizard would not save. He gave the boy a chance to live a long life in Azkaban. It was not Elder Wizard's fault Sirius rejected his mercy. It was, after all, for the greater good. Not a chapter. This is not a chapter, this is an update. I will not be writing for about a week because I will be off with my ad. Daughters at Calgary Stampede doing cowboy and father-related things. There is at least one more chapter left in this school year. There are a few chapters planned for summer stuff, because events are eventing kind of hard in the canon timeline. Our own timeline will be farther ahead on the main plot, even as we approach canon events for the Triwizard more or less on schedule. This next arc will be darker. Elder Wizard and Fudge will not come off nicely. Understand, I am a soldier, the son and grandson of soldiers. We have borne arms in pretty unhappy places and done some reasonably terrible things because old men with all the respect and power in their society chose to send children to kill and die for their aims. Elder Wizard in canon used child soldiers. He sat in his office and planned to sacrifice children for his aims. Sure, he felt terrible about it, popped a sherbet lemon and moved on to his next agenda item. Got to say, as a soldier, my tolerance for wise old men sending children out to die is really low. Not going to lie, I always wanted to put a round through Elder Wizard. He was never the good guy. Family matters. Sirius Orion Black was happy to be reunited with his godson Harry. Getting back to Harry had been the one thought keeping him sane through his long, lonely sojourn in Azkaban. The happiest day of his life was when Harry had welcomed him into his life. Every day since he had been more amazed, impressed, or terrified at how Harry had proven to be every inch the son of the first Marauder, every bit as bold as James at his best. Now he wanted to strangle the little git. You are my godfather, we are bound by blood and arcane arts, by the love, blood, sweat and tears shed together from the Academy through the Blood War. Harry had said, and Sirius G. Rue was drunk on those words in a way neither whiskey nor the official pardon of the Wizigamot could equal. Drunk on that, he had sobered with the next line like a bucket of ice water after a 3-day bender. Harry was not done talking. And the next words were like whips. Narcissa sat and sipped tea poured by Harry's creature mother, and the two creature females had their teeth hidden in the smiles at the moment. Draco is your nephew, son of your first cousin Narcissa Black, who has dissolved her marriage contract with the Death Eater Lucius No Name. As a full-blood daughter of the House of Black, she has returned to the clan with a son who has no male protector, no male guardian or guide. Her son is owed the guidance of the Lord of House Black, unless you think the only model a son of Use Black should have is that ball-less Death Eater Lucius. Sirius snarled, I will not have any hand in raising and training a son of Lucius Malfoy. He fought for Dark One before, and the apple does not fall far from the tree. Harry snarled and his hand slammed down onto the table, the runes in its edge flaring as they took an impact that should have shattered it. Frithweber's smile grew toothy. Her human son was about to educate Lord Black in the ways of the creature clans. Narcissa Black ended her marriage, cut her ties to the most powerful politician in Wizarding Britain, and cut his balls off, for the crime of endangering a son of the House of Black. Draco Malfoy fought his father wand to wand, defeated him, claimed the lordship of Malfoy and cast Lucius, once Lord of Malfoy, from his own house. Lucius No Name has no lordship, gold, or balls. The political right hand of Dark One has been cut by a son and daughter of House Black who ask only for their place and protection within their clan. What have you done? Threatened to cut them from the family tree. You are the son of Walburga Black who tried to cut you and Andromeda from the family. I guess the rod is set deep in House Black. And your apple didn't fall far from Walburga's tree. Harry sneered. Merlin's bloody balls. Sirius swore as he flinched from Harry's blazing green eyes. GRIPHOOK leaned over and poured some more whiskey into his glass. Sirius turned to GRIPHOOK. It's not right hearing Lily's voice coming out of Harry's mouth. I feel like when she was tearing a strip off James and me for doing something she thought was wrong. That is the same bloody tone she used when you realized she pulled her wand while you were caught looking in those hell lamps she called eyes. GRIPHOOK smiled. I am Harry's F.A. There now because Lily Evans was smart enough to outwit a creature in contract law, ruthless enough to wield her own death like a weapon, and powerful enough to defeat Dark One at his peak, when Elder Wizard dared not. I find that he sounds just like her to be reassuring. Narcissa, you backed Dark One when he rose, why should I believe you changed? Sirius said, switching tacts and targets. Narcissa sipped her tea and smiled coldly. I saw Elder Wizard stripping away everything that made us great. Ritual arcane arts was not to be taught because it was dark. Occlumency and legilimency will not be taught because it could be abused. History of arcane arts couldn't be outright cut, so he left it to be taught by a ghost because he knew that would stop any future generations from ever learning about where we came from. And why our ancient traditions came to be. Every generation weaker than the last, every generation content to fade a little farther until what the Muggles eventually discover isn't even worth enslaving. Or even noticing when they wipe us out. The Dark Lord promised a return to the old ways, the ancient and eternal quest to master the arcane arts that is our gift and our sacred charge. Narcissa said proudly. Sirius snarled. He was a lying genocidal twat who managed to kill more English wizards than Grindelwald's entire world war. The only one who was going to end you. With any knowledge or power was him and his, and slavery is exactly the cost of being his. He fed you a line of pureblood supremacist bullshit and you bought it. Narcissa sipped her tea. Yes, well, I tried it on and found it a poor fit. I returned it and took dear Lucius' testicles as Arno. A lady always reserves the right to change her mind. Sirius shook his head and smiled coldly. You expect me to believe you would turn against your precious Dark Lord and his pureblood supremacist doctrines just because your fop of an ex-husband accidentally sacrificed your son to Dark One. The air in T. Room went cold and the ambient light drew back to pinpricks around the lamps as darkness gathered like a cloak until all that could be seen was the pale face and cold silver eyes of Narcissa Black. I would burn the world to ash, and dance on the corpses of everyone I have ever known if that is what it takes to make my son safe. I am a Black. Your precious Elder Wizard has decided Harry is to die like a sacrificial lamb so he can play Lord of Light. Are you willing to betray your oaths to the Order of the Phoenix, to the Ministry as an Auror and the Wizigamot as Lord Black to keep him safe? Narcissa hissed, her voice thick with power and rage. Sirius smiled, the wide white grin of the Grim whose form he took. Like the goblins in the room, his smile was all teeth and promised violence. I would burn the world, and damn my soul with 1,000 broken oaths to keep him safe. I am a Black, Sirius said, his voice a thing of cold iron and far uglier ways to die. Frithweaver topped up Narcissa's tea then took a sip of her own. This is the creature way. Blood and gold, hard work and harder fighting, but all of our magics, all of our laws, every coin and every drop of blood is to one end, to defend the clan. Family first, and let the rest of the world burn. Sirius walked over to Draco Malfoy who had been sitting between Harry and Narcissa, putting on his best Slytherin social SMI. And slammed a hand down onto his shoulder. Right then, Draco Malfoy, Lord Malfoy, I accept you and your mother Narcissa Black into the House Black. You have the protection of the house, and its lord. Your father was a piece of work. But my own mother leaves me no room to talk, so welcome to House Black. It's not required to be crazy, but it certainly helps. Raising his wand, Sirius took a breath, and began to speak. I, Sirius Orion Black, Lord of the most ancient and noble House of Black, accept back into the family Narcissa Black and her son Draco Malfoy. I hereby recall to the House of Black Andromeda Tonks, her consort Ted, and their child Nymphadora Tonks. The fall of the House of Black is over. The restoration of the clan begins. Sirius slashed his wand down, and a flare of silver light flashed out, signifying arcane arts had accepted his oath, and the family magics would again bind and empower those who had been cut away from the house by marriage contract or expulsion. Frithweaver smiled, tooth hidden, and patted Sirius Black on the hand with her own clawed one. It is good to see House Black growing strong and whole again. This makes you better allies for our Harry and the clan he has brought into our family. Quote, Sirius at that point smiled, and the marauder's sense of humor should have made Harry worry, but his lack of experience with Sirius being serious had left high. Unable to spot his prankster peeking out from the Lord Black mask until too late. Dear lady and second mother of my godson Harry, while House Black has been blessed with a small increase, your son Harry has yet to tell you of his rather bountiful increase in your own clan. You are about to be a grandmother. Frithwever froze. Fangborn choked on the cookie he was eating and had to have his back thumped by Glitterbright several times to keep him from choking to death. All creature eyes turned to Hermione and she held up both her hands in protest. Do not look at me. Harry and I haven't even gotten as far as kissing yet. He was two-timing both me and Noodle with another snake and you were about to have 40 grandchildren. Hermione protested. He was too young. There was no reason to expect her to let him live, let alone choose to let him quicken her eggs. She is 1,000 years old, and he is barely out of the nest. I have failed as a reptile. Stupid mammal breeding impulses. This is not my fault. Look at Mouse Giver. She is properly raised by me. Speaker bites the first snake he sees, doesn't even give her a courtship dance first. I am so deeply ashamed. Noodle hissed in protest. Harry, long broken to translation duties, explained to grown-ups and goblins what Noodle said. Frithwever was out of her seat and in Harry's face in seconds, her claws digging into his should. RS and her eyes burning with the fires of creature greed and or anger. Where are my grandbabies? Frithwever asked. Harry, casting a glance at Sirius who was looking innocent like he was trying to medal in innocence at the Olympics. Hermione who was looking smug because in fact she had told him so, and Noodle who was looking disapproving because he really thought he raised Harry better. Harry tried smiling, failed utterly. Then switched to Hermione mode information dump. They are in the Chamber of Secrets with their mother. She isn't a creature, started Harry, because it was important to establish first that she was bound to be a little disappointed no matter who he took home. She isn't a human either. Harry continued, which was also true. Millicent was laughing quietly but so hard she was about ready to fall off her chair. Neville was blushing so badly that he looked like a tomato. Luna was watching the confession like a crumple-horned Snorkack mating dance, smiling and clapping softly. Hermione was wincing, like each phrase was a bludger to the sensibilities. Frithwever looked horrified. She isn't a dwarf as she. GRIPHOOK himself looked momentarily shocked. Harry beamed, finally happy to deliver some good news. She is most definitely not a dwarf. In the end, they simply had to apparate to Hogsmeade and walk up to the academy, causing quite the stir. None of the kids could apparate, and neither Sirius nor Narcissa had been to the chamber. Harry grabbed Hagrid from his hut, on the principle that if anyone in the academy had any idea about healthy hatching of basilisks it would be Hagrid. 4 goblins, 2 adults, a half-giant, 1 noodle and a small horde of students, as the Weasley twins somehow magically knew when the Queen of Beaters re-entered the school and tromped up to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Professor Snape saw the procession and made an objection to the presence of outsiders. What are you doing here, Black? You should be in Azkaban, not trespass. Ing at the academy with goblins of all creatures. Snape hissed. You should have discovered shampoo in that potions book in the last decade, Snivelus, but it's an imperfect world. GRIPHOOK, Frithwev, R and I are here to inspect our son and godson's school. There have been some questions about security and safety, Sirius said airily. Snape looked down his nose, which was something that took some doing. As Snape was shorter than Sirius and he had rather a lot of nose to look down. And why is Hagrid along? Snape asked. What kind of idiot would allow me in the academy unsupervised? Quipped Sirius. Hagrid is along to be the responsible adult. Snape sneered. Since when does Rubius Hagrid count a responsible adult? Hermione answered calmly before escalation joined the party. Hagrid is I've in charge of the first years when they come to the castle before they are sorted. Unless you are saying that you think Sirius Black is more mature than an unsorted first year, then Hagrid is the best choice for chaperone. Frithwever smiled a wide-toothed open smile at Snape, and patted Hermione on the arm. Millicent, Narcissa, and Draco offered Snape small nods as they passed their stunned professor. Faced with the challenge of declaring Sirius Black a functional adult or accepting their presence, the poor potions master looked like his brain had simply ceased functioning. In Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, the serpent-marked sink awaited their commands. Noodle hissed to the door to open it. Open, tromping down the stairs that patient transfiguration had carved into half the ramp, leaving the snake-side rough stone for slithering. They entered the Kretz. Frithwever, GRIPHOOK, Glitterbright and Fangborn all stopped in awe and wonder at the runework woven into the chamber. It was both within the academy and not being a pocket dimension rather than a simple spatial expansion, explaining how it had remained a secret for so long. Its entrances were within the academy, but the chamber itself only shared those 2 points of intersection with normal space. The academy was so heavy because it needed all those tons of stones to anchor all the powers the founders wove into it, of which the Chamber of Secrets was not even the most potent, just the most dangerous. As Harry led them into the chamber, he fell forward and shifted into his animagus form, and a 20-foot basilisk slid forward. Morgana's sweet perky nipples. Harry's really a basilisk. Sirius swore loudly. Merlin, but she's beautiful, choked Hagrid, as he stumbled forward, tears in his eyes as he saw a 60-foot F. A male basilisk curled on 40 eggs the size of dragon eggs. Sire of my brood, why are there giants and goblins in my chamber? Are you bringing them as food for our children? Sura, Queen of Serpents hissed. Since Frithweber had taught Hermione how to weave the clan arcane arts runes into Noodle, Harry, and the rest, she knew all of those Hermione had marked inherited the Parsletong from H. Ari is the speaker and father of the clan. Suddenly, she felt the lack of that gift. Hermione sighed, looked at Neville who would answer honestly, Millicent who would answer humorously, and Harry who was twining necks with the single most dangerous monster in the British Isles as if they were necking at a drive-in, decided she was the only remaining translator. Queen of Serpents, I bring the mother, father, brother, sister and godfather, of the sire of your brood, along with the rest of Speaker's clan. Hermione hissed, then turned to the various races of confused adults to explain. Sura, Queen of Serpents wondered if Harry brought you as food for the nestlings, but I told her that you were Harry's family, come to welcome the new clan members. Hermione said, wondering if this had been covered in care of magical creatures. Not yet, but maybe it was in the newt materials. Sura slithered swiftly off her eggs, moving to flick her tongue to taste the air and arcane arts around the goblins and humans. I smell him on them. Blood in some. Arcane arts in others. They do not come to kill our nestlings as threats to their kind. The Queen of Serpents hissed, her lids trembling as she warred with the instinct to raise them to petrify or kill to defend her eggs. Hermione translated, and Frithweber pulled her dagger and slashed her palm, letting the blood fall. I swear upon my blood and arcane arts that all of young Harry's children are my grandchildren. They will have a place in the clan, food from our table, sanctuary behind our wards, and every blade of the clan raised in their protection. So mote it be. Frithweber swore, Hermione rushing to translate into Parseltongue as the blood burned gold and vanished as arcane arts accepted the oath. Sirius pulled out his wand. I am Harry's godfather. I swore to myself long ago that if Pronglet went and got a girl pregnant at the academy I would make sure they were raised with all the protections of my house since James and Lily weren't there to provide house Potters. I was expecting a fellow student, would have loved to tell James it was an older girl, and wish I could have seen Lily's face when I told her it was 40 children. Bloody overachiever. I swear upon my blood and arcane arts, no child of Harry's will want for anything while I live. They will be members of my clan, and whatever gold, arcane arts our might can provide for their protection I will give. So mote it be. Sirius spoke and the flash of the arcane arts flared from his wand to wash over everyone in the cavern. The basilisk turned to Noodle who hissed at her. The runes they carved into me because I was bound to Speaker make me smarter, make my arcane arts stronger, and make Speaker and I once clan. Goblins do not send their nestlings out alone and hope they live. Goblins hunt and hide, kill and feast together. If you allow them to become part of Speaker's clan, with all of these, then none of your nestlings will stand alone until they are strong and powerful as you. When fully grown, they will be even more powerful. Noodle swore while Hermione translated for grown-ups and goblins. Harry and Hagrid were inspecting the eggs. Hagrid cheering and chattering away as he explained how close they were to hatching, needing only a little bit more arcane arts to quicken their blood to waking. The Queen coiled and thought. She knew that Noodle had dared to attack her, and his strike had actually hurt her. The bushy-haired female had actually taken the other eye, which no arcane arts user or arcane arts user had dared in 1,000 years. This rune marking that bound them as clan not only made them powerful, but bound them to defend each other. Basilisk were meant to be alone, but of her clutch, most were meant to die. This was the way of the world. Live in solitude, hated by all that lived, see your children all or at least mostly die before they could become strong enough to defend themselves. This was the way of nature. She looked at the toothy smile of Frithweber. She wanted her grandbabies. She wanted them all to live, to grow strong, to kill and not die. This was the creature way. The sire of her brood, her speaker, was a creature. Nature demanded her children be sent off to die alone. Goblins demanded that her children be marked with runes of power, tied to clan and kin, never to be alone, never to stand alone, never to fight alone. Nature could get bitten and die. Her children would be goblins. Dollar speaker, sire of my brood, mark our children. Bind them to your clan. I waited 1,000 years for my promised mate. I would not see one of my children die. I will not bear another for 600 or 700 years, I would know my children still lived by then. Dollar, the Queen of Serpents finally pronounced. Narcissa Black grabbed Sirius' arm and whispered to him. Sirius, I know this isn't your strong suit, but this is treason. You are making an alliance outside the Wizigamut, outside wizards and witches altogether. That is against the law. Narcissa whispered. Millicent strode over and spoke loud enough for all to hear. Lady Black, you are mistaken. Lord Black is simply making an alliance inside his extended family. It isn't even outside the family, as Harry is his godson and GRIPHOOK's son by law. All of us are Harry's clan by creature adoption with our rune markings, even Noodle, so outside species or not. It is still inside family. Millicent said, stating her position on the law. Neville finally spoke up, his voice quiet but musing. Longbottom, Selwyn, Black, that is 3 of the founding 12 families of magical Britain. 3 of the 6 that still exist. Add the Weasleys and Malfoys and that is 5 of the sacred 28 founders of the Wizigamut, a good third of the houses that are still alive or will survive this generation, thanks to Dark One and Grindelwald slaughtering most of them. Sirius grinned. Well, never let it be said that all that time James and I spent riding around on Muggle motorcycles was wasted. If you want to start a rebellion, matching tattoos seems like it's almost required. Hermione put a hand to her head and massaged her temple. Sirius, you can't seriously be thinking of getting everyone here marked into Harry's clan, can you? That would be putting all your houses in vassals into an alliance nearly as large as anything in the arcane arts user or creature world, but loyal to neither. Quote, of course I can, and I'm always serious, Sirius quipped, enjoying that the usually bright arcane arts user had wandered into his favorite running joke. Sirius turned to face the room, and his voice was now the iron of Lord Black, not the joking marauder. Dark One is coming back. You all know it. He is coming and the Ministry is going to deny it until it is too late to do anything. Eldering Kumbaya and asked for group hugs, send his people out to toss stunners at people who will boil the blood in their body and blow their body to bits of scrap meat. They are going to lose. Lily and Harry are the only reason we didn't finish losing the last time. When they fall, I don't plan on falling with them. When they fall, all the old oaths bind us no more. When they fall, the houses of Black and Potter go to war. Sirius said. Neville looked up. The Longbottoms. Draco smiled. The Malfoy. Millicent smiled, and it was a thing of teeth. The Selwyns, Bulstrodes, Weasleys. GRIPHOOK smiled. The Hematite clan, and those sworn to us. About a third of the creature nation owes us alliance, allegiance or debt. Hermione gestured at the nest and the rest of the students, the rest of us. And about 40 baby basilisk, which is a bit like saying smuggleable dragons or arcane arts user equivalent of Muggle nuclear weapons. Hermione thought about it for a little bit. If I do weave the same runes into you that I did Harry, Noodle and the rest, you will all gain. His Parseltongue. You and your heirs. That will mean that the alliance will all have the Abbey Liddy to work with Harry's basilisk babies. Narcissa looked at Hermione in shock, as did GRIPHOOK. That is impossible. Parselmouth is inherited from the Slytherin line, he bound it to his blood. Narcissa said, it is an arcane arts user ability. GRIPHOOK offered cautiously. Hermione shook her head. I wove it into everyone with creature adoption arcane arts, not a wand. It isn't a magical transformation, it's an adoption. Once you are clan, you are clan. If you have children, they are clan. Our clan just happens to be born from the union of Speaker and Noodle's arcane arts. Narcissa went bone white in shock. You can make any arcane arts user or creature a parcelmouth, and they can pass it down. The amount of power you are talking about would set the ICW into a panic and drive the ministry to war. Inside of a generation or two you would be more powerful than entire wizarding nations. Harry turned back from basilisk to human, letting Sura rub her head along his as he turned to face Narcissa and the rest. I offer you forbidden knowledge and power, ancient and forbidden arcane arts delivered through dark and prohibited rituals. Tell me you are going to say no, Harry said. Narcissa slapped Draco on the back of his head when the boy began snickering in a most unslytherin way. Narcissa adjusted her dress, then sniffed and said quietly, I never said I refused. I only pointed out it was treason. Hagrid's booming voice said, oh, the little dickens are starting to wake. I think the oaths started them waking. You had best get hunting. I think the little dears will wake up hungry. Can't be more than about 4 or 5 hours before they start trying to get out. Hagrid, being Hagrid, found the idea of being trapped in the Chamber of Secrets with Slytherin's monster and 40 hatching basilisk to be quite the high point of his life. Frithwever took charge. Hermione, Griphook and Fangborn have much creature silver ready. You will do me first, so I can help you with the rest. We will have to have all the adults bound before the babies hatch, so we can speak to them. Hermione pointed out, and not die. Frithwever grinned. Death is iron, grandbabies are gold. Every child is a risk. Best you learn that before you have any, or the little dears will get you. Turning to Harry she began shouting. What are you doing standing here? My grandbabies will be born soon. I will die of shame if they go hungry, but you will die first. Go, hunt. Prove you are creature not garden gnome and provide for the clan. Neville, Millicent, and the Weasleys followed Harry out into the Forbidden Forest, where things were a fair bit safer than the chamber. The night was long, and Narcissa Black felt she had become immune to shock. She sat alone on the throne of Salazar Slytherin, but failed to either notice or care what she sat on. What she was looking at stunned her beyond reason. There was young Harry in the form of a 20-foot basilisk, coiled up with a 60-foot basilisk. The companion of the founder of the Sacred House of Slytherin. That was disturbing on a few levels, but she could probably cope with it. A big black Grim, also her cousin and lore D of her house, was curled up with 2 baby basilisks. A huge polar bear had 2 Weasley and about a dozen basilisks curled on or around them. A rather plus-sized badger was a virtual nest of a dozen basilisk babies. Her Draco and Luna were all cuddled up together with another half-dozen. Hermione had Noodle and 4 of the basilisk, and each of the goblins had passed out in a pile with a basilisk wrapped around them. She was in Salazar Slytherin's own Chamber of Secrets, yet she whispered in quiet horror. They have all gone Hufflepuff. Even the snakes. Narcissa would love to object, but the bindings of her new clan adoption were already merging with her personal arcane arts, weaving through her family arcane arts, and making changes in her body and mind. Parseltonge had marked the Dark Lord as special, a gift that marked him as the heir of Slytherin, a gift that let him stand against the whole of the wizarding world and nearly topple it. A gift he shared with no one, not even an heir of his own body. Now she had it. Narcissa Black, Parselmouth. Narcissa Black, creature arcane arts user rebel. Given the gift the Dark Lord claimed was his alone, by a mudblood taught by a creature. Using arcane arts given by the boy who lived. Cuddle me, I am cold. A small voice hissed from her feet. She looked and one of Sirius snakes had slithered to her. I thought you were sleeping with the Dogfather. Narcissa hissed, using the Noodle-given name for Sirius. Dogfather farts, and his arcane arts tastes like chasing over open ground. Your arcane arts tastes like silence and secrets, venomed one. The little snake hissed, giving the name that she had wanted to be offended by. Now, from a basilisk, in the holy tongue of Slytherin, she liked the taste of the name better. Come child, you may sleep with the venomed one. No one harms my children. Narcissa Black felt the stirrings of a magical bond between them. Whatever young Harry had started, then dragged her son into Sirius Black's suggestion had finally sealed her inside it. Narcissa Black had chosen a side. The venomed one. Yes, she thought she could get used to that. Besides, now that Draco was growing up, another child might suit her well. This one was already a better conversationalist than her ex-husband. Home is where the Horcrux is. Narcissa Black felt the runes changing her arcane arts. No, that wasn't right. Narcissa had been raised in the ancient traditions. She had given herself to the rituals at the Sabbats, at the equinox and solstice, and felt the purity of bringing the arcane arts in her into harmony with the arcane arts of the world. Wand arcane arts was a thing of the mind. You used your wand motion, visualization, and incantation as a sort of shorthand to create a structure that focused the ambient arcane arts of the world to enact an effect. The Chinese Wu Zhen would inscribe an elaborate character upon a piece of paper and then ignite it with their will, while the Hindu spiritualists would make elaborate seals through motions of their whole body, then release their will. It was all variations of the same external manifestation of will binding arcane arts to create an effect that generations of practitioners had layered into the arcane arts of the world, creating a pattern a small amount of energy could generate a predictable effect through. It was safe, knowable, predictable, and limited to human desire. This was the foundation of civilized arcane arts, and inside it were the schools of light and dark arcane arts, where deliberate limitations were written into the spell forms to bind a given working to the human understandings of light and dark, with all the emotional and therefore intent-based baggage of those concepts. The collective understanding of Wu's power to do things beyond the normal for wand arcane arts, but with limitations and consequences. Ritual arcane arts was different. You connected to the arcane arts, opening yourself to become a part of a working that was both beyond your skin and your control, and within yourself on levels beneath your conscious awareness or control. It was primal, instinctive, ecstatic and wild. The basic forms like the basic runes were known and knowable, but they were only the connection points to the wild arcane arts. The unformed arcane arts of creation, that spark of divine will that looked upon non-being and willed it to take form. Ritual arcane arts stood on the border between the real and the unreal, where the needs and currents of power in the world itself mattered more than the arcane arts user or wizard's will. If you tried to move against those currents, you could be snuffed out or simply ignored, depending on if you moved counter or crossways to the needs of arcane arts. If you moved with the needs of arcane arts, miracles could happen. It was dangerous, wild, unpredictable, and belonged to the world, not to humanity alone. The wild simply was. Humanity was a part of it, but so every other race that could sense power, and make the choice to move with it, and in some cases to shape it. Wild arcane arts was about the truth of what you were, not what you thought you were, wished you were, or admitted you were. Lies got you killed in the wild arcane arts, which is why it was the power that bound wizards' oaths and family arcane arts. To take up the wild arcane arts was to be forced to set aside what you wanted to think about yourself, and face the reality of what you were. Narcissa felt the clan runes, of course. Othala for family, to bind them together, Alges for protection to keep them safe. Yet watching the rune be woven in her own flesh, her rune, had been a shock. Thurisaz, thorn, the rune that symbolized reaction, defense, conflict, catharsis, regeneration. Narcissa remembered her sister Andromeda when they were being taught the runes. She called Thurisaz the bitch rune. The thorn hedge that kept people away, the scourge that stripped away lies and defends until the truth lay bloody and naked before it. It was a rune of bitterness and truth, yet the rune used to turn attackers' arcane arts back upon themselves. Thurisaz was not a passive defense, it as the bane to those who harmed what it defended. Venomed One Noodle had named her. Not Poisoned One, for she did not weaken or harm those she protected. Venomed One, for those that came for her and hers alone would feel her bite. Arcane Arts user arcane arts was more dangerous than wand arcane arts, because you had to face yourself before you could take it up. Narcissa was a bitch, but she looked after her own. She was never going to be like the Longbottom boy, who made everyone feel better about themselves just by breathing and looking like some sort of body pillow for otherwise rational and self-respecting witches. Her healing was different. Hers was thorny, taking up the broken pieces of yourself and learning to cut the hand that tried to strike you again. She looked upon the children. who had determined to set themselves against the world inside. They needed her, the dark arcane arts user of thorns, the venomed one. Even if they didn't know it. She looked over at Sirius Black, the eternal man-child, and saw the rune of his own nature that had been graven over his heart. She smirked. If she was a bitch, and that was hard to swallow, then Sirius the man-child would choke on his. The vaguely T-shaped rune T was shown in the center of his chest. T was the rune of kingship, masculinity, justice, leadership, logic, battle. Sirius had always been the symbol of masculinity. If he wasn't every arcane arts user's dream, he certainly tried to make as many of them come true as possible in his The Academy days. He had been a bit of a man whore, no a lot of a man whore, but quite gentlemanly about it. A lot of her dorm mates talked, but she never heard about it from Sirius. That one mark in his favor, but for the rest, his turning into a dog was not a surprise. Frankly, she blamed Sirius for Harry impregnating a basilisk on their first meeting. It wasn't fair, but Sirius was family, and Black family didn't do fair. Harry was basically a sweet boy, if a bit naive, and a good influence on Draco. With Millicent and her Draco to modify his Hufflepuffian tendencies, Harry might well become the greatest arcane arts user of this age. Harry was the catalyst for Sirius change. For Harry, he moved past the boy, and became the man. Masculine, yes, but he learned the truth of justice in Azkaban. He could no longer afford to be the brash hero charging into battle. The Ministry, the Dark Lord, Elder Wizard, the rival great families, rival creature clans, and the mass of very dangerous sheep that were the public of Wizarding Britain, all were threats that could and would destroy young Harry for the crime of their being short-sighted and stupid, or because he legitimately would not allow their plans to crush those he would defend. Sirius would have to become the leader Arcturus Black long ago demanded he become. The leader of House Black, the most feared of all the great houses. He would have to be not just a warrior, but a politician, a strategist, an empire builder. He'd have to build a nation around the boy who lived before the nations of the world destroyed him in their fear. Harry, Merlin bless his innocent little soul, was determined to destroy the Dark Lord for his many past, present, and planned future crimes, which was just, right and holy of course. He was also utterly unwilling to tolerate the casual cruelty, injustice and corruption that was the foundation of the stagnant and declining wizarding world. He had no plans to change the world, but he was either going to remake it in his image, or it would wipe him out. He was perhaps the only one of his company that did not understand it. For her many and various sins, Arcane Arts had chosen to make her Harry's designated Dark Arcane Arts user, and Sirius Black the warlord who together would clear the path for the boy who lived to do something distressingly Hufflepuffian. At least Hufflepuffs put in the work on the details, not charging blindly ahead like a Gryffindor, trusting that truth and justice will somehow magically fix everything they smash. It bothered her to admit that blackmail and assassination legitimately could not fix things. Wizarding Britain had fallen so far that only revolution could fix it. She petted the sleeping basilisk at her breast and sighed. Revolution was so un-Slytherin, but young Harry had actually got an army of Salazar Slytherin's basilisk on his side. Even if all the little darlings did was eat and sleep, Hagrid was over the moon about it. The shaggy brute couldn't stop talking about how unnatural, of course he called it magical, their growth was. A clutch that should have taken decades to hatch took barely months. Basilisk that should eat once a month in a growth spurt are eating and growing like dragons, doubling their weight on nearly a daily basis. Narcissa could feel the arcane arts of the Chamber of Secrets, Salazar Slytherin's own sanctuary, and beyond it the arcane arts of the Academy itself, pouring into the basilisk, drawn by the power of young Harry's blood and arcane arts, drawn by the power of the creature runes carved in creature silver into their very flesh. Runes that grew as the snakes did, the creature silver laying dew. New layers as a creature warriors did. After every kill, when the basilisk took to the forbidden forest to hunt with the children, the arcane arts of the forest sang so loudly her bones ached. The earth gave song beneath their feet as the children ran through a forest that grown wizards feared to tread and its horrors fled before them like so many frightened rabbits. The centaur and unicorn saluted as they passed, but the acromantual problem was virtually eliminated. Out of respect for Hagrid, Aragog was left alive, but the monsters of his eldest children and the tea maids surrounding the castle. In growing and terrible threat were pretty much shattered. It turned out that having someone to cut their food for them made Acromantula the favored food of growing basilics. The spiders flee before Slytherin's monster. Not just a catchy phrase, it was the truth. Of course you can't hide from Neville Longbottom in a forest, and he doesn't much care for spiders. The school year had ended, and they would be leaving the academy and the chamber to their various homes, but GRIPHOOK had his. Goblins build a fireplace into the chamber and connect it to the flow network. Hermione had GRIPHOOK help ward her own home, so the Muggle Grangers could be on the flow network without the Ministry being able to note or access their home. Now the chamber and its basilisk would be accessible to all. Narcissa had been quietly impressed that Noodle had ambushed Hagrid and woven compulsions into his brain that would forbid him from not only speaking of the basilisk and the chamber, but from even thinking about them even under a Legiman's attack. She had been planning on poisoning him. Giants being otherwise very had to kill subtly, but the children had removed him as an information risk without murder. Shish. Had never held the Hufflepuffs in the contempt of many of her house. They could be as practical as any Slytherin, they simply were willing to work harder to find methods other than murder. If forced to be honest, she had noticed that the Dark Lord's rise would have been far more successful if he had remembered that there was both a carrot and a stick once he began his rise. Fear sometimes caused more problems than it solved. Today Sirius Black would return to Grimmauld Place, and take up residence as its lord. Narcissa knew about Walburga's portrait, and what Sirius' mother both thought and said of her wayward Gryffindor son. She smiled cruelly. Malfoy Manor had never been as wonderful to return to as it was right now. She laughed softly at the welcome Sirius would receive with half-blood Harry and Muggle-born Hermione in tow. Honestly, only Noodle and the baby basilisk would be welcomed. Walburga was too Slytherin to be impolite to magical serpents. Young Harry was happy. He was taking his godfather Sirius Black home. Frithweaver had sent Glitterbright and Fangborn along with Harry and Hermione to Grimmauld Place with Sirius because she needed to know it was properly secure, and because Sirius needed a little socializing, since Azkaban is to interpersonal skills as unlimited treacle tart is to diets. Sirius was looking at the flow powder bowl on top of the Chamber of Secrets. Fireplace with the face of a man marching to his own execution. No, wait, he had been stunned unconscious when he was taken to Azkaban, so that didn't hold true. Worse, he was looking at the flow powder with the same fear he had when Aunt Doria Potter made him eat his Brussels sprouts when he ran to Potter Manor to get away from his family at Grimmauld Place. Now, decades later, he was returning to Grimmauld Place, and he found himself oddly preferring Brussels sprouts. You look worried, Sirius. Are you sure you are ready to face everything Grimmauld Place means to you? Hermione asked softly. Harry looked confused, because home to him meant everything. The idea that home might be the place you ran from not to was something he didn't process easily. I think Brussels sprouts receive a bad name. They may look like someone cut the balls of a green man and made you eat them, and if they are overdone they taste like swamp, but they are good preparation for life. They are on the plate for a reason, and go down a lot better if you squeeze them between bites of something you actually like. It's your own damned fault if you leave them for last. Cyrus said honestly. Huh, Sirius, it's 9 in the morning. Who is threatening you with vegetables? Harry said in some confusion. Glitterbright smacked her younger brother on the back because his head was getting annoyingly out of reach. That was a metaphor, you moron. He means you have to learn to take the good with the bad, because life is usually mixed. If you avoid the bad, it just piles up until you get left with a pile of nothing but bad to work through. Glitterbright said, turning to Hermione. They shared an eye roll of, men, what can you do with them that doesn't involve digging holes to hide the bodies, and turned back to Sirius. Sir. Hughes straightened up and took a pinch of flow powder in his hands. Harry, you are very lucky. You have nothing but smart and dangerous women in your life. This will cost you any number of hexes, and possibly leave permanent dents in the back of your head, but you will probably screw up less of your life than I did. Grimmauld Place is where Brussels sprouts get condemned to if no one eats them. It is where depression goes to die when it can't take it anymore. It is the only place on earth that can make me miss Azkaban, and it's all mine. Let's have a sleepover. Sirius tossed the flow powder into tea. He fireplace and cuddling his baby basilisk, BG or best girl, snarled, Grimald Place, and disappeared. Harry grinned. It can't be that bad. He took his baby basilisk and stepped forward. Come on Ramen, let's go visit Sirius. Grimald Place. Harry disappeared in a flash. Noodle and Hermione's basilisk Viagra exchanged a look across Hermione's frowning face and settled in. It seems the wisest, arcane arts user of her generation was convinced it could indeed be that bad. Noodle, you watch the kids. The Black family is only not the scariest thing in Wizarding Britain because Dark One didn't bother to hide what he did. And the Blacks kept the worst of it behind closed doors. Sirius didn't get that way without damage, and Narcissa is a reaction to something I don't really want to know. See. Onsider Grimald Place another chamber of secrets until we have killed everything Sirius is too used to avoiding to warn us against. Hermione hissed. Stepping into the green fire of the flow, she said, Grimald Place, and disappeared. Meanwhile, in Albania, Lucius No Name, once Lord Malfoy followed a laughing arcane arts user as she said goodbye to her gossipy friends as they left the tour group from Kruha Castle. He dared not act against her inside Kruha Castle, the wards laid down centuries ago by Jurg Castriot Skanderbeg, Albania's national hero, and reinforced by centuries of proud Albanian wizards ever since. Could rival those of the Academy. He dared not strike at Bertha Jerkins there, but he could not let her escape. Bertha Jerkins was his hope for survival. Lucius No Name dared not return to the Dark Lord empty-handed. Terrible was the cost of failure for those in the Dark Lord's service, but torture could be survived. Useless on the other hand, got you killed in slow and inventive ways that Lucius had always enjoyed watching but never dreamed to face himself. To carry the news that Bellatrix, Rabaston and Rudolphus Lestrange were all dead, and Sirius was free, that Lucius Malfoy had lost title, wealth, and position would be enough to drive the Dark Lord mad. That young Harry had driven the Dementors of Azkaban from the Academy by magical force would be 1,000 Ms worse unless Lucius Malfoy came with something useful to offer. Lucius had been part of Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch Sr.'s drive to bring the Quidditch World Cup and Triwizard Tournament back to Britain. The Quidditch World Cup Bagman and Crouch wanted for the fame and political capital, but the Triwizard Tournament was a way to get access to the most protected person in the Academy, and a way to draw him out from Elder Wizard's protection. To Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch, it was about restarting an ancient tradition that brought the focus of the wizarding world onto Wizarding Britain for their short-term political aims. To Lucius Malfoy, it had been the chance to get the Goblet of Fire into the Academy. The Goblet of Fire was a magical artifact which bound those chosen champions to a series of tasks to test their prowess and prove who was the best in the wizarding world. It had ended when the death toll became too high, no peons, but a fair number of judges and audience members. The Goblet of Fire was so ancient no one remembers where it came from, but it was old arcane arts. Once a champion's name was chosen, they had to compete or have their arcane arts stripped from them forever. It had been repurposed to test the strongest graduating students of Durmstrang, Beauxbaton, and the Academy after the Statue of Secrecy, but had been used to bind champions to settle wars and feuds all the way back to the early Iron Age. Lucius hadn't been blind to the possibilities of the Goblet of Fire being inside the Academy with the boy who lived. His own plans to simply kill Boy in the contest were obviously no more since he had lost his position as a Board of Governors member and a part of the Goblet of Fire organizing committee, but he was not empty-handed. He knew High's Dark Lord was in the forests of Albania as a wraith. Fenrir Greyback had been bringing victims to the Dark Lord for offerings to slowly build up his strength, but he was little more than a magical thug as a werewolf, and useless to restore the Dark Lord. Lucius knew Ludo Bagman was just a retired Quidditch star, a former celebrity who was a cross between Gilderoy Lockhart and Horace Slughorn. He was little more than famous for being famous, lacking any talent beyond broom and beater bat, save one. He was an excellent social networker. Like Horace Slughorn, he had friends and contacts everywhere. He could open doors wherever he needed, he just had no talent to actually do his job. For that he had Bertha Jerkins. Bertha was a notorious gossip and complete airhead, but she could do ministerial paperwork in her sleep. As an arcane arts user she was mediocre, as an administrator Organizer, she was a generational genius. Ludo, being Ludo, had no idea what a genius he had access to, can't. And to glad hand and pose for photos while she translated every half-baked idea he had into something reasonable successful. Barty Crouch Sr. on the other hand still had his eye on the position of Minister for Arcane Arts. When his son was caught as a Death Eater at the end of the Blood War, he lost his chance at power. Crouch had been relegated to the Department of International Cooperation, since Britain seldom cooperated with anyone. It was a bit like being the Dementors fan club chair, neither much of an honor or filled with opportunities to shine. When Ludo came to him with the plans for the World Cup and Triwizard Tournament, he was very reluctant. Ludo was an oaf, and could barely brew tea, let alone potions. Any plan of his was less likely to succeed than explode. Then Crouch met Bertha, an airhead typical of Ludo's choices. Barty was ready to dismiss her, until he saw her proposals. She was a genius at organization. Thorough didn't cut it, she had a sense for what was required. And a network of fellow gossips in the ministry that allowed her work to swan through and just casually have every other department add their constructive bits until what came back to her desk was little short of genius. Not being an idiot, Barty Crouch Sr. threw his entire support, name, and department behind both the Quidditch World Cup bid and the Tri-Arcane Arts User Tournament. Unlike Ludo Bagman, he knew how to milk this for all the political capital, and with Bertha Jerkin's organization, it would be a success. Since no one with two brain cells to rub together would believe Ludo Bagman was responsible. And neither Ludo nor Bertha recognized her as an organizational genius, the credit would fall entirely to Barty Crouch Sr. With Crouch shining as a star on the international stage, the crumbling Fudge administration in full ass-covering mode, an elder wizard facing public criticism and humiliation, the chance to actually mount a bid for Minister of Arcane Arts was within Crouch's grasp. Young Harry's challenge to Sirius Black's imprisonment, and any inquiry into how it came to pass would kill Crouch's chances, but with the Tri-Arcane Arts User Tournament coming to the Academy, well, Harry was a student. And a supposed hero. The Tri-Arcane Arts User Tournament had killed hundreds of heroes over the year. Young Harry couldn't call for any investigation if he was dead, and without Potter, Sirius Black had no real reason to fight for anything. So many plans for the future of Wizarding Britain hung on the knowledge locked up in the head of one utterly forgettable arcane arts user, Bertha Jerkins. Lucius No Name smiled as she walked past him towards her hotel. He spoke only a single word. Imperio. The curse hit Bertha, and her will was no match to the former master of Malfoy Manor. He took her mind in claws of darkest arcane arts, and she followed him to his carriage. The Thestrals pulling it put out powerful muggle-repelling charms and his own wards on the car. IAGE would keep anyone else from noticing. He would not go to the Dark Lord empty-handed. Lucius had no idea what his Dark Lord would do with the knowledge locked up in Bertha Jerkin's head, but he knew that young Harry and his little friends would pay a price for humiliating Lucius that would make the simple death of Potter's parents look like small change. For the first time in months, Lucius smiled happily. Bertha smiled back. The mindless happy feeling washing over her mind as the imperious curse swallowed her will made the screaming of her soul all the sweeter. Lucius felt his dark mark start to itch. His Dark Lord was near. Near enough to hunt Lucius down. Soon his revenge would begin. Grimmauld Place, London, Wizarding Britain. Filthy blood traitor. Disgrace to the family, heartbreak of his noble mother. The ancient and twisted house elf grumbled as Sirius appeared in Grimmauld Place and stepped from the flow. That is filthy blood traitor and lord, heartbreak of his bit. Ch of a mother and rightwise ruler of the House of Black. The place looks like a really poorly maintained pyramid after some camels with bowel control issues got in. What in Merlin's name have you been doing all this time, creature, you useless git? Sirius corrected his family elf unkindly. Harry then Hermione stepped through, and Noodle dropped from Hermione's shoulders and slithered towards the house elf. Mistress forbade creature to clean. Noble Regulus was dead, noble Bellatrix was imprisoned, only nasty dirty blood traitor Lord Sirius remains. Noble Mistress forbade creature to clean, let filthy blood traitor Lord Sirius wallow in dust and filth like his dirty mudblood friends. Creature hissed. Sirius' wand was in his hand, but Noodle was blocking the way. Noodle began to sway in front of the house elf, letting his eyes capture and bewitch the elf's eyes and mind. This one is broken. Twisted. Dark arcane arts has corrupted his soul. It is insane. Noodle hissed. Sirius smirked. Well, it's that kind of house. Watch yourself. If you see a rat, it's probably a vampire. If you see a vampire, it's probably possessed by a demon. If you see a demon, it's probably trying to get out before something frightening eats it. Harry and Hermione were putting on gloves as Fangborn and Glitterbright stepped in. They both went tense and drew their arcane arts together as their creature senses felt the corruption. This is different. This is like the cup. This is soul-fouling corruption. This elf has been twisted not just by dark arcane arts but by dark soul arcane arts. Noodle hissed. Fangborn stepped forward and came to examine creature. This elf has been corrupted by a Horcrux. Creature snarled at the creature and went to snap his fingers to banish him, but Sirius stopped him. Stop, creature. These goblins are our guests. You will not harm them. Noodle and Fangborn are telling me that this house, and you, are corrupted by a Horcrux. The only Merlin be damned idiot. Chi using those in this century is dark one. Did that twisted twat leave something in my house? Sirius snapped. Creature began to stamp his feet, gripping his ears and yanking on them, looking like Dobby trying to punish himself. Must not speak of Mistress Dark Lord that way. Must not talk about Master Regulus. Mugulus orders. Creature cannot fail Master Regulus, but creature cannot fulfill Master Regulus' last wish. Creature failed Master Regulus. Creature stamped in a circle, then began pounding his head against the wall. Hermione shouted, "Stop that, you will be hurt." Nasty Mudblood does not give creature orders. Creature shouted as he began to bang his head twice as hard against the walls. Harry looked at Sirius. Aren't you going to stop him? Sirius looked at Creature. Creature, would you like nasty blood? Traitor Lord Sirius who broke that evil bitch's heart to command you to stop hurting yourself. Creature stopped and glared. Nasty blood traitor master can go kiss a Dementor. He glared, then hammered his head harder into the wall, stumbling back dizzy. See, said Sirius, I am all about respecting boundaries and appreciating other cultures. Glitterbright smiled with bared teeth. Are you just like to watch evil racist twats hammer their heads flat against rune-enhanced pillars? Sirius touched the side of his nose. That, my good creature, is called respecting house elf traditions. And honoring his personal choices. Plus, the git deserves it for calling Hermione a mudblood. He thought a bit more. Hang on, there was something important in that last rambling though. Creature, you stupid elf, stop banging and answer my question. What did Reggie demand you do, that you haven't done? Obviously it wasn't cleaning. Creature burst into tears, but glared at Sirius. Most noble Master Regulus gave Creature a locket to destroy. Most noble Master Regulus died to recover this locket, and commanded Creature to live so he could destroy it, but Creature cannot destroy it. Creature must serve Lady Walburga even if Creature should have killed himself rather than serve filthy blood traitor Lord Sirius, because Creature has not yet fulfilled most noble Master Regulus' last command. Sirius opened his mouth to make a smart remark, but stopped himself, then lowered himself to Creature's eyes. Creature, I am your master. I am the recognized head of House Black, and you must answer me. How did my brother die? My brother Regulus, I loved him, even if we couldn't stand each other at the end, he was my brother and I loved him. How did he die, Creature? I was never told during the war, and no one visited me in Azkaban with news. Sirius said softly. Creature shuddered and began speaking. The Dark Lord borrowed Creature to go to the Bad Island. There were many unquiet dead. And a lake of poison the Dark Lord made under the stone of the island, and in that lake of poison and dead he sank his treasure. The Dark Lord made Creature drink the poison, and the pain as so bad Creature would have died if Master Regulus did not command him to live to return. Master Regulus was not happy when Creature told him what he carried, and what Creature had to do. Creature brought Master Regulus back to the Bad Island, and this time Master Regulus drank the poison. He left a fake locket, and commanded me to bring this back home and destroy it. Master Regulus died, because he wouldn't let Creature drink the poison a second time and die himself. Creature is a bad elf because he could not destroy the Dark Lord's locket as most noble Master Regulus commanded. Creature B. Eager to bash his head against the wall again, only harder than before, as his shame was refreshed. Sirius was busy thinking, but decided to distract the elf before he killed himself accidentally. Cree, Acher, can you get us some sandwiches while we talk about what to do next? Sirius said, causing Creature to stop and smile like a creature at Sirius. Filthy blood traitor Master Black can starve. Cree, Acher was commanded by Mistress Walburga not to buy food for dirty stinking blood traitor spawn. Creature announced promptly. Sirius had his wand drawn in reflex before he remembered he was trying to be an adult in front of Harry. He sighed, rubbed his head, and decided to cut to the chase. Creature, bring me the locket. The house elf popped back and tried to drop the locket in Sirius' hands, but Sirius jumped back. And everyone except Harry hissed in fear as the aura of a Horcrux assaulted their senses. Morgana's sweet honeypot. That is Slytherin's locket. The barmy twat Dark One made too. Of the Academy founding treasures into bloody Horcrux. First the Hufflepuff cup, then Slytherin's own locket. What do you want to bet that Ravenclaw's diadem got the same treatment? Hermione frowned. You can't get a ham and cheese. But you can have a Horcrux delivered. Sirius, your family needs serious help. Sirius barked out laughter. That is my joke, young lady, keep your hands off it. Still, you aren't wrong. What do we do with the damn thing? Harry smiled. We flow Millicent and Neville to join us for lunch, then we send you out to actually get some lunch. Then we have ham and cheese, and I eat Dark One's soul. Creature snarled at Harry. Filthy blood traitor boy cannot destroy locket. Master Regulus could not destroy locket. Creature cannot destroy locket. Creature winced. Sirius smacked him in the back of the head for disrespecting Harry. Harry corrected him gently. I am a filthy mudblood, half-blood technically, not a blood traitor. Just not pure enough to be a proper blood traitor. Still a purely muggleborn. A pair of half-bloods and one blood traitor is all it takes to turn your Dark Lord into an after-dinner mint. If you are a good elf, you can watch as we avenge most noble Master Regulus. And destroy the bit of Dark Lord he tried to hide in it. 2 days later, Grimmauld Place was witness to a ritual that was becoming common to the kids, but would have shocked Elder Wizard to his soul. With Sirius drumming Fangborn and Glitterbright warding the outer circle, the 4 original children called the quarters. Neville Longbottom called the earth, and a pillar rose up to hold the locket. The great mass of the earth drew upon the locket as if it weighed tons not ounces. Millicent Bulstrode called upon ice, and a great wall followed the edges of the ritual circle. Only for Hermione Granger to call upon fire and set the ice aflame. Lastly Harry called upon air, and a whirlwind took the cold fire flames and wove them into a dome that fully enclosed the ritual space. Harry gave himself to his arcane arts, and shifted into a basilisk. Hissing in the holy tongue, Harry called upon Slytherin's locket. "Dollar open dollar," he commanded. As the locket opened and the protections on it flared into life. Millicent tapped it with her wand. "Isa," she commanded, and for an instant, all the wards, runes, and charms woven into the locket stilled. Golden light extending like a sickle from his wand, Neville Longbottom called out. Jera, and with a powerful cut, attacked the connection between Dark One's soul fragment and the locket. As it was severed, Harry struck, high. Basilisk venom burning not just the physical object, but the soul within. Dark One's soul fragment fled from the venom and Harry rose like a snake catching a jumping rabbit to take hold of the soul fragment as it poured from the locket. Hermione called upon the holy fire of the Phoenix, the power of life and primal creation as she incanted, Kanaz, and set the locket to burn in purifying fire as the soul, denied a path to escape. Or a path back, had nowhere to run as Harry gulped it down like a fat tasty rabbit, not the most feared Dark Lord in the last half-century. Millicent cooled the locket with the primal power of her ice. She tucked it into her robes with a smirk. "This is Slytherin's locket. You guys got to be Badger heroes with the cup. I am at least going to get every Slytherin pee. Your blood kissing my cauldron when I return Salazar Slytherin's own locket at start of term. If I don't make prefect next year after that, I will have to assassinate Snape." Millicent said happily. Sirius laughed. The idea that Millicent and the kids were still able to focus on house points and making prefect after destroying parts of Dark One's soul and bringing the end of the war that much closer somehow made him happy. They were still kids. Glitterbright patted Millicent on the arm. As good, but without profit it's really only half a win. Now let's have lunch. If anyone noticed, Creature was stumbling as he served, tears streaming down his face, as the Blood Traders and Mudbloods made his most noble master Regulus' last command come true. They didn't point it out. Quidditch World Cup. Narcissa was growing tired of her tea. She would not drink wine with Rosier and Rockwood. The two Death Eaters had avoided Azkaban with the Imperious defense, stating Sirius Black had forced them to take the Dark Mark. Honestly, the Dark Mark was a protean charm and could not be entered into without the actual free will of the subject. That the Ministry accepted a solution which any owl-level charm stud Ent could tell you was impossible was a sign the system needed to be burned to the ground and reseated. Wine was served in a clear glass, where any charms would be visible and any rune work would be obvious. Her tea set bore the Black family crest, and anyone who thought they had a potion or poison that could be used against one who bore the black blood in a family tea set would die so horribly that their passing would add further darkness to the Black family shadow. Honestly, she hoped they would try. Conversation had long passed tiresome. Augustus Rockwood smiled. His eyes caught hers, and the feather-light touch of his legerdemain would have been imperceptible before. She had always found him insightful and charming, surprisingly intelligent and well-read. How much of that was his simply pulling the knowledge from her own head and supplying her the answer he knew she wanted? If she were Ravenclaw, the fact that she had been fooled would humiliate her. If she were Gryffindor, she would call them out. She was Slytherin. Now that Noodle had bound himself to her blood, arcane arts, and mind, she had the same shields as their precious Dark Lord. Her mind was a place of sliding cold scales, bright fangs and paralyzing venom. The Dark Lord is returning, and the Black family has always sat at his right hand. With your husband gone, the role of his hand in the Wizigamut will openly be played by Lord Parkinson, but socially and behind closed doors no one has reach that equals yours. Rockwood said, his legerdemain softly pushing visions of her taking the place of Bellatrix and Lucius both in the inner councils. Narcissa smiled, and Rockwood read that as her surrendering to the visions of the future she wanted. When the Dark Lord rises, he will restore the ancient traditions, raise the oldest families to the power and glory they once knew. Can the Dark Lord count on your support, and that of your heir? Rockwood said, his passive legerdemain like the softest feather touch over the surface of her mind, no longer pushing, but straining over the surface of the sea of her thoughts, trying to read its currents unnoticed. Narcissa smiled a tight-closed lips smile. She reflected that Slytherins and goblins shared almost identical social customs. How long had she been so blinded by prejudice that she never understood that whenever she talked to goblins like something between a muggle and a farm animal, she was effectively broadcasting her every inner opinion. The entire time she faced the equivalent of a fellow Slytherin showing less composure than a drunken Gryffindor. Honestly, the more she looked at the blood supremacy she was raised in, the less superior their tactics, strategy, and success looked. She put down her teacup and folded her hands in her lap. Taking a deep breath, she fluttered her eyelashes before letting her eyes go wide and open, her smile now baring her teeth as she spoke softly and quietly. Mr. Rockwood, Mr. Rosier, in honor of your long and storied history with my former husband, I shall give you the greatest of all possible gifts to take back to your Dark Lord. Narcissa nodded and felt her cheeks actually stretch as the smile moved into a full feral grin. Oh dear Merlin, she finally understood the rush Sirius got from his Gryffindorish defiance. Her blood quickened and she felt actual arousal. This was delightful. Her wand was sliding down from its wrist sheath into her hand unnoticed beside her leg, lost in the folds of her gown. Your allegiance, guessed Rosier, who failed to read the room, now as always. Your lives, Narcissa said. His wand now pointed at the ground halfway between her guests. Your Dark Lord attempted to rip out my son's soul, and desecrate his body with his undead taint. You can tell that jumped up half-blow. OD with delusions of purity that he isn't even the most powerful half-blood in Britain, and the other one would kill or die to defend my son. I rather think if I see you gentlemen again, your skulls W. I'll be transfigured into soup bowls to feed my guests. Granted, rosier will be at best a half serving, but not everyone cares for soup. 3 of them rose. The 2 Death Eaters clearly thought about going for their wands. Knowing that Lucius Malfoy had granted Death Eaters immunity to his House Malfoy wards. As they thought that, the light in the room seemed to recede and their skin began to go cold. And itch as if something began to eat at their skin. Narcissa smiled. With the dissolution of my marriage, Lord Sirius welcomed me back into the house, and shared with me our house magics. You will find House Black wards handle hostility rather more permanently than most. Rockwood had been an unspeakable, a master of arcane arts, and researcher for the Ministry before he became a Death Eater. He knew enough to understand that inside these wards, the Dark Lord or Elder Wizard would be required to stand a chance against even a mediocre arcane arts user. The Black family witches had never been mediocre. We will take our leave, Rockwood said. I will have an elf escort you to the door. I am afraid our flow network and apparition wards react rather badly to the dark mark. They exchanged rather cold smiles at Narcissa's suggestion. Rockwood turned to face Narcissa before taking his leave. He bowed to her and said very softly, "You are as brave as you are beautiful. I shall prefer to remember you this way. The brave tend to have such ugly ends after all." Cruelty was a taste they all shared, so neither had any doubts that death would be a mercy should either fall to the other. They, of course, differed as to who they thought would fall to whom. After they left, Narcissa took Draco aside and sat him down. "Draco, your father's old friends are mobilizing. They are convinced the Dark Lord's return is imminent," Narcissa said softly. "Harry has been saying the same, and him I actually believe." Draco said and shrugged. He wasn't being brave, he simply took in the information and incorporated that into his plans as another data point. Narcissa felt an odd swelling of pride. She fought to keep her expression cold. She was no Hufflepuff to get huggy just because her offspring made her proud. That cheapened both of them. Lord Black has invited all of us to attend the World Cup with him in a private box. Half the world will be there, and the other half will be waiting for word," Narcissa said, no expression on her face or any tone of urgency in her delivery. Sort of an obvious place to stage something flashy and terrifying. Given the sort of confusion and attack at something that large scale, it would be pretty easy to squeeze in an assassination or kidnapping if you knew it was coming. Since father had more than a few Aurors and Ministry drones on the payroll before, you can pretty much assume they will have full access to the site, and possibly some of the security actively aiding," Draco said, a slight smirk on his face. Narcissa looked at her son critically. "You are still planning on going?" Draco's smirk intensified. "Honestly, if they didn't attack soon, we were seriously contemplating putting an ad in the personal section calling for lone Death Eaters looking for partners in casual public violence." Narcissa's expression grew pained. "You are spending too much time with your uncle. He is corrupting you." Draco blushed. He wasn't serious about the Vila cheerleader introductions. At least Narcissa collapsed back into her chair. She felt another Gryffindor headache coming on. It was a good thing Harry was the guiding force of their little coup. Because even as their warlord Sirius couldn't take anything totally seriously. She took a look outside on the lawn and noticed one of her husband's beloved peacocks was not moving. No, it was petrified. Well now, children really do grow up so fast these days. Arcane arts, it seemed, was clearly favoring rather quick development in Harry's little basilisks. The timing could not be better. She would have one of the elves prepare it. Set, her basilisk simply would not admit he could not swallow anything he could bring down. Draco had been the same with his chicken tenders. More than once she had to Accio chicken chunk right out of his throat before he turned blue. Snake or arcane arts user, boys had no impulse control or survival instincts. What they had was Narcissa, and that was better. Game day Quidditch World Cup. Hermione was looking at Sirius Black's idea of a Muggle tent. "I thought the idea was to be discreet, because this event is being held on Muggle lands," Hermione asked irritably. Sirius grinned. "Spectacular, isn't it? James and I went Muggle for 6 months back in 1979. Caught this thing called TB. Like the Wizarding Wireless, only with pictures. Kind of. Like a pensive for things that never happened. Brilliant idea." I saw this wonderful show. Muggles made it about one of their Aurors who lived with a kind of house elf, only also human. They had this camping scene and actually got it right about stuff being bigger on the inside than out. Since Muggles already know about that kind of tent being bigger on the inside, then it can't be that much of a surprise and won't be mistaken for magical. Harry, Millicent and Neville were staring at it in awe. Remus was rubbing his face painfully. Narcissa looked mildly amused, but didn't really see the problem. The tent looked like a large pink and purple bottle with lots of gold filigree around the glasswork. Hermione's face was red and she was clearly about to explode. Sirius, was this show called I Dream of Jeannie? Sirius looked impressed. Trust a Muggleborn to be up on all the Muggle classics. Brilliant show. I made my tent based on her Ginny bottle, not the real ones of course. Those bastards have to be sealed right and tight. They get grumpy if they get out and they are a pain to banish, but the Muggle idea is swankier than half the brothels have been in. Hermione lost it and punched Sirius in the arm. That isn't a real Muggle thing. They made it up for TV, and you only liked that house elf because she was blonde, had huge boobs and almost no clothing. Muggle tents do not look like giant glass Ginny bottles. Sirius looked offended. Yes they do. I saw it on the telly so it has to be true. Besides, mine is way better than James. His tent was a big blue box that said, "Police Call Box," on the outside. I just got out of Azkaban, and I am not camping in a police box. Even if it is bigger on the inside. Remus looked up. Yeah, and when we used that one, James always made us call him doctor for some reason. It made the most distressing noises when you portkeyed with it. Hermione banged her head into Sirius' shoulder in frustration. Your idea of a normal Muggle tent is a choice between I Dream of Jeannie and Doctor Who? She asked. Sirius gave her a thumbs up. Got my newt in Muggle studies. That was Lily's influence. Come to think of it, she made about the same face as Hermione is now. Witches be like that I guess. Not natural campers. Millicent turned to Narcissa and stage whispered, how is he still alive, let alone with a reputation as a ladies' man if he is that clueless? Narcissa raised one eyebrow and looked at the Slytherin girl. Sirius Black really is as bad a decision as he looks. At a certain point in a girl's life, the urge to do something self-destructive with a boy who is everything your mother warned you to avoid will occur. Sirius Black is literally the checklist of everything a wise mother warns you against, and better than average at it. I honestly think James Potter won over Lily Evans in the end because standing next to Sirius Black for years simply made James seem far more stable, well-adjusted, and mature than he really was, if only in comparison. Inside the tent looked like a 1970s interpretation of an Arab harem done in pink flowing silks. It was somewhat beyond lavish, dipping deeply into sybaritic, hedonistic, decadent. With a hint of cute that kept it from being outright offensive. It also had more rooms than some hotels. Remus stroked the walls and muttered, I remember these. Lily and I worked on them forever. Couldn't make it work with pure charms or runes, had to mix them both and with very careful arithmancy to keep the space expansion from interfering with the protection wards. There is even a werewolf age that floods with psychedelics and mice. That was Sirius' idea. It made the change bearable, but I was tasting colors and seeing sounds for a week afterwards, when I wasn't off in a corner having a good giggle. Neville looked shocked. You gave LSD to a werewolf. Sirius looked offended. Don't be silly. There is a rare mushroom that grows only on dragon dung that is far more potent than any Muggle drug. LSD won't even touch a werewolf. Of course the mushroom would kill a normal bloke, but I figured if you could make a troll stoned enough to dance, it could only help Moony when he got all furry and fighty. Harry patted Sirius on the shoulder. See Neville, totally more responsible. Noodle slithered into the tent and disappeared into pink cushion-covered couches. From somewhere in the mass of silk and softness, a hiss emerged. This is acceptable. Mouse giver may wake me when silly hunting game for prey you can't eat starts. Hermione, Sirius, Remus and Narcissa stayed in the tent. Neville, Draco, Millicent and Harry went looking for other classmate Quidditch fanatics. Fred and George Weasley were the first they found, talking to Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Sport. They were looking shifty and gold was changing hands. Fred began. 100 galleons on Ireland to win, George continued, but Crumb to get the snitch. Ludo Bagman, current department head. But former Wimbledon Wasp beater grinned. You lads put too much stock in Crumb. The beaters of the Irish outclass the Bulgarians as much as their chasers do. No matter how good Crumb is, they won't let him near the snitch. So, began George. It's a bet, finished Fred. The three shook hands and parted. Draco smirked. Crumb will get the snitch. He is the best seeker in a century. He made the national team while still in school. He will win the whole thing for Bulgaria. Harry was shaking his head. Draco. Ludo was right. Ask any beater here and they will tell you, Bulgaria doesn't belong on the same pitch as the Irish. Outside of Crumb, they are totally outclassed. In the pro leagues the snitch is twice as fast as in school games and gets a big head start. The way the Irish run up the score when they are on a tier, it won't be an hour before who gets the snitch won't matter. Millicent looked between the two of them and shook her head. She knew how it worked in the professional leagues. World Cup finals were as far above standard league play as league play was above the Academy House Cup play. She would wait and see. Draco picked up a Bulgarian hat, so all the Weasleys had to put on Irish hats. Harry took an Irish pin. But Neville took a Bulgarian, as he had a Crumb poster in his room at home. Millicent refused to pick a side, preferring to let the teams impress her before she decided who to cheer for. There were better than 100,000 witches and wizards from all over the world present, which was a number that boggled all of their minds. The stadium itself looked like a cross between the Roman Colosseum and the Weasleys' infamous Burrow. It rose like a huge cup whose edges soared high like Muggle skyscrapers. By any rational standard, it should not be possible to build that high with Tysent looked at the structure and felt the power of the wards built into it, just to keep it upright. There was enough power invested in this structure to rebuild a Muggle city after a major quake or flood, and it was poured into a building that would be up for less than 1 week. She shook her head. This level of conspicuous consumption when the budgets for Ors and Ehlers got cut every budget for austerity, made her almost cross over to Hermione's socialism. Not all the way. She still favored rule of oligarchs. The common rabble would vote trolls into office if they promised lower taxes. But clearly a wiser crop of oligarchs was needed. The arcane arts of the place made all of them grin like idiots. 100,000 cheering fans gave an energy to the place. Ace that would have Dementors and Boggarts skittering for the far horizon. Arcane arts reacted to the excitement and joy, and the land sang with it. They were getting drunk of the arcane arts as any of the fans were getting from the Irish whiskey and Bulgarian rakia being free poured into any container that looked even partially empty. When the time came to head up to their boxes, they ran into Ludo Bagman looking quite nervous. I say, serious old chap, you speak Bulgarian don't you? Ludo asked urgently. Sirius laughed. You know I do. Spent 6 months in that Vila enclave recovering from stopping that Death Eater attack on them. 1 month recovering from the curse, and 5 months recovering from the thank you. By the end I was quite a cunning linguist. Sirius said, waggling his eyebrows suggestively. Hermione made gagging noises. Harry and Draco grinned. Neville blushed. Narcissa administered a slap to the back of his head. Millicent and Remus just rolled their eyes. Ludo clasped both Sirius' hands in his. Thing is serious old bean. Barty was supposed to be playing translator. The old goat knows every language under the sun, so I never really planned on a backup, but the silly sod has wandered off. Just his house elf and an empty seat saved for him. I have the Bulgarian minister for arcane arts as my guest. I need him happy, as we still have to work together on the whole arcane arts user thing and really need a translator. Sirius grinned. Barty Crouch Sr. had been the one to shuffle him off to Azkaban without a trial. Any chance to make him look bad before the world Heil doing a good deed was too good to pass up. Ludo my friend, never let it be said that Sirius Black failed to step up for England. Harry and I will come join you in the minister's box. If old Bart, why ever bothers to show up, we can just head back to ours. If he doesn't, we will keep your minister all happy and chatty during the game. Sirius said, not missing the chance to get Harry a meeting with a powerful international official. In the times ahead, he would need name recognition and respect from figures all around magical Europe if he was going to be listened to. Narcissa smiled, happy to see Sirius actually doing his job as a Proper Lord Black, building connections and favors with those who could be of use in the days ahead. She smiled and patted Sirius elbow as she shepherded the rest of the kids and Remus off to the black box. When the game started, Cornelius Fudge as Minister of Arcane Arts gave a short enough speech not to draw boos, and cast a powerful fireworks charm to signal the start. The Irish charged onto the pitch almost before the flare faded. They trailed a single color each behind their brooms, but wove amongst themselves to create a twisting rainbow that circled the stadium. Harry was shocked to find that his omnioculars were no help in tracking them, as they moved too fast to both track them and keep them in the picture at any magnification. He prided himself on being a good flyer. But the Irish were moving so fast and so close to each other it made him flinch just watching. The Irish mascots came out. Leprechauns came and danced in the air, their FAI. Rye gold falling into the stands as they danced their mad jigs and reels upon the rainbows the Irish flyers wove. Harry knew the leprechauns were an old fairy race left behind when the Tuatha De Danann, the city. The true elves turned sideways from the world and left it to humans when humanity's cold iron threatened to wipe them out. Taking one of the falling golden coins, he tested it against the iron of his dagger sheath and it dissolved into dust. Fairy gold, like the arcane arts of the lesser fairies, failed at the touch of iron. The true elf arcane arts didn't, but iron could make wounds on them that healed as slowly as cursed wounds on an arcane arts user. The Elderfy had not fled before human arcane arts, but human metal. A fact that was not dwelled upon in magical history or Muggle studies. That might undermine the somewhat arcane arts user supremacist view of magical history. Sirius had joked that wizards named the lesser servants of the city house elves to mock and degrade the magical race that had vied with humanity for power all through the Stone, Copper, and Bronze Ages, only to flee before the coming of iron. Oddly, the elves turning sideways from the world and leaving mirrored the wizards fleeing at the Statue of Secrecy, as if the unity of humanity could not last more than a few centuries past the passing of the magical rival race. The races the elves left behind were not particularly well treated by wizards, including the goblins. The Bulgarians burst onto the pitch. They flew in a static formation, with only one figure weaving through them in defiance of their static formation. Harry for the first time appreciated Draco's impression of Crumb, for it could be no other. He treated the rest of his team like static goalposts. He moved past them so swift why they may as well have been standing still. Harry felt his palm itch. The challenge to see if Crumb could be caught by a bludger suddenly made his blood boil. Boiling blood was about to be a common problem. As the Bulgarian mascots came out, the Vila cheerleaders were amazing acrobats, making human cheerleaders look like draft oxen, and their beauty was a little too perfect to be truly human. Rye could feel the power of their allure as the Vila consciously put their power behind the natural charm. It slid across the coils and scales of Harry's mind like most charms did. The parcel magic wove into his occlumency by Noodle's training made him barely perceive the pressure of the charm. The same could not be said for most of the wizards in the crowd. The charge for the railing was embarrassing for many. Harry noticed the Bulgarian minister giving Harry a surprised look as the young boy resisted the charm of the Vila as if it was nothing. Sirius shot Harry a wink, and the Bulgarian Minister and Sirius launched into a discussion of Vila. Each had known that Harry was pretty sure he was better off not understanding, at least from the recognizable hand gestures each made at various points. When the game started, the arcane arts of the stadium began to impress Harry in a way the Academy could not. The stadium had arcane arts worked into it so that every seat had a view that was magically enhanced to be nearly the equivalent to being goalpost level midfield. It was one of those quiet marvels of arcane arts that made the game happen so close you felt you could reach out and touch it. Hermione was lost. Quidditch was a game for jocks, a waste of wizarding potential, a trivializing of arcane arts and the intelligence that it demanded. This had been her truth all through school. Since discovering the game and watching otherwise intelligent witches and wizards forsake the wand for the club and chase little murder balls through the sky. Intellectual honesty is a keystone of her existence. So as much as it pained her, she had to admit, she had been wrong. Luna had been happily providing the play-by-play, in a very Luna way, but Luna did not describe the play that was happening. Luna described what was going to happen next. The big Bulgarian has the quaffle, but the blonde Irishman is about to fake diving for it to make him speed up. Poor boy doesn't notice the Irish Bulgarian beater. Luna cheered. But why? Demanded Hermione, only to see it play out before her. The Irish seeker drew a bludger attack that the seeker sloth rolled out from under, passing beneath his broom as the bludger shot neatly onto the Irish beater's bat. The bludger came exactly opposite the angle the Bulgarian chaser was looking to avoid the Irish seeker he had sped up to dodge. In a burst of speed, looking over his left shoulder he missed the bludger, only his burst of speed put him in the path of. It struck his right side and the bludger hit blasted the quaffle right into the hand of the second Irish chaser, who drove in a straight sprint for the Bulgarian goal, the other two Bulgarian chasers converging to squeeze him out, only to find he dropped the bludger mid-air to the original Irish chaser, who had been accelerating this whole time from farther back, and caught the quaffle at a speed neither the two chasers nor the keeper, who had already committed to the right low goal, could correct as the chaser released the quaffle like a comet through the center top goal. Luna smiled. All warfare is based on deception. Hermione blinked. That is Sun Tzu. How did you read that? It's Muggle. Luna blinked back. I'm Ravenclaw. We read everything. Besides, Sun Tzu hadn't used wizards when he went to war. Arcane arts is shaped by runes, arithmancy, incantation, and seal. It is all about patterns. Nature is about patterns. War is about patterns. Words are patterns we use to make sense of all the other patterns around us. Quidditch is about making patterns. Hermione blushed, unused to being taken to school even by her professors. Luna did not know or care that she had just proved casually to Hermione that she saw and understood things the oft-touted brightest arcane arts user in her generation had missed. Luna was the truth of Ravenclaw, not the imitation. Her eyes were wide with wonder, her mind lost in the pure joy of knowledge and its sharing. Ego was a thing she didn't really understand. It was dull and smooth, it lacked sharp edges and sparkle the way new patterns did, so she didn't use it much. Sparkly. Luna cheered and happily described how the Irish Chasers made patterns the Bulgarian chasers and beaters tried to break up, but missed the pattern the Irish were needing the Bulgarians to make. It didn't matter how fast the Bulgarians were, or how strong. This was a dance, this was a war. And the Irish were leading because they had called the tune and only they could hear the music. War was based on deception, and only the Irish and one Ravenclaw girl saw the truth. The Bulgarians fell behind with the steady beat of a metronome. Hermione's brain was working overtime as she tuned out the chaos of the individual actions and let her eyes unfocus. Unfocus like Luna was always unfocused. Unfocused from the detail to take in the shape, to see the pattern, to see not what they were doing, but what they were making. Bugger, swore Hermione as she saw it. The Irish seeker pulled a Wronski feint, diving like a falcon for the ground as if after a snitch. Victor Crumb called out to his team to ignore it, the frustration on his young face like the rage of a dragon, but his team, all older and more experienced, ignored him. The Bulgarian chaser swerved to, accidentally, cross the Irish seeker's path to force him to veer off the snitch he presumed the seeker was near to catching. In veering away, he missed the pass from his wingmate who was being pressed for the quaffle by another Irish seeker. The quaffle was caught by an Irish seeker who dove between two bludgers blasted by the Irish that caused the remaining Bulgarian beater to pull up rather than get smashed. The Irish beaters had crossed bludgers in front of the Bulgarian chaser. The bludgers each ended up on the bat of the other Irish beater, who directed them at the Bulgarian keeper. The Bulgarian beaters dove for the bludgers, and one of them made it. The keeper had to wah it to commit to the quaffle until he knew which of the bludgers would be blocked. Moving late, he showed all the brilliance you could expect from a keeper in the World Cup and actually got 2 fingers on the quaffle. He caused it to wobble and hit the ring, but still passed through. Hermione looked over at the Gryffindor idiots, at Neville, the simple quiet boy, and at Millicent the Amazonian Slytherin. The poor ignorant arcane arts user and wizards who were wasting their time using bats rather than wands in a stupid game, and ignoring the miracle of arcane arts. They all had the hungry gaze of predators watching the hunt. They breathed as one, their eyes tracking, flicking ahead to where the next piece of the pattern would be, must be. They didn't know, like Luna, but they felt it. They had given themselves so fully to it with muscle and training, with instinct and battle that they too could sense where each ball and flyer must be. All warfare is based on deception, Hermione said slowly. And Quidditch is war, cheered Luna, waving her Irish flag as the Irish keeper moved casually to block the goal as Hermione, Luna, and the Irish team all knew and trusted that the diving Irish chaser who was moving too fast to maneuver to catch the Bulgarian chaser with the quaffle could only be dodged by moving low left, and with his right hand the chaser would have to cast up and right in passing to hit the remaining ring. The keeper moved just fast enough to have his entire body converge with the shot, his eyes ignoring the quaffle itself to track his own chasers who he hit with AP. As before the Bulgarians knew they missed the shot. Luna spread her arms. Can you feel it? Arcane Arts loves this game. Chaos and patterns, creation and destruction, flowers of blood and sweat dancing in the air. War without killing. Practice for the other war, the one that comes tonight. Hermione shuddered as she felt Luna offer casually a prophecy, not that she saw it as a prophecy. The Raven. Claw Girl just opened her eyes wider than anyone else. Her mind never dismissed a pattern as impossible. She embraced the unreal as well as the real and thus saw patterns no one else could. Hermione was Muggle-born, and kicked herself again. Unreal in the Muggle world meant false. In Arcane Arts the real and unreal were woven together to make the universe, and at the fundamental level, witches and wizards used the unreal to reshape reality. Just because what Luna talked about frequently wasn't real didn't mean it wasn't right. Hermione hated being the last to understand. In frustration she looked up at the sky to see Victor Crumb snarl and tear across the field. His face was rage and pride and power. He could not save his team, he could not win his war, but he could end it. The Irish Seeker dove after him, older, wiser, far more experienced and in every way that counted better. Every way but one. Victor Crumb was Arcane Arts on a broom. Hermione felt her heart soar and sing. One man, one boy, put his will against the whole world. 100,000 screaming witches and wizards willed an Irish victory, the whole world bent to their will to make this pattern that they wove a reality. Victor Crumb could not take the thread from their hands and weave it otherwise. He was one boy on a broom. He could not weave anything. He was a knife, a terrible swift blade, and he could end things. The snitch was ahead of him. Between him and the Irish Seeker, about to cut 90 degrees away from Crumb and towards the Irish Seeker. Crumb turned hard and kicked off his broom. The Irish Seeker was moving too fast to process what he saw. Victor Crumb turned directly in front of him. Instinct made him brake, as Crumb's broom passed beneath him and his body leapt over top of him. Crumb knew his broom old fly straight and starting to fall without power for several seconds before the safety charms triggered to lower it to the ground. He also knew that his tightly corded and muscular body would fall faster. He knew where his broom would be, so he kept his eyes only on the snitch. It tried to dodge again, this time up, but Victor's hand flashed faster than any saber IR with a practiced snatch. This left him off-center for his broom, as the lunge for the snitch caused him to pass beside rather than fall onto his broom. Victor did not care. Catching it with his left as he passed, he leaned forward into a dive, trusting his heavier weight to make his body lead the dive. Once falling like a star, he rolled onto his broom and pulled up, thrusting his fist defiantly into the air, golden snitch waving its wings helplessly in defeat. Ireland had won, 170 to 160, having held the Bulgarians to a paltry 1 goal, but Victor had stopped the match at defeat, and before humiliation. Hermione joined Luna and Draco in jumping to her feet and screaming, "Crumb! Crumb! Crumb!" She had seen the Irish make arcane arts in the sky, weaving together a tapestry of will, grace, and power she could only barely grasp, and could never be part of. She had seen them make arcane arts no one could possibly oppose, and one man, one boy, had dared to put his will and hand against it. Bulgaria had lost, they had never stood a chance. But Victor Crumb put his will against the world and made it stop. That was arcane arts. Hermione turned to Luna and hugged her. That was beautiful. Luna hugged her back. Hold on to this feeling. Tonight will be ugly. You cannot weave this much light and cast no shadow. In the Ministry of Arcane Arts box, Sirius and the Bulgarian minister were chatting, laughing, shouting and cursing as the game wore on. The Bulgarian minister kept passing a flask back and forth between them that held something that made Harry's eyes water. First Harry thought that Noodle didn't like the smell of whatever rakia was. Because he slithered off Harry's shoulder and moved between them and the house elf sitting by the empty seat saved for Barty Crouch Sr. of the Department of Internation Cooperation. Noodle rose to his fighting height and began to sway back and forth. The house elf eyed the snake warily, but when their eyes met, the elf shuddered and went still. For a few seconds Noodle was in the house elf's mind, then something unseen but present passed between them and blocked Noodle's eyes. The house elf cast its eyes to the ground and peeked back at Noodle fearfully. "Dollar, what are you looking at, Noodle?" "Dollar," Harry hissed. "Dollar, the game is this way." "Dollar," Harry said, pointing at the finest Quidditch match Harry had ever seen. "Dollar, the chase with prey you cannot eat is of no interest." "I prefer prey I can eat." "Dollar," Noodle said. Harry caught the tone, his wand snapping into his hand from its wrist sheath and his senses coming alive. "Dollar, what do you see?" "Dollar," Harry asked. "Dollar, there is nothing to see." "Dollar," replied Noodle truthfully, if unhelpfully. Just then the crowd cheered again. "Oh bugger, the Irish scored again. The game's out of reach now. Even the snitch won't save them." Harry swore, turning his eyes back to the game. Ludo Bagman began to swear like the beater he was, taking comfort in the fact the Bulgarian minister couldn't hear him. Crumb had caught the snitch in time to save every game this tournament. Ludo had bet 1,000 galleons the Bulgarians would win. He got 6-1 odds, enough gold to get him out of debt. Rumors that Augustus Rockwood had been a Death Eater were most likely false, but the bugger was not one to cross. Now that the Bulgarians were going to lose, Bagman owed Rockwood a debt he could not hope to pay. His distraction on his betting woes and the undoubted mixed feelings when Crumb caught the snitch all contributed to his missing the feeling of an invisible hand sliding his wand from its waist sheath. Only one house elf and one rock viper saw it, and only the house elf looked terrified. Noodle watched the saggy loser of arcane arts user have his wand stolen by the one who smelled like Barty Crouch, and yet not like Barty Crouch, who hid under the invisibility cloak by the house elf. Why arcane arts user would want a wand that didn't fit them he did not know. Noodle did not use a wand for arcane arts, not that he could do much beyond mind arcane arts, invisibility and warming charms, but what else did he need? If the almost Crouch had tried to steal Harry's wand or even moved closer while invisible, Noodle would have killed him, of course. Harry, and any number of others, would probably give him the "killing people is wrong" speech again, but Mouse Giver understood. Some people smelled wrong. Traitors, murderers. If they came around his speaker or Mouse Giver, Noodle would just kill them first, and let the human Aurors get the petty details about what terrible thing the wise and knowing reptile had stopped. It was, after all, the only use Noodle had ever found for Aurors. Death Eaters. The after-party in the Pink Party Palace that was serious, Party Pad, from the 1970s was honestly almost restrained compared to some of the Irish fan parties. The Bulgarian Crumb celebrations, the Pan-African we don't have to clean up or fly home party, or the Brazilian-hosted dance party that were raging at different parts of the huge Eld that the poor Muggle caretakers had been obliviated 100 times to not notice had been expanded from a normal campground to roughly the size of the city of Rome during the Republic. They were hosting the Weasleys because a sulking Fred and George had discovered that Ludo Bagman was not actually able to cover the bet they had made with him, and needed a bit of cheering up. Serious, thought Art. Her needed some Molly-free time to loosen up. Narcissa had her wand ready to either put out fires or hose down an overexcited Sirius, she wasn't sure which. Luna had stopped singing along and gone quiet. Her eyes began to tear. Narcissa looked on with something like horror as her Draco crossed the room in half a dozen steps to take her hand and whisper quietly to her. He shifted into hugging her, and began to talk to her. First tenderly, and then Narcissa watched her son's face shift from the caring boy she still couldn't believe he was, to the cold-blooded killer she had recently divorced. Draco's face became hard plains. His aristocratic features took on the cold mask of unfeeling iron that her husband had worn when he killed. Draco and Luna rose. Noodle locked eyes with Luna, who hissed something at him. The snake simply slithered to Harry, who had been dancing with Hermione to the latest Weird Sisters single. The two of them stopped and turned to face Draco and Luna. The sounds of screaming came from outside, and Sirius laughed softly. Looks like the Irish are overdoing it again. Remus Lupin was a werewolf, and his senses stretched beyond the merely human, whatever he tried to pretend. He spoke softly. "That isn't the Irish," someone just screamed. "Death Eater." Quote, Narcissa's blood went cold. She had never been on a raid, but her ex-husband's laughing description of the shock and horror of a masked Death Eater attack taught her to expect panic and helplessness. The Aurors had always been useless, and the Order of the Phoenix frequently arrived soon enough to limit the damage. But the dark mark in the sky blocked apparition and portkeys other than via the dark mark branded Death Eaters. When they struck, the Death Eaters were predators trapped alone with terrified prey. Sirius Black was a godfather, which he took seriously. His first instinct had been to charge into battle as the Auror and hit arcane arts user he used to be, but he overrode that. He was Harry's godfather, and these kids were his responsibility. Right then, let's get everyone up. We move to the apparition point and get out. Let the Aurors handle it, he said, false smile on his face. Harry had his knife in one hand. He tested the edge and looked to Neville. Neville was checking inside his potions belt to make sure every plant and potion he had prepared was in place. Hermione checked the chamber on her Walther PPK, slid it into place in her potions belt, then made sure she had memorized where the attack, escape, and defense potions were located before nodding. Millicent was grinning, her wand in her hand and her shoulders slanting forward like a sprinter in the blocks, ready for the opening gun to charge forward. Luna tucked ear and kissed Draco's cheek before putting on what the Rav. Enclaw obviously patterned after Hermione's serious face. The two Weasleys were rummaging through their bags to fill pockets with odds and ends, laughing madly and high-fiving when they found bits they just now thought of a use. 4. Harry, what do you kids think you are doing? Sirius asked in his best responsible adult voice. They killed my mother, my father, tortured Neville's until they were nearly dead, tried for Millicent. Tried for Draco, tried for me. This time they put on their pretty robes and masks. They went and put on uniforms, so I guess it's time we taught them how goblins go to war. Harry said, Noodle at his side hissing wordlessly, fangs out. Narcissa turned to the Weasley twins. Your tricks won't work. Lucius told me the Death Eater mask isn't just to hide them. It detects illusions and invisibility. And it acts as the only portkey that can function beneath the dark mark. Detects illusions, said Fred happily. Brilliant, agreed George as they high-fived again before giving Narcissa a thumbs up. Narcissa turned to her son. Draco, these are Death Eaters. Each of them is far stronger and more experienced than you. If you fight them, you will die. Noodle hissed angrily. Dollar, we do not fight. Mammals and idiots fight. We hunt. You call them Death Eaters, all I smell is prey. Dollar. Narcissa looked at the room around her, outside of Remus and herself who looked properly terrified. The wide white-toothed grins flashing back at her could well have been from so many goblins or great white sharks. Even her little Draco did not look like some terrified child or dewy-eyed would-be hero. He looked like a dragon about to hunt. Sirius laughed. Well, I was always shy at being the reasonable one. This isn't a duel and this isn't school. If they have a chance to see you, they will kill you. Don't play fair. Don't be seen, and don't bother stunning. Death Eaters succeed because they create panic and confusion. They don't care who they kill, they just want to spree a fear, so they are going to move fast and hit hard. Don't talk, don't challenge, don't stun. Remember, you can't shield against unforgivables. March to the sound of the screaming, and don't die. He led them from the tent, wand in hand, and went to war. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin went to war for the second time, and this time it was Narcissa Black who guarded their backs. Harry hissed his common DS in Parseltongue as they approached the fires. Dollar Mouse Giver into the fires. Water Arcane Arts User into the big tent area. Root Singer into the woods. Noodle with me. Dollar. Harry hissed, his mind already working. He pulled his invisibility cloak around himself. The cloak was one of the Deathly Hallows, a Potter treasure inherited from the Peverells. A cloak that could hide even from death, it would hide him from Death Eaters. Noodle's own invisibility would not hide him, but a black snake in the grass in a night split with fire and screams was hard to see even without it. He saw the Death Eaters. They had a Muggle family suspended in mid-air. They strode in their hoods and masks, driving screaming witches and wizards before them with the mere fear of their coming. They cast cutting and blood-boiling curses, leaving screaming victims to left and right as they set tents on fire as they passed. Everywhere they strode, death followed. Some dared to stand, but as they cast their shield charms and tossed their stunners and disarming spells, bolts of jagged green light lanced back. Avada Kedavra, Harry heard again and again, as he remembered the deaths of his mother and father, relived through so many nightmares. Harry was no baby this time. He crouched behind a tent, waited until the Death Eater passed and drove his creature silver knife into his liver, and twisted. The Death Eater spasmed and started to fall, and Harry cut his throat calmly. He heard, rather than saw, a second Death Eater cry out as he noticed his partner being butchered. Harry slid back inside his cloak and fell to the ground and rolled as a powerful blasting curse struck where he was. A black rope of nightmare flashed beside him, and the ground where it struck boiled into ooze as the curse the Death Eater threw. Harry didn't see the strike, but the Death Eater cursing him suddenly screamed and grabbed his leg. His scream turned into a gurgle before he hit the ground and began thrashing. Harry noticed Hat Noodle's venom continued to grow stronger as Harry's magical power increased. It must be part of their familiar bond. Invisible, he moved through fire and chaos, seeking those who wished to eat death. He had so much to feed them. Hermione's paw. Hermione Jean Granger was not a fighter. She was an arcane arts user. Arcane arts and the knowledge it offered her, of the fundamental building blocks of the universe, of the true nature of reality that lay beyond and beneath the veil of science, were what drew her. She had learned about the Wiccans and the Great British Magical Revival of the 1960s. They got it wrong, of course. Muggles always did. Still, she had secretly in her heart of hearts thought the ideal of, and harm none, do as thou wilt, was a creed she could live by. A proper creed for witches. She stepped into the burning tents, and saw an old man whose legs had been cut off. He was burned to death along with the child he had tried to shield with his life. She didn't even have to think, for fire would not harm her. Would not touch her unless she willed it. Fire was hers, and she belonged to fire. She looked down at the burned corpse of what looked like grandfather and grandchild, now so burned she could not tell if it had been boy or girl. And harm none, do as thou wilt. That was the code of a good arcane arts user. That was less restrictive even than the code Elder Wizard. Dee was always preaching about second chances and the sacredness of all life, even your enemies. Hermione looked at how the skull seemed to have frozen into a scream before the flesh finished cooking. He stood in a firestorm of burning tents, and saw Death Eaters deliberately warding the entrance to a burning tent, trapping those inside. Knowing that when the tent had burned enough, the spatial expansion charms would fail, and the family inside would be crushed to death. The Death Eaters could have killed them swiftly, but they chose to make them die slowly by fire or collapsing space simply for their amusement. Good witches do not kill. Hermione sighed. I am not that kind of arcane arts user. She reached out to fire, and sang to it. There was no spell, no incantation. She sang in Parcelt. Ong to the fires the Death Eaters had lit. She sang to the souls of the dead and dying. She sang to arcane arts and the night. They answered, and the fire flowed into a serpent of red flame that crawled through the tents, seeking those in masks and Death Eater robes. This a night, refrain smiley face every night and Allah, fire and fleet and candle light. Refrain smiley face and arcane arts take thy soul. When thou from the Academy Hall art passed, refrain smiley face every night and Allah. From Founder's words thy way is lost, refrain smiley face and arcane arts take thy soul. If ever thou bore the darkest mark, refrain smiley face every night and Allah. Taint thy gift with cruelest work. Refrain smiley face and arcane arts take thy soul. If ever thou gavest arcane arts or gold, refrain smiley face every night and Allah. The fire Saul surely make thee shrink. Refrain smiley face and arcane arts take thy soul. That darkest mark on arm and soul, refrain smiley face every night and Allah. To dragon's fire thou comest at last. Refrain smiley face and arcane arts take thy soul. That deathless one whose serpents speak, refrain smiley face every night and Allah. Shall serpent's meal himself become, refrain smiley face and arcane arts take thy soul. This a night, refrain smiley face every night and Allah. Fire and fleet and candle light. Refrain smiley face and arcane arts take thy soul. Dollar. The arcane arts user of fire strode through a nightmare of burning tents, and where she walked, twisted corpses of Death Eaters fell. When her arcane arts had been exhausted, she fell unconscious of a burning tent, and fire cloaked her in scarlet feathers, like a phoenix brooding in its nest. Millicent Bulstrode. Fred and George Weasley. Millicent walked to the well and reached down with her power. She called upon the water in the well, the water in the air, and she began to chant. She felt the runes in her body burn ice cold as she called upon the first mist, the icy primordial mist of Ginnungagap, and pushed her power into it. The mist was no common fog, for it was the primal mists of creation. The mists of the chaos before form. It was the reality before the reality, the stillness and silence before and after all creation. It was cold as a bitch, and spooky with it. It drank sound and light. Twisted arcane arts as its unreality, its chaos nibbled at the order of wanded arcane arts and unwove it like a sugar cube dropped in tea. Arcane arts, sight, sound, all bent and twisted oddly in the fog. So that the mighty Death Eaters who chased their running prey into it suddenly found themselves without targets. The Death Eater mask caused all illusions to glow green, so they could not be fooled by those seeking to imitate the Death Eater regalia to survive the attack, nor could common disillusionment or invisibility cloaks save them. This fog, however, sank claws of ice into their bones and surrounded them with half-seen phantasms, where every casual thought became almost real. The 6 of them moved as a squad. They had been 8 once, but one was dead, having crossed wands with Alastor Moody who did not do arrests, and one in Azkaban for crossing James Potter who did. Still, they had been a well-honed machine in the war, and the so-called witches and wizards were still less than cattle. They barely qualified as sheep, so easily did they panic and run before their betters. Rosier snarled. Someone was creating this fog. He would find them, and he would kill them. Split up. Find whoever is casting this damned fog and kill them. Rosier demanded. How in the hell do we know who is casting this? I don't even know what it is, and I am a Merlin be damned charms master. Snarled Corbin Yaxley, overthinking things as bookworms usually did. Kill anyone who isn't a Death Eater. When the fog stops, you found them. Pointed our Rosier. He didn't know why. Malfoy and Rockwood always overcomplicated things. Just kill until no one else is left and the problem is solved. That is how they almost won the last time. Freaking Potter had to screw it up. This time they would get it right. Finish the job. The Dark Lord was returning. His dark mark burned. Rosier would be among the faithful who were rewarded. He would be raised up while those idiots who wait for their Dark Lord's summons to act would be punished. All they had to do was kill whoever was making this fog. Then they could teach the wizarding world the Death Eaters were back, and the Dark Lord is rising. They split up. A voice popped up to his left. Hello. Rosier turned and fired off a silent cutting curse, but the figure was already gone. That wasn't, said the voice again, this time to his right. He cursed again, this time a whip of black arcane arts that would slowly boil the victim's blood, but no one was there to strike. Very friendly. Now behind him. He spun, putting up a strong shield, Protega Maximus. He roared as a golden shield sprang to life. Power intensive, but would block anything but the unforgivable. He heard the chanting and felt some arcane arts touch his shield, not trying to penetrate it, but laying on top of it like paint. He turned to face the shape he saw moving to approach him. It too had a glowing shield around it. No, Rosier almost missed it. The Death Eater walking towards him glowed green. The Death Eater was under an illusion. An enemy. His wand snapped up and he began to chant. Avada Kedavra. He screamed, and the other figure matched him. The 2 unforgivable curses crossed and 2 Death Eaters fell dead, their shields dissolving without a living will to hold them. The illusion in the Death Eater regalia stood in place where the 2 wizards had been. 2 illusions of the exact reality under the shield. 2 illusions detected by paranoid Death Eaters that proceeded to murder each other, not realizing the body beneath the illusion looked the exact same as the illusion. That was, said George. A bit violent, concluded Fred. Oh well, mused Fred. Next one, suggested George. Moving through the fog of mists and madness, 2 Gryffindor lions hunted Death Eaters. Their only weapons were illusions their targets could obviously detect as illusions. That they worked anyway made it the most excellent prank. As long as Millicent could hold the mist and fill it with her arcane arts, the Weasley boys would make sure these Death Eaters only got to hunt each other. The Vila cheerleaders were hurting and protecting a group of children. The allure of the Vila made them natural babysitters, as with small children the effect wasn't sexual but rather gave children an instinctive urge to listen to the Vila. The Bulgarian contingent had a dozen Vila protecting about 60 children when the Death Eater attack started, but both the children and the Vila had been high-priority targets for the Death Eaters. The Vila were herding their children towards the trees, hoping to get out of the endless confusion of the tents and back into the wild they felt comfortable in to hide the children. The Death Eaters had no intention of letting them succeed. Avada Kedavra, a Death Eater shouted, and a green beam struck a Vila, dropping her to the ground. Incendio, another Vila shouted, her wand directing a fireball enhanced with all her race's fire arcane arts to blast back at the Death Eater, but his body turned to black fog and flowed around the blast to appear beside her. Crucio, he sneered, and a blood-red bar connected her to his wand. And she screamed in pain beyond pain, and collapsed. The children were all screaming now. Suddenly a voice sang from behind them, a light soprano, not filled with terror or defiance, but a happy joyful song that had no place on a battlefield. The Death Eaters turned. Butterfly, butterfly, whence do you come? I know not, I ask not, nor ever had a home. Butterfly, butterfly, where do you go? Where the sun shines, and where the buds grow. Luna Lovegood sang and danced, her wand waving, slicing through the pattern of charm after charm as she blasted a stream of butterflies from her wand. Thousands of butterflies made of light. They shone similar to a Patronus, but they burned when they touched the Death Eaters. Not enough to kill, but enough to disrupt their thoughts, their movements, and their spells. Crucio, the unforgivable lanced out from the wand of one of the Death Eaters, but Luna danced and wove with her eyes focused on a world only she could see, as she sang to arcane arts. And arcane arts sang back. She danced with arcane arts, but Luna always let arcane arts lead. Reducto, Defindo, Avada Kedavra, the curses lashed at her, but the whirl of butterfly drank most of the spells. Only the unforgivables cutting through, but Luna was lost in the dance, and arcane arts was not done with her yet. Draco crawled on his belly without any shade of pride. He hissed softly, but too loud to his own ears. 1 second's notice would be all it took to blot out his life. He was no Gryffindor, he had no death wish. Well, not his death anyway. Dollar serpensorcy a dollar, he chanted again and again. The serpents summoned using parcel magic were both more potent and more vicious. He recognized them as Black Mamba, the fastest snake on earth, and one of the most deadly. They knifed through the long English grass like they were starving, and Death Eaters were the last food. The first screams were not long in coming. Luna had lost herself in the dance and tripped to fall in an unseen ditch. He hoped she had the sense to stay down. She had to be almost out of arcane arts, and the Death Eaters only had to be close with some of the spells they were tossing around. Death Eaters realized the grass was full of death, and their targets had made their. They turned to black fog and apparated to the tree line. Draco slumped down, content to go look at the one who his snakes seemed to have killed. He should check to find out who he was, and see if he bore any instructions. It would be stupid, but his father always complained about how the burn after reading so often got ignored by at least one idiot. He supposed normal people didn't grow up learning how Death Eaters practiced human relations, and conducted after massacre critiques. Draco was happy Luna didn't judge him for what he could share. And Harry was more than half creature and loved any stolen information. He just hated feeling ashamed every time he shared what he knew, not enough to send his friends in without what he could give. But sometimes he wished he had a Hufflepuff childhood. Then Draco heard the first screams from the forest. Deep manly screams. Honestly, what kind of idiot followed women and children into a forest protected by Neville Longbottom with intent to rape and murder? Neville was the ultimate Hufflepuff. He turned what ought to be considered a nightmare of fang and claw into the ultimate cuddle badger. Draco should be allowed to sneer at him, but the screams had turned to sobs and broken wet sounds of flesh being torn. No, only an idiot followed Neville Longbottom, the root singer, the lord of the forest, into the woods with intent to harm defenseless Women and children. Draco nudged the dead Death Eater. Hey moron. You got lucky. Never let the Hufflepuffs get you. Draco pulled down the mask. Walden McNair, the Department of Magical Creatures pet executioner, and I killed you with a magical creature. I am either going to laugh at that, or need serious therapy. Either way, I am not going into those woods to see what Longbottom did to the rest of them. After a while, the surviving Vila came out, supporting the one who had been tortured. The children were laughing and giggling. One of the very small ones was riding a very large badger with pink bows braided into his hair. Looking past the Cuttle Badger and his flock of rescued children, he swore he could see 9 different bodies impaled by and on the trees of the deep forest when the bushes at the forest edge literally bent out of Neville's way as he led the children out. Draco shuddered. Hufflepuffs. They were all smiles and group hugs until the killing started. Then they could make a good Slytherin get the chills. Luna had risen from the ditch and was complimenting Neville on his pretty bows. Draco realized he was drawing odd looks from the Vila. Ah yes, still sitting on a dead Death Eater. Bad form that. Getting up, Draco cast a spell to create an illusion of grass over the body. Whoa, udn't do to scare the children at this point. He was definitely going to need therapy. Much as it pained him, he was going to have to ask Granger for her contact. Sirius and the grown-ups. There was a battle going on, and Sirius was marching to the sound of the wands, as his aura training told him to. Remus Lupin was at his side as always, and this time he had Harry rather than James backing him up, but close enough. He had traded that rat Pettigrew for that bitch Narcissa, which he supposed was an upgrade, but once again the Marauders were going to war. Stay close to me, Harry, and let us do most of the fighting, Sirius said as they approached the battle. He left you right after the tent. Sent all the other children to hunt Death Eaters. Assigned them sweep zones like an actual officer. It was almost stirring if he hadn't sent my only son off to hunt the deadliest wizards on Earth. Narcissa said softly, her eyes never stopping moving. I told him to stay with us. Snarled Sirius. Did you ever listen? Argued Remus. Reasonably. That was different, shouted Sirius. The 3 theoretical adults ran into a running battle between 8 Death Eaters and what was left of the Irish minister's Auror team. 4 Aurors were down, and all Death Eaters were still on their feet. A killing curse flashed at Sirius, but Remus had already transfigured a fist of earth to rise up and block the deadly beam. Narcissa swept a powerful Protega around them to protect from the fragments, but Sirius had his wand moving in a whip-like motion as he hissed in the parseltongue that worked entirely too well with the Black family arcane arts. A whip of black fire slashed from his wand and wrapped around 2 Death Eaters. With a flick, Sirius pulled it back, and they were both cut deeply, one losing his left arm. And all the flesh the whip had touched burned now with black fire that ate the tissues around and under it. The Death Eaters reacted to the slow and painful killing of 2 of their own by splitting. 3 stayed on the Aurors and Irish minister, and 3 on Sirius and crew. The lead figure of the Death Eaters moved fast for a big man, and his curses were not individual shots, but flowed from his wand as he moved almost in a dance. His chanting and casting were a seamless flow. Curses, charms, and elemental effects alternated, forcing Sirius to alternate between blocking and dodging. The power of the spells was frightening, but the pace was 100 times more terrifying. A normal arcane arts user would be out of power within less than a minute of casting at that power. Why? The stranger showed no hint of stopping. Likewise, the spells flowed, each wand motion leading into the next, each body motion of casting blending into the dodge. This was the work of a master duelist. Sirius had only known 3 people to move like that. James was dead, Flitwick was 3 feet high, and that left. Dulohav, you murdering bastard, this time you die. Sirius shouted and went into full attack mode. Antonin Dulohav had been Dark One's pet duelist. He had killed a number of Sirius' friends back in the last war, and killed a few more while Sirius was in prison in totally legal duels where he served as a wand for hire. Black, just about out of friends aren't you? Potter's dead, Pettigrew's dead. Just the werewolf left. Maybe I'll gut him, and leave you stunned so you can wake up wrapped in his intestines. Wouldn't that be sweet? Dulohav laughed, not fearing Sirius. Their spells lit up the night, and Dulohav's smirk died as he realized Sirius was casting faster, and hitting harder than he ever had before. Worse, The bastard wasn't even paying attention to just Dulohev. Sirius moved not like a duelist at all. He stalked forward like some great predator, his spells at D. Dulohev required all of Dulohov's attention, but every once in a while he would conjure or transfigure a shield toward the arcane arts user to his rear, or the werewolf to his flank. It was like he could see the whole of the battle, without losing concentration on the duel. Serpentsorcia. Dulohev began adding conjured snakes to his chains of curses and charms, hoping that Sirius would miss or ignore at least one. Giving the snake a chance to strike Sirius or one of his allies and break the bastard's rhythm. Dulohev smiled now. He had cast it 6 times, and Sirius had ignored all of them. Azkaban had cut his situational awareness. Dulohev was ready to strike the second the serpents distracted Black. The Marauders died tonight. A fitting welcome for the Dark Lord on his return. Antonin, did I tell you the good news? Sirius said as he dove to the ground to miss the Cruciatus curse Antonin put between Stunner and Lightning Bolt. What is that? Antonin Dulohev said, beginning to cast H's most powerful Bombarda Maxima to stun all 3 when Black got hit by the first snake and dropped the too powerful Protega. $I'm a parcelmouth. Sick boys. Sirius hissed, and Antonin had nay second to connect the hissing he heard at the beginning of the fight with his Dark Lord's own parseltongue before the first of the 6 snakes bit him. Dulohev tried to activate his portkey in his mask. If he wasn't all the way dead, his house elf would potion him to healthy enough to summon aid. That would be when he felt Sirius Black hit him with the first spell. Finite incantum, Sirius said coldly. The magical blast of disruption stopping the P's mask. The mask was protected against the summoning charm Accio of course, but no one bothered to protect it from the weak and slow first-year levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa, Sirius chanted happily. Dulohev had time to see his mask, his portkey, his chance of survival rise into the air, before all he saw was flashing fangs and pain. Narcissa had taken advantage of the duel to nail one of the Death Eaters with a nasty curse that turned his skin into ants that would try to devour the rest of his flesh. As a killing curse it was pathetically weak, but it was impossible to concentrate on casting spells or activating arcane arts items when your skin turned to bugs and began biting you. The Black family arcane arts was not for duels, it was for killing. Her next spell was a simple transfiguration. Muggle studies was not a waste, it was just misused. Air is mostly nitrogen, and was only 21% oxygen, but that is the bit required to breathe. The Bubblehead charm replaced the oxygen, as did a number of other spells. She would not waste her time trying to remove the oxygen since the Death Eater mask would replace it. However, turning the nitrogen into phosphorus caused the air around the Death Eater to enjoy what the Muggles called a fuel air explosion. Magical fire would have devoured the corpse, but Muggle phosphorus still would burn at least the first few inches. It would just take a while. Well, the man did want to become a Death Eater. This death was just a little chewier than most. Narcissa smiled, then reached down to the Irish minister Sean Laverty. Good day, Minister Laverty. I am sorry that British hospitality has not been all that had been promised. Be assured House Black is working to correct that matter now. The minister along with his 2 living Aurors got to their feet as Sirius and Remus finished the 2 Death Eaters who stayed to fight, unable to stop the remainder who turned to black fog and retreated. Lady Malfoy, were those Death Eaters, actual Death Eaters? The minister said, voice shaking in fear. At that point a voice in the distance called out, Mors Mordra. And a green skull took shape in the sky. A long green snake flowed out of it. Narcissa smiled. Yes, those were actual Death Eaters. Like my former husband, I am rather pleased to announce both my own divorce, and that my son Draco has both taken House Malfoy and cast my Death Eater ex-husband, Lucius No Name, from it. The minister looked too stunned, but the female Auror muttered a soft, congratulations. Narcissa smiled happily. I am rather pleased. Sirius stalked back, his killing of Dulohev having only partially slaked his thirst for revenge. I wished I would never see another of those bloody things. Sirius muttered only to see a group of Aurors and no less a figure than Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Arcane Arts, charge in, a day late and galleon short as always. Fudge was in a rage. He stuck his wand in Sirius' face and screamed at him. Did you do this? Did you cast that mark? I will see you in Azkaban for this. Fudge screamed at Sirius. Minister Sean Laverty had regained enough composure to lose it at that point. He got in Fudge's face and screamed back. Did he do what? Cast the dark mark. No, you English imbecile, he was busy trying to save me from Death Eaters, several of which he killed. Is this the safety the British ministry promised us? Is this the international cooperation you talk so much about? One group of British wizards actually steps between us and Death Eaters to defend us, and you want to send them to Azkaban. The Irish minister was shouting back at Fudge, and the politician was backtracking, his secure ground in attacking Black turning to a swamp beneath his feet. This man was released from Azkaban improperly. He cannot be trusted, shouted Fudge desperately. Sirius sneered. As opposed to Dolohov, who I killed over there in Death Eater mask having a go at the Irish minister. He was officially cleared of being a Death Eater after a sizable donation to somebody's campaign. Clearly that has worked out well for everybody. At that point a very angry young man came up and raised his wand to the sky. Dollar expecto patronum. Dollar. The boy screamed, and a silver basilisk the size of a small dragon soared into the air, its glowing silver radiance banishing fear and hopelessness as its light banished the darkness. The glowing silver basilisk opened its mouth wide and chomped down on the dark mark where it held in the sky and shattered it. Instantly, the popping of apparition sounded, and dozens of Aurors appeared, including Rufus Scrimgeour, Alistair Moody, and one very angry-looking Albus Elder Wizard. It was hours of screaming before what passed for an investigation concluded. A handful of people ended up in the building the Aurors had commandeered for their headquarters. In saner times, it was a dining hall for the campground. The Bulgarian, British, and Irish ministers of arcane arts sat in a row. Albus Elder Wizard as head of the ICW had taken the chair of the council, even though it should have been Cornelius Fudge as host. Gathered were the entire Black Party, Rufus Scrimgeour, Chief Auror, and Alistair Moody, former Chief Auror, and Amelia Bones, current head of the DMLE. There are hundreds dead. This is a disaster, and you people are a part of it. Snarled Cornelius Fudge, pointing at Sirius Black angrily. The Bulgarian minister grunted, and in perfect English that would shock both Crouch and Bagman, who were under the impression he spoke nothing but Bulgarian. The Bulgarian minister began speaking in the slow deliberate way that had voters hanging off his every word. I think, if it were not for the children you are trying to punish, there would be several hundred more dead. And at least 60 of them would be children of my country. In Bulgaria, we would be talking about medals, scholarships, and after-school mentorships to offer such promising, daring, and caring young witches and wizards. He rumbled seriously. Fudge was spitting as he answered, his rage too great to control. Caring. These children killed dozens of men, so. Me in ways that experienced Aurors were sick from seeing. Alistair Moody laughed. Death Eaters, Minister Fudge. Not men. Death Eaters. Didn't make me sick. Gave me a serious hankering for some kebabs, but not sick at all. Rufus Scrimgeour cut in. You are not an Auror anymore, Moody. You forget, this is a nation of laws. We do not kill people, we arrest them, try them, and only if they are found guilty do we punish them. Sirius Black snorted. Pull the other one, mate. You tossed me in Azkaban without a trial, without even a charge, then put a kiss on sight order on me when it was revealed Guy the First went to jail for murdering, didn't even die. You ordered the Dementors to suck my soul and kill me beyond even the promise of rebirth rather than admit you ignore your own laws whenever there is some political gain to be had. Besides, you are allowed to use lethal force in defense of yourself and others. That is part of the basic law of the Wizigamut, and part of the ICW charter. The Death Eaters came to kill, and we killed them for it. Elder Wizard tapped his wand to the table and the boom shook all of them to their bones. He put on his most kindly godfather face, and leaned forward, speaking softly. Sirius, your influence on these children is a concern. I come to see to the safety of the boy who lived and find him covered in blood, so much blood I cannot even make out the color of his clothes, and what does he say? He grins and boasts that he cut the rings off their fingers, pouches off their belt, and golden teeth from their jaws after he killed them. Harry raised his hand. Point of order. Noodle killed almost half of them, but since he doesn't have a pouch, and I provide for him anyway, he let me keep his loot with mine. Looting your kill is a basic creature right under the Treaty of Gringotts 1474. And as my familiar, Under wizarding law, that right extends to Noodle. The Irish minister shuddered, but the Bulgarian slapped his knee and shouted something to Sirius in Bulgarian. Sirius leaded. The minister says you have big hairy ones a lion couldn't carry. It's a very good Bulgarian compliment. Elder Wizard winced. Killing is always wrong. If we do not give our enemies a second chance, a chance to admit they were wrong and to become a better person, we are no better than Dark One. Alistair Moody snorted. That was what you told the Old Order of the Phoenix last war. I think half the living members are in this room. I could count the dead, but I don't have toes on the one side, so taking my boots off won't do it. At least 10 of them that I can remember got killed by people we had arrested and thrown in prison. In Dulahov's case twice. The only reason we didn't lose the bloody war the last time is because Dark One tried to kill young Harry here as a baby and got his ass handed to him. It was only killing that stopped him then. It won't be second chances and stunners that win it this time either. Cornelius Fudge snarled at him. You are no longer an Auror. You are a brutal thug who was tolerated by past administrations out of a misguided sense of gratitude for the last war. You have no right to speak here. Narcissa smiled her slow Slytherin smile and offered quietly. And you will not be Minister of Arcane Arts in a week. You have failed to provide security for our own witches and wizards, you have failed to provide security for our guests. And you have attempted to punish those witches and wizards, even the children, who dared to step up and save the lives of those the Death Eaters came to kill. How many families of the Wizigamot almost lost family today? How many of their daughters and sons only lived to come home because of the people you are shouting at now? I really feel your voting block melting like that fellow Sirius liquefied. Cornelius Fudge shouted back. A half-dozen lords of the Wizigamot lie dead in the field, some killed by your precious children. Sirius shrugged. Even less votes for you. Sissy is right. Your time in office won't outlast the cleanup of this event. It's been a long day, and the kids and I need to get back to the tent. Sirius and the others rose. Alistair tossed something onto the table in front of Elder Wizard. It looked like a badge. He stumped over to Sirius and put a hand on his shoulder. Mind if I join you, lad? I would love to hear how the night went in more detail. Since the ministry doesn't want me, and the order doesn't like my methods, I find myself looking for a more rational group to stand with. Alistair, Mad Eye, Moody said as he stumped along beside Sirius. Elder W. Izzard watched him go with a look of quiet rage in his eyes, before the blank and somewhat soft mask of the kindly grandfather slid back down. Interlude politics and dancing. The Slippery Broomstick Gentlemen's Club. Rufus Scrimgeour was too much the Slytherin and professional to show any reaction to deciding the leadership of Wizarding Britain in a booth by the main stage of an exotic dance club. Allah. Store Moody was simply administering 17 different tests for poisons, potions, curses, and anchovies on the nachos ordered for the table. Alistair didn't mind a good assassination, but anchovies had no business in food. Lord Sirius Orion Black had summoned them, surprisingly enough, he commanding the third largest voting block in the Wizigamot, or possibly second. It depended on the body identification on some of the Death Eaters whose bodies had been less than intact at the World Cup. Those that had not been properly identified and heirs elevated in time for the next session could not of course vote. The decision on the next minister was all anyone could talk about. Fudge was deader than Harry's chances to make prefect. I think the last time I was here, I was raiding the place. Rufus said reminiscing. Me too, said Mad Eye Moody, taking a chip and dipping it while his extra eye tracked a dancer showing a great deal of enthusiasm, flexibility, and thigh. And I was arresting that one. Moody said pointing at Sirius who chucked and grabbed his own chip. Rufus looked at him disapprovingly. Got fresh with one of the dancers black. I thought better of you. Sirius looked offended. I was a perfect gentleman at all times. I'll have you know I wasn't even in the audience when the raid hit. Scrimgeour looked at Moody. Black was dancing on the main stage. His mother bribed Barty Crouch Sr. to raid the place. Claimed young Sirius was performing lewd acts on stage. Sirius smiled, remembering. Wicked Arcane Arts User Wednesdays, God I miss those. Did the first one when I lost a bet with James. Then it was a riot, so I did Wednesdays and Saturdays until dear old mom got a glowing review from 6 of her garden party hens at the big fund. Razor for St. Mungo's. I think Griselda Marchbanks has a signed poster from that run posted in her study. Then Sirius winced. When Wahlberg's howler got to the Potters and went off, it dissolved the coffee table and we had to replace the tiles. I like to think that took years off her life. Rufus Scrimgeour rubbed at his forehead and muttered. And this is the best hope for political stability in Britain. Moody passed over his flask and Rufus took a big swig, breathed out a burst of fire, then grabbed a chip. Sirius turned to look at Rufus and his smile was suddenly a thing of sufficient power to make Rufus nearly choke on his chip. Sirius spoke swiftly and quietly, without any drama or emotion. Rufus, you are here looking for our support as the next Minister of Arcane Arts. You know Cornelius Fudge is going to fall when the House meets next. Everyone with half a brain cell knows it, and the ones without a brain cell have aides that will at least try to explain it to them. Well, I like you, and I think you have a lot to offer. That is why you are not getting my support, Sirius said, then took a sip of his own whiskey and saluted the dancer with his glass and a golden galleon tossed onto the stage. Scrimgeour looked shocked. You won't support me? He asked. Moody snorted. Rufus, the oars have been cut to the bone every year since Fudge took office. Those that survived the cuts did so not because they were good, but because they were connected. Most of those connections had tattoos on their left forearm they don't like to talk about in mixed company. War is coming. Elder Wizard and his light faction won't let the Oars hunt Death Eaters before it starts because they deserve a second chance. Parkinson and his dark faction won't let Oars hunt Death Eaters because that is about half the dark faction. And they really want the ones Dark One trained himself when the balloon goes up, because the difference between those he trained and the pathetic crap coming out of the academy under Elder Wizard is like dragons versus ducks. When the war starts, Elder Wizard and his light faction won't let the Oars defend themselves with lethal curses because Death Eaters deserve a second chance. Parkinson and his dark faction won't let Oars defend themselves with lethal curses because he wants as many of the innocent Oars dead before he openly declares for Dark One again and overthrows the ministry. Scrimgeour looked between the two ex-Oars in horror. You don't think we can win? Sirius barked laughter that was bitter as it was rich. Of course not. What we can do is preserve those people. We are going to need to win the next war, my war. Once the Ministry and Elder Wizards' faithful order of sacrificial idiots have handed Dark One victory on a plate, Harry is going to teach Dark One he lost the day he let Harry live. Scrimgeour made a face and sipped his whiskey. I won't be there when it matters. If I am not minister, I will still be head Oar when the war starts, even if they kick me to the curb when it starts. Once the bodies start piling up I will be reactivated. You know the ones on the take will make sure I die bravely before they openly switch sides. Alistair laughed, then dug an improbable amount of salsa onto his nacho. Oh, I have just the place to keep you safe. The academy. They need a new Dada instructor, and I dropped a word with Minnie to make sure Elder Wizard fired me. Didn't even get a first day before firing. That has to be a first. Rufus looked shocked. How did you get fired? You were always Elder Wizard's hatchet man. When he got done talking peace, love and happiness, you got sent and we were wiping up blood and body parts for at least a shift, plus the report writing. Sirius laughed again, told the git of the greater good where he could stuff his Order of the Noble Sacrifice badge and asked me to sign up right in front of him. I thought Albus was going to blow a vein. Scrimgeour chuckled. That would do it. Elder Wizard likes to paint himself as the kind grandfather. But no one defies him openly and survives, or at least not their career. Not as open about it as Lucius used to be, but the end results are about the same. Scrimgeour sighed. It's all just whistling in a graveyard anyway. Young Harry killed Dark One back in 1981, and that still didn't stop him. I don't know what I can do that will make a difference. Oh sure, I had plans to deal with the Death Eaters. But how do you stop a man you can't kill? Moody laughed. Potter's killed him more than once. The kid's a nasty piece of work. Gathered a bunch of kids just about as nasty. Turned Neville Longbottom into someone about 3 times as deadly as Frank or Alice at their best, and I doubt he even has pubic hair yet. He's got 2 dark families taking his orders already. And he's got people in every the Academy house backing him. Scrimgeour eyed Moody, weighing his words, then turned to Sirius for clarification. The ministry has to fall. The rot is too deep. They are turning on Harry now for the crime of not wanting to be sacrificed while they lose the war. Elder Wizard, the Ministry, they both have to fall before we can win the war. Sirius said coldly. Scrimgeour sighed. If the Ministry falls, the people will lose hope. Without Elder Wizard to rally around, say what you will, the whole Champion of Light thing is what kept everyone fighting the last time. What can Harry do that will get all of Wizarding Britain off their asses and into the fight? Sirius smirked. Rufus, back in Auror training, you were brought in to test our occlumency. We the best legimens we actually trusted. Have you kept in practice? Scrimgeour looked at Sirius, then nodded slowly. Sirius met his eyes and waggled his eyebrows. Rufus palmed his wand and pointed it at Sirius, then whispered, Legimens. His mind pushed into Sirius, and he was immediately concerned. Sirius' mind he had known from Auror training. Rufus had been sure he could defeat Sirius' shields. Unless you were a specialist like Rufus, your shields rarely developed enough depth and complexity to hide anything from a truly powerful Legimens given time and leisure to probe. Sirius' mind had changed. The mind was not the brick wall for Rufus to batter and plunder like he expected. It was like pushing into a mass of coils. Sliding and slithering coils of a dark snake whose eyes and gaze he could feel upon him. Rufus was suddenly glad he had permission, because his instincts were screaming at him that if he had pushed his way in uninvited, he might not get to leave. Pushing deeper, following the only path that opened for him. Scrimgeour saw a vision, an island he knew well and hated. A dragon blazed in the sky above, and a castle burned. Rufus recoiled in shock, yanking himself out of Sirius' mind in terror. You can't be serious, Rufus whispered. The very idea of a boy leading an assault on a place that the whole of Wizarding Britain feared to face back when the Aurors were not a joke shook Scrimgeour to his core. I am always serious, Sirius quipped, then continued seriously. The second we get word the Ministry falls, Harry will move. Do you think that will wake up the public? Do you think that will make old moldy shorts need a change of underwear? Scrimgeour shuddered. It would make me need a change of underwear. I know these kids aren't scared of them. I saw that for myself. But do you think they can actually win? Moody took a swig from his flask and sighed. I think I would risk my last eye to find out. Rufus smiled. I say, Moody old man, you wouldn't happen to have done any course planning for the whole Dada thing, have you? It would be a shame to waste it. Moody reached into his battered coat and pulled out a tome that looked to contain half the theory and practice of magical violence. But was labeled, Dada done right. He slid it across to Scrimgeour without comment. As Rufus leafed through it, the old waitress swayed over to their table and leaned over Sirius' shoulder. Lord Black, some of the wait and bar staff were talking to the dancers, and they don't believe us when we told them how you used to drive the witches wild back in the day. You know the back room is available now, and if I recall correctly, when you got arrested back in 1979, you did promise me a rain check. Sirius looked shocked. Esmeralda Macmillan, are you trying to point me into taking off my clothes in front of a room full of women I've never even met? I will have you know I am a respectable lord of the Wizigamut. The waitress gave him a long slow look up and down. A fit one too. The ladies love a man with a nice tight political platform in back and serious talking point up front. Rufus shot up an eyebrow. She couldn't possibly think the lord of the most ancient and noble house of Black was going to strip for the waitstaff and dancers just for old time's sake. Sirius tossed a handful of galleons on the table. Right you are, Esmeralda. A gentleman pays his debts. And I can't leave that many witches crying in their potions. Rufus watched as Esmeralda Macmillan pinched Lord Black's bottom as he swayed to the music towards the back room where, indeed, LF the duty waitresses and every off-duty dancer seemed to be waiting for his show. That is the best hope of Wizarding Britain. Rufus Scrimgeour, future candidate for post-war Minister of Arcane Arts. And potential next semester Dada instructor, whispered in horror. Alistair, Mad Eye. Moody laughed softly. Desperate times indeed. Trust me, Rufus. Those kids are coming for Dark One. It isn't just Harry. Sirius and a whole bunch of very capable and very dangerous people are working to make it come to pass, but it is young Harry and his friends who are going to war. They are going to finish it or die trying. Return to school. -12 Grimald Place. Dirty filthily blood traitor. Eek. Walburga Black's portrait howled at her disgraced son from the wall that it could not be removed from. The enchantments of the portrait had cost the revenue of the entire Black estate for a year. It was all but impossible to silence, move, or destroy. Having been unable to cast Sirius from the family when actress Black, his grandfather, still lived and declared him heir, she had poured every last galleon into making sure not he would rule this house at least. BG, our best girl, was a happy basilisk as she could now reach the painting. And every time Walburga would curse at Sirius she could strike at her. The painting shrugged off every arcane arts below fiend fire, but that would risk the whole of Grimald Place. Basilisk venom on the other hand was wild arcane arts' answer to decay. If dragon fire was the primal fire of creation, then basilisk venom was wild arcane arts' nod to the second law of thermodynamics. To the process of decay and the acceptance of death's first maxim, all that lives must die. BG was a very young basilisk by the calendar Sirius had his care of. Magical creatures knew and understood a basilisk of BG's age should be about 3 feet and very much the occasional hunter of very small prey. BG was now 20 feet long and a ravenous hunter of everything that couldn't talk to her, including Walburga Black. Mother, portrait, and slow learner. The fang marks healed slowly in the portrait itself, the arcane arts in it fluttering and flickering to deal with the damage, but Walburga had dodged this time. The loss of her right arm had taught her that to be struck by those fangs was to be left the choice of swiftly use her own wanding limb or simply watch herself dissolve into nothingness. Sirius, you unfilial whelp, you matricidal ingrate, defend your mother. That snake is trying to murder me, shrieked Walburga, stopping cursing her son long enough to demand he save her. What does the bloated prey say, dogfather? BG said, swaying back and forth to lure Walburga into stillness so she cold strike her again. Sirius read his daily prophet and smiled as he sipped his morning tea. She says nah, you can't catch me. BG's eyes flared as she was challenged and she struck again, this time catching a bit of Walburga's gown, leaving the disparate arcane arts user no choice but to cut off half her skirt to stop the venom from dissolving her legs and costing her the ability to dodge. Showing a lot of leg there, mother. What would father say? Hardly proper for a lady of your breeding. What sort of example are you setting for BG? She is my god-granddaughter and a snake of impressionable age. I won't have her corrupted by your casually stripping in the hallway. Sirius chuckled, waggling his finger at the portrait. Walburga howled. You degenerate blood traitor. You shamed the House of Black by stripping in a nightclub just last night. Walburga's attack had distracted her enough to get caught again on the rest of her skirt, causing Walburga to have to cut it away frantically. Now she was in a huge flowing Edwardian ball gown with bustle that ended like a miniskirt. This is a fun game. Hissed BG happily. Remus came in frowning. Have you seen the prophet? Filthy mongrel cur. How dare you shame the house of Eek? Walburga greeted Remus with the start of her usual anti-werewolf rant. Morning, Walburga, said Remus. Morning, BG. He hissed. Mooney. The howling one has legs. Look, I made her show them. Hissed a happy BG. Sirius got up and scratched her head, causing the snake to lean back into his touch like the decadent little murder noodle she was becoming. Who's my best girl? You are my best girl. Yes you are. Remus sighed. You were a bad influence on that basilisk. Had you asked me in 7th year when we were doing our care of magical creatures, Newt, I would have bet any money even you could not corrupt a basilisk. Sirius chucked. And you would have lost. I tempted Griselda Marchbanks to stick a galleon between my cheeks because Tamara Ogden had nicked my thong. I hid out from Death Eat. RS in a cave with a yogi who had spent 110 years moving past all worldly desires and taught him to blow fire rings with fire whiskey and sing dirty songs in Hindi and English by day 3. We had gotten as far as lighting farts with our wands before I got the all clear. I must say, never enter that competition with a vegetarian. They will win. Remus just shook his head. Why can't you be reasonable like Puppernoodle? Begged Remus. Sirius looked up in confusion. Where is your basilisk anyway? Remus smirked. Passed out in the main solar under the big window, enjoying the morning sun like a rational snake. Sirius. If you could actually be serious for a second, what do you think about the news in the Prophet? Sirius let his shoulders slump for a second. Cornelius Fudge is out. Barty Crouch Sr. is elected. And good old Elder Wizard was his backer. Parkinson was defeated at least, but Crouch is in and has some sort of detent with old Elder Wizard. They both colluded to keep me in Azkaban. They both have a problem with Harry being off leash. Short term it is a problem. Long term, we set them up as the thing Dark One has to kill to reach power. He turned and looked at his old friend and new steward of House Black. Remus, you met with Skeeter and made sure she would be there for the start of year and the announcements. It is critical that when Elder Wizard and Crow UCH reveal what they are planning for this year that Harry and his gang can upstage them in front of the press. They need him silenced, and I am not liking the rumors of how they are going about doing it. He needs to be someone that every arcane arts user thinks about, knows about, and absolutely trusts as independent of both the ministry and our dear old puppet master Elder Wizard. Remus looked at his old friend. Rita Skeeter will be there. How you can trust she will run the story you want, not side with them I don't. No, Sirius smiled. Because Rita is a shark, how? She came out a stag beetle animagus I don't know. Her soul is a shark, and both Barty Crouch and Elder Wizard are trailing so much blood the water is almost chum. I have sold her on the fact that our dear little Harry is a creature who went swimming in political waters for the first time, because he has a taste for whales. Like a good little shark, she will follow our dear Harry and be ready for any new wounds he opens up. So she can get her little shark teeth in there first for her pound of flesh. No, my good Remus, I have made my entire career out of tempting women. Rita Skeeter lives to bring the powerful down, to tear down legends. She is a little person who has been trampled on her entire life and now lives only to bring the big ones down. If she goes after Harry, he doesn't actually care if the public likes him. Could give a fig about Wizigamut votes, doesn't even really care if anyone who isn't inside his clan believes him about Dark One. He is almost untouchable by Skeeter. Elder Wizard and Fudge on the other hand, are political and social giants whose feet are very much turning to sand, and are about one good push away from falling down and going boom very loudly. Rita cool, D'an't ignore this story any more than I could pass by a Vila nude volleyball tournament. Sirius smiled. Besides, I would pay 1,000 galleons just to see Severus' face when Harry gives his little gift. If Skeeter gets a shot of it, I will have it framed and hang it across from Walburga so she has no choice but to look at it. Ought to find out if you can give a portrait a heart attack. It is what killed Mom in the first place. The two surviving marauders shared a laugh, and between Grim and Werewolf, their laugh had more of Fang and Death by Moonlight than anything resembling humor. The Academy Express platform 9-3/4. Auror Proudfoot stopped Hermione. Luggage inspection. Open your trunks. Hermione frowned. This is platform 9-3/4. This is the Academy territory. Auror's authority enda. D at the platform edge according to the Treaty of the Academy. Auror Proudfoot sneered. Well, Headmaster Elder Wizard decided you students were in need of moral guidance, and has volunteered to allow ministerial guidance under a ministerial inquisitor who has posted orders to make sure no contraband gets into the Academy. Inquisitor Umbridge has declared that orders shall search as they deem necessary any suspicious students or obvious dissidents. Harry, Neville, and Millicent had drifted over. Harry had slid his wand into his hand. Neville was looking worried, but Millicent had slid her hand over to cover Harry's wand hand. Giving a small headshake, she indicated that they should watch, and let Hermione handle it. Hermione raised one eyebrow and tossed her mass of brown bushy hair like a centurion's crest as she prepared to dress down a particularly stupid legionary during inspection. Hermione began to project her voice in the way Millicent had coached her, not shouting, never shouting because that denoted a loss of control. No, speak from the diaphragm, projecting power, and infusing your own arcane arts into it so that it compelled attention. Most never learned the trick, but powerful mages who went into politics soon did. Professional politicians like Fudge and Croaker lacked the power to use it casually, but Elder Wizard wielded it effortlessly to command any crowd he spoke in. The Bulstrodes had taught Millicent when she was a child, with the intention that if she ever grew into such power, she could wield it. Hermione had that power in spades. Inquisitor. Well, I show. LD expect a failed and collapsing ministry to fall back on the very tool the Muggles used to hunt witches and wizards to suppress those who dare to think, speak, or act like a true arcane arts user or arcane arts user. Like the Inquisition of the Muggle Church, you will of course fail, but hurt any number of innocents before you do, Hermione said, and every parent and child on the platform was listening. Proudfoot drew his wand. Open your trunk. Hermione crossed her arms behind her back, coincidentally placing her hand on her Walther PPK back holster, but far away from the wand on her belt. Hermione spoke clearly. Kiss my ass. You have neither right nor warrant. Proudfoot snarled. Stupefy. And a red globe with enough power not simply to stun a teenager, but to blast them half the length of the platform and possibly shatter some bones on impact launched for her head. Crack. Hermione had spun and dropped into a classic left-handed competitive firing stance, her left arm extended in line with her shoulder advanced. A direct unbroken line connected Hermione's left eye, the holographic red dot sight projected by runes above her Walther PPK and the exploding hand and wand of Auror Proudfoot. The clink of an expended brass landing on the platform was heard before the scream of the Auror, but Hermione's right hand was over, but not touching her wand. Headmaster Elder Wizard, let alone his pet Inquisitor, has no legal authority to cede my rights against search and seizure, nor defense of the person. You have fired upon me without warning, and without threat. I have chose and to disarm you without the use of arcane arts, so you cannot even ask to examine my wand. Do be aware, Auror Proudfoot, that bulletproofing charms in your robles only affect bullets that would have struck your robes. Hermione said. Auror Proudfoot screamed as he grasped the ruins of his right hand. The bones had exploded in the hand, the shock wave of the impact of a round traveling with the muzzle velocity associated with anti-material rifles had broken bones back to the elbow, and fragments of the wand were driven deep into the flesh of the forearm. Her muzzle pointed skyward with bent elbow. Hermione eyed the converging Aurors with amusement. A forest of drawn wands from a half-dozen Aurors and about 50 parents made it clear that should one single spell be fired, a bloodbath would result. Augusta Longbottom's sonorous charm cut through the babble of noise. Aurors stand down. The Longbottom matriarch's voice hammered the crowd into submission by its power. Auror Stevendish shook it off and pointed a wand at her. You don't have any authority to command us. We are here by the Inquisitor's authority, with the agreement of the Minister of Arcane Arts and Headmaster Elder Wizard. Augusta Longbottom sneered at the young Auror as only a grande dame of the founding 12 families could sneer. She sneered so powerfully that the stuffed vulture on top of her hat leaned due to sneer at the middle-aged Auror as well. Young man, I am the chairwoman of the Academy Board of Governors. You will find on this platform, as in the Academy, that it is I, not the headmaster, not the Minister of Arcane Arts, and not some jumped-up bureaucrat in a made-up position, that has the legal authority here. Now, should you decide to settle this with brute force and not rule of law, I shall have my grandson and his friends stack your bodies in the corner with the other trash to be taken out by the Academy elves so as not to disturb the first years. August. Longbottom had not removed her sonorous charm, nor pointed her wand at the Auror. Neville Longbottom's wand however was a blaze of golden light. A golden scythe had formed, more a polearm than a hand weapon, and the hum of power coming off the blade argued that if he flicked his wand, Auror Stevendish would never live to discover what it was that cut his shield, defensive enchantments, body and soul. Stevendish noted that the strange, rune-marked children they had been ordered to search had all trained their wands on different Aurors, so the half-dozen standing Aurors, no matter what the adults did, would be cut down at the casting of the first spell. They were fourth-year students, they hadn't even ridden their owls yet. They should be trembling in their boots before trained Aurors. Stevendish swallowed. The spit felt like a fist as it went down his throat. These were the children that used the torture curse on Dementors on the train the year before, the ones who had summoned a Patronus dragon 300 feet long that actually ate Dementors at the Quidditch disaster. They had killed Death Eaters in full regalia, standing against teams of the experienced Death Eaters Stevendish would run before facing. Hermione coughed to draw his attention. You have no legal right to search the Academy students' belongings or person without a warrant issued by the DMLE head, and Amelia Bones is about 100 meters that way. Pointing her wand at you, Not me, so I am assuming you don't have one. This being the case, you have an injured Auror who needs a potion, which I shall not be giving him, and an entire Auror detail in need of instruction as to the basic laws of Wizarding Britain and the Academy Treaty, which I suspect Director Bones will be seeing you receive in the very near future. Put your wand away, or you will be responsible for lethal spell fire on the platform that holds the children of every powerful political figure on every side of the Wizigamut, and the child of every arcane arts user and arcane arts user who is capable of challenging you personally to a duel whose results will be both lethal and legal. Auror Stevendish called out shakily. Aurors, stand down. Took him 2 attempts to holster his own wand. By that point 2 of his team had descended on Auror Proudfoot to staunch the bleeding and administer healing, bone regrowth, and blood-replenishing potions. As no one had thought to include pain potions, the Auror was screaming so loudly they had to cast a sound-muffling charm to stop the children reacting to his screams. As the teens stowed their luggage in the compartment, Neville finally broke down and asked, "Bloody hell, Hermione, how did you know all that?" Neville asked. Hermione shrugged. "The Academy, a history. I sent you all copies. I really do think you should read them. The minister has chosen to interfere at the Academy, I guess because he knows his hold on the ministry is shaky, what with Sirius being freed, his false imprisonment being exposed, and all those Death Eaters he freed as innocent, getting themselves killed by us when they slaughtered everyone they could reach at his precious World Cup. I don't know why Elder Wizard is allowing it. Allowing the Ministerial Inquisitor at the Academy is a severe blow to his authority as headmaster, and he somehow allowed it. Barty Crouch isn't in any position to demand it. He barely got elected, and he has no support." Harry slumped into his seat. "Politics. Elder Wizard is unhappy that I am not being a good boy who lived, and dancing on his strings like a good little puppet. He is the champion of light, so he can't exactly publicly bully me into doing what I am told or me, and all of you pay whatever price he can legally justify. So he decides to allow Crouch to put in his pet Inquisitor. Whoever Dolores Umbridge is, and she can do all the bullying while Elder Wizard looks on like the saint that he is, goes tut-tut, if only you threw yourself upon my infinite mercy and begged forgiveness. I could make all the bad things stop." Millicent gave a soft clap. "Harry, that was almost Slytherin. I am so proud." Draco looked at him in alarm. "That was actually pretty decent analysis." Harry shrugged. "Sirius has been making me take lessons. I complained to GRIPHOOK, but Fangborn overheard, and she and Sirius have been exchanging owls, so I get double-teamed. She seems think any creature who needs that much instruction on politics is ashamed to the clan, so she has not only permitted, but ordered Sirius to double down on my instruction." Draco shuddered. "When your mother decides your lack of education has shamed the family, bad things happened. It was a lot easier. Simplo Draco learned dance after all." Fred offered. "It's all," George concluded, "geek to me. I sent cuffed her minions on the back of the head, before ruffling their hair." "I don't keep you around for your thinking," Millicent offered. Frowned. "Well, not your academic or political thinking. Sneaky and underhanded thinking is a thing of absolute beauty. You hear that, Fred?" said Fred to George. "I heard George," said George to Fred. "She called us beautiful." The Weasley twins high-fived and grinned at a disbelieving compartment. Hermione frowned. "I don't like the title of Inquisitor. In human history, no Inquisition started for limited ends with limited authorized means, has Eve. R stayed inside its limited means or within the scope of its defined ends. It is a recipe for abuse unless the person in power is a pillar of self-discipline and morality." Millicent snorted. "Dolores Umbridge was a very junior undersecretary in the Department of International Cooperation under Barty Crouch. Since Britain does not cooperate with filthy foreigners, that is about as important as the position of Dementor's Undersecretary of Tourism. Since Bertha Jerkins did all the actual work for the World Cup and Triwizard Tournament, then somehow got lost on holiday, Dolores was under a lot of fire from everyone involved in the disaster of the World Cup because she didn't know anything about the work she claimed credit for doing, and was under even more fire for the Triwizard Cup, because again, she had no information about what security arrangements were, when the World Cup went pear-shaped and suddenly having the Tri-Arcane Arts User Cup at the Academy became a security question. Instead of being fired for incompetence, Or being grilled by the Wizigamut for actual answers for what failed in security at the World Cup, or how things were improved for the Tri-Arcane Arts User Cup, shish. E is suddenly Barty Crouch's girl on the ground at the Academy. The Inquisitor of the Academy. She has escaped the consequences of her own incompetence and been promoted as Barty Crouch's political WH. IP to bring disobedient students into obedience with Barty Crouch's version of reality and ministerial doctrine. Do not expect reason, respect for law, or anything resembling morality from her. Everyone looked at Millicent and blinked. I rule a most ancient and noble house. I have like 20 witches and wizards who do nothing but gather intelligence on politics surrounding my interests at the Academy. Draco coughed, then pulled out stacks of handouts. Mother drew these up for the rest of you. She figured that Sirius was sloppy and the rest of you were too Hufflepuff to really prepare for political backstabbing. R2 Ravenclaw pointed out to everyone she thought already knew. Luna looked briefly alarmed, as if she only now realized other people didn't know, and she should have mentioned it. Draco patted her hand and handed her a sheaf of papers she scanned and nodded. Over, as if confirming it contained all the major points. Neville sighed, Harry sighed, and Hermione looked alarmed. There had been something she should have studied and had missed. Millicent patted her hand. Only a Hufflepuff would be alarmed there was work she had missed the chance to do. Harry groaned. You know this Umbridge is going to go spare when we co-opt her big moment to upstage her. Elder Wizard is going to lose it. The fact he is going to have to pretend to like it is going to take years off his life. Neville eyed Draco and Millicent. You know, this is going to tell us if Snape is still loyal to Dark One. When he sees the locket, he is either going to react like the head of House Slytherin, and at the return of its most sacred founder's artifact, or like a Death Eater to the knowledge that one of his beloved Dark Lord has had part of his soul eaten, and one of his anchors to immortality cut. Draco met his eyes. I am confident of my godfather's loyalty. Harry shrugged. A lot of people are. All but one of them will turn out to be wrong. Millicent Bulstrode. Lady Selwyn laughed softly. Nothing like a Slytherin revenge drama. 10,000 betrayals leading to an ultimate expression of loyalty. I used to read them before bedtime and cry myself to sleep if I guessed wrong. Hermione looked at her with interest. Did you guess wrong very often? Millicent smiled. Almost never. The Academy Great Hall, after the sorting ceremony. Elder Wizard sat smiling. Minerva McGonagall at his right hand was frowning. And Dolores Umbridge to his left was beaming, a vision of a pink toad-like woman dressed in what would have been appropriate female attire from a Muggle version of Stepford Barbie. She was a vision of pink overcorrection for a lack of any feminine virtues, that is, she was clearly female, but had missed utterly any of the elements of human that generally attend either gender. And instead settled on toad with a side of eye-searing pink. Rufus Scrimgeour was perched beside Severus Snape, as the new Dada instructor had been a Slytherin in his day and felt better in company with his own. Professor Flitwick was looking puzzled and you could see his wand had come out as he began to make passes in the air, testing the shift in the ambient arcane arts that soon had him and Professor babbling of ancient runes and Sinestra of arithmancy in a three-way discussion over what each of them was detecting. Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet ignored and was ignored by Percival Dippet, head political reporter. While their two photographers chatted amiably, ignoring both their overly personalitied reporters to talk shop in the way of professional technicians working for overly moody artists. There was a big announcement promised, and they were aware that the Minister of Arcane Arts' personal or detail was in the Academy, which argued so was the Minister. Elder Wizard rose and tapped his glass with his wand. Welcome students, welcome to another wonderful year at the Academy. There are a few start-of-term announcements. First of all, I would like to welcome our new Dada instructor, Professor Rufus Scrimgeour, who comes to us after retiring from the Auror department of the DMLE, where he had served as chief Auror under the former Minister of Arcane Arts. Rufus rose, bowed, and spoke briefly. I have spent a few days with Professor Remus Lupin who taught you last year, and been given a thorough grounding on where you all were, and what still needed to be covered. As he had gotten you almost back to where you needed to be, I will be taking it from there. Unfortunately the Newt and Owl students will have a pretty hard time this year, as from what Professor Lupin has told me. You began last year almost a full year behind where you should be, and ended it not quite all the way caught up. As any of my Aurors can tell you, I am not the hardest taskmaster you could ask for. But I did train under him." Rufus' grin caused all of the oars in the corners of the room to shudder as they all remembered their own instruction under Mad Eye Moody. Rufus sat. Ving set the tone he wished for his year as an instructor. Strict, but having grounded the students on the very real and inflexible needs of their owl and newt requirements that they were expected to meet. And where they stood in relevance to that. Elder Wizard winced at Rufus openly admitting Elder Wizard's revolving door of Dada instructors had a very real cost to his students, and that Quirrell had been absolutely useless before turning out to be a murdering inferi possessed by the Dark Lord. Deciding to sweep that political gaffe under the table as Scrimgeour being recently an or rather than any sort of a more sensitive ministerial employee, he moved on. In the recent past, there has been a certain amount of conflict between the ministry and the academy, or its students, about the proper use of arcane arts. And specifically magical force, since a number of students in the academy come to our blessed halls without the grounding of a solid magical and moral upbringing inside our an ancient culture. His eyes moved to lock visibly on Hermione, or who see disadvantaged subcultures. His eyes locked on Harry. The academy has decided to waive its traditional immunity to ministerial oversight and allow the appointment of an Inquisitor for moral and magical purity here at the academy. I hope you will join me in welcoming Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge. To say that our welcome was lackluster was putting it mildly. The Slytherins had started to look smug when they did the political translation of Mudblood and Halfblood for outside our rich and ancient culture, and creature for disadvantaged subculture, but when the phrase moral and magical purity was uttered, their instincts screamed at them, for who in Slytherin House dared to examine their own chosen tool kits for moral or magical purity when the only standard acceptable for Slytherins had always been success, not cleanliness or legality. Hufflepuffs had noticed Elder Wizard's targeting of Hermione and by extension all their Muggleborn. And Harry is the only creature and done as Hufflepuffs had always done, locking tight around their own like a bronze-aged phalanx, pointing all wands or spears outward at the foe almost without thinking. Ravenclaws had looked upon the headmasters choosing to subject the students of the academy to an inquisition of clearly political agenda from a minister whose time in office was measured in hours, not years, with all the horror that it deserved. The House of Wisdom knew of no foolishness for transitory or terrible than wizarding politics, and to hear that politics should now dictate their access to magical knowledge had the House of Eagles ruffling its feathers angrily. Gryffindors felt betrayed. Elder Wizard had been their head of house before McGonagall, and yet here he was clearly allowing the ministry to target Muggleborns inside the academy. They were generally the most clueless house when it came to politics, but they had seen the ministry target all the Muggleborn and Halfbloods for searches and harassment that it took Hermione Granger to point out were illegal, and worst, it had taken Hufflepuff, not a Gryffindor, to stand up to it. For the House of Lions, the champions of the oppressed, to find their own headmaster had invited the literal inquisition into the academy was not going over well. Percy Weasley looked like the only lion who was not already looking to mutiny. Dolores Umbridge had risen to give her own speech. Hem, she began, using the sonorous charm on herself to drown out all the growing muttering about her appointment. I come to you from Minister of Arcane Arts Bartimus Crouch Sr.'s own staff for the glorious and important task of raising your conduct to the standards that your forebears held, and brought glory to this ancient and revered institution. The general decay and decline of traditional discipline has had its effect, and no one more than the minister realizes that you are not to blame. You have been taught no better. Rejoice, for the minister has chosen to see to your moral correction before your graduation, so that you will be prepared before you leave the academy to take your proper place inside wizarding society. To add to the harmony of a wizarding world that has recently been unnecessarily agitated by a minority of troublemakers. She stopped and smiled. It is more important than ever that the academy puts its best foot forward, for Wizarding Britain is once again taking its rightful place in the forefront of the wizarding world, and the eyes of the world will indeed be on the academy this year. Umbridge smiled and took her seat with a smile that any creature or Slytherin knew was a declaration of intent to subjugate, rather than one of peace or welcome. The angry mutterings again rose around the room, save from the Slytherins who were too savvy to show their true thoughts before authority. Elder Wizard rose beaming, as if the speech had been a rousing success. and once again used sonorous to overpower the rising of angry mutterings. Quite right, quite right. The last announcement is that Quidditch will be cancelled for this year. Elder Wizard held up his hands to quiet the roar of objection. Now. I already had Poppy regrow my eardrums from telling Professor McGonagall, I don't need to lose them again. Now I understand that the Quidditch Cup is the most important thing here at the Academy for anyone not in their Owl and Newt year, and for a few who are, but this year that competition must stand aside for something far more exciting, far more important. An event is coming to the Academy that has not been seen in a century, and an opportunity is coming to a lucky the Academy student that will allow them to write their own ticket in the wizarding world after graduation, far beyond any Newt or mastery the Academy itself could grant. To explain, I shall turn this announcement over to the man who has spent years working with ministries from Britain and all over Wizarding Europe, the man behind bringing the Quidditch World Cup back to Britain, and our new Minister for Arcane Arts, Bartimus Crouch Sr. Seamus Finnegan was eared loudly complaining, is he trying to claim the Irish victory for England now, or is he trying to say that the whole almost murdered by rampaging Death Eaters was some sort of huge organizational accomplishment? Minister Crouch visibly flinched and stopped to scowl at the Gryffindor table, who mostly scowled back, already upset about Muggle-born persecution, the loss of Quidditch, and the growing awareness that an inquisition about moral purity may have serious repercussions on dating broom closet activity in the coming year. Politics they may be weak on, but snogging in broom closets was something the Gryffindors took very seriously. Minister Crouch took Dumbledore's place at the podium and cast his own sonorous. He attempted to push his power out to back his words with magical force, but the Academy wards flared, the runes burning visibly, and the minister winced as his arcane arts was forced back into him. Snarling slightly, he began his speech anyway. For the first time in over a century, the Academy will host the Tri-Arcane Arts User Tournament. For centuries this competition would be held to settle primacy between the three great schools of the Academy, Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. The champion of the Tri-Arcane Arts User Tournament will win 1,000 galleons tax-free, as well as everlasting glory. No few Tri-Arcane Arts User champions have gone on to become Ministers of Arcane Arts themselves, as they have proven to be the foremost Arcane Arts User or Arcane Arts User in all of Europe. Neville Longbottom forgot to whisper, "Yeah, the ones who lived. They quit running the tournament when it stopped being just all the competitors and started killing some of the delegates. I mean the 7 times all the champions died were fine, but in Paris when it took not just the champions but the headmasters and one of the ministers, they finally stopped it." "Silence!" roared Elder Wizard, interrupting the minister and Neville. 20 points from Hufflepuff, Elder Wizard said sternly, but Pomona Sprout alternated glaring at the headmaster and smiling at Neville, showing that Hufflepuff House was not punishing him. Minister Crouch forced a smile. "This year, you must all be on your best behavior. For the Academy will play host to the world. Beauxbatons of France and the Mediterranean and Durmstrang of Northern Europe will be sending their own contingents of students and champions, along with their headmistress and headmaster here to the Academy for the year. There will be 3 challenges spanning the whole school year, the final to require the use of the Quidditch pitch. Between these there will be scholastic competitions, dueling competitions, broom racing competitions for the Academy students and those of the other schools to showcase their abilities and test each other. And of course the Yule Ball, with dances led by the 3 champions and their dates which will be the focus of Wizarding Society for all of Wizarding Europe this year." This time Crouch had the students, and excitement was all of them. Crouch posed for photos, but Rita Skeeter just looked at Harry and raised an eyebrow. This was hardly newsworthy of her efforts. Young Harry rose from his seat. Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger rose with him. The 4 walked to the space before the main dais and Harry began to hiss in Parseltongue. The Academy wards flared and his words echoed back in his own voice from the stone, each sentence in Parseltongue booming back in English from the stones of the hall. "Hear me Salazar Slytherin, first of the Academy founders. Hear me sons and daughters of his house. Hear me House Master of Slytherin, for a son and daughter of your house would restore to the Academy one of its founding treasures." Stone snakes slithered down the walls of the great hall and rose to stand above the head table. Severus Snape rose and strode to stand in the shadow of the snakes, before the head table, eyeing Harry Potter with suspicion. "No." The serpent slithered down the aisle. Behind him marched Millicent Bulstrode and Draco Malfoy, each holding one end of a heavy silver chain, from which hung a green and silver locket marked with silver serpents. All light in the hall seemed to gather around the locket, and Noodle hissed in Parseltongue. "Behold the locket of Salazar Slytherin, greatest of the Academy 4. The stones O.F. The Academy boomed out the translation, and Severus Snape took a step back, shouting out. "How is this possible?" Severus Snape shouted. Rita Skeeter was on her feet, and the photographer was flashing photos as fast as he could reload. Millicent Bulstrode took a stance, taking the chain from Draco to hold it above her head. She didn't need a sonorous charm herself, as Draco swiftly cast a sound amplification charm for her. Stolen and defiled by Dark One, this locket was recovered at the cost of the life of one of Slytherin's own, for it was the House of Black who recovered and cleansed it of its taint. Severus Snape snarled and shouted, his control shattered by the sight of his Dark Lord's former Horcrux now cleaned of its taint by magic Severus could not even contemplate, followed by the implication that his hated rival Sirius Black was somehow Slytherin. "Sirius Black is no Slytherin," Severus Snape shouted, and Rita Skeeter's eyes blazed as she saw the story blaze. There was scandal, drama, arcane arts, intrigue and possibly a few bodies to be found here. This was her story. The boy continued to impress her. This couldn't possibly be left to that political hack. This was a Skeeter story if ever one lived. Millicent, having already gamed this out with Draco 100 times, already had Snape's probable responses rehearsed, and a script worked out with both Sirius and Narcissa for maximum impact. Not Sirius Black. This locket was stolen by Dark One, a holy relic of Slytherin himself, and the Dark Lord Dark One defiled it, turning it into a Horcrux like Herpo the Foul, desecrating the arcane arts of the founder Salazar Slytherin with unholy murder and soul-violating arcane arts to kill an innocent for the power to bind a portion of Dark One's own soul to this locket. Regulus Arcturus Black, although a marked Death Eater understood that this showed Voldemort's promised future was a lie, that Dark One himself was nothing but the basest and most vile corrupter and destroyer of Slytherin's name and legacy. At the cost of his own life, Regulus Arcturus Black recovered that locket from Voldemort's most hidden and defended sanctum and returned it to House Black. Millicent stated. "Impossible," roared Elder Wizard, who knew there was no arcane arts that could remove a Horcrux from a person or object without destroying it. That is why Harry had to die facing Dark One in the end. Yet here Harry's friends were not only announcing to the world the secret of the Horcrux, but claiming to have cleansed a second one off a second founder's relic. Draco stepped forward and cast Sonorous on himself. Lord Sirius Orion Black, unwilling to let the sacrifice of his beloved brother be in vain, led a ritual in the ancient tradition, the tradition of the great houses before he founding of the Academy or the Ministry, in the ancient arcane arts of the families, using members of every house of the Academy, of every blood status, and cleansed this holy artifact. It is the will of House Black that the House of Slytherin stands strong and equal to House Hufflepuff, to whom its relic has been likewise cleansed and restored. As Draco spoke, Millicent lowered the locket of Slytherin over House Master Snape's neck. As it did, the stone serpents above the dais lowered their heads to bow to Severus Snape, House Master of Slytherin. Minister Crouch lurched upright. "That is a dark artifact, and must be turned over to the Ministry immediately. It is rightly the property of the Unspeakables and will be given into my custody immediately." The stone serpents of above the dais earned to hiss at the Minister of Arcane Arts. Stone badgers rose from the flagstones between them to growl their defiance. Pomona Sprout rose and took the Hufflepuff cup in her hands and strode to stand beside Severus Snape. She bowed to him, and he to her. They faced the head table and minister. In unison they spoke. "The Academy stands together." Slytherin and Hufflepuff houses cheered, swiftly joined by Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Umbridge and Crouch shouted and snarled. McGonagall and Flitwick both stood and clapped, the latter standing upon the table to clap. Elder Wizard met Snape's eyes, an angry god staring down at his own Lucifer. Severus Snape rose up to his full height and glared back at Albus Percival Wulfric Bryan, Elder Wizard. He who had betrayed and defied the Dark Lord, Al betrayed and defied the Champion of Light. Fear twisted inside him like a serpent, but the hand of Pomona Sprout closed on his shoulder. A peasant's hand, still with dirt beneath the nails. A farmer's hand, he had sneered. Yet she was the master of herbs as he the master of potions, two magics changed the least in all the centuries of the rule of the ministry and Wizigamut. The old magics, the old ways. Severus Snape smiled. He turned to Professor Sprout and smiled, for once, without irony or agenda. Two of the Academy Four had been restored, cleansed of Dark One's taint, but not given to Elder Wizard's rule. Freed by ancient magics, magics the ministry denied and forbade, magics the Dark Lord disdained and ignored. Feeling the weight of Salazar Slytherin's locket on his shoulders, he could feel its arcane arts reaching out to the very stones of this castle. If Hegla Hufflepuff had been given charge of the welfare of the Academy students, Salazar Slytherin had been given charge of the destruction of its foes. He felt connections forming, felt his own arcane arts tasted, tested, and accepted. Elder Wizard looked down from the dais like the god of the Muggle Bible looking down in judgment on Lucifer the first rebel. Snape suddenly remembered Lily's explanation of Lucifer and the serpent in the Garden of Eden. Lucifer, the morning star, the serpent of Eden. Elder Wizard Lou, head down like the wrath of the God of Abraham, and the head of the House of Serpents looked up at him, and smiled. Rita Skeeter glanced at her photographer, who snapped the picture. Story, story, story. Rita knew it was just beginning. She would have to get a room in Hogsmeade. No way she was leaving the Academy alone. For a single moment this year. Careers would be made this year, mostly hers, and careers would be destroyed. Oh, how many of them. Rita felt a lust no man, woman, gold, or even power could stir in her well up. Oh, 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 how the mighty will tremble and fall before this year was over. Rita would record it all, and maybe give a little push when they teetered on the brink. After years of being ignored, sidelined and shut out because she wasn't born pure blood, wasn't related to anyone important or particularly rich. Now she would watch the whole comfortable wizarding elite fall, and climb their wreckage to success. She could kiss every one of those dangerous little children. Actions and Conseek. This hovel is the best my sworn can offer me, their Dark Lord. Dark One hissed, his homunculus body like that of a prematurely aged child. Lucius No Name looked disheveled, his fully coiffure now bedraggled blonde locks held back with a twist of leather like some common ruffian, his face unshaved, his clothes, serviceable but no longer elegant. His face was drawn and his eyes shadowed as he carried his Dark Lord with a subservience and fear the childlike figure should not merit, until you looked into those burning red eyes. Barty Crouch Jr.'s eyes were wild, his grin manic, and a nervous twitch caused him to lick his lips far too frequently, a leftover from his stint in Azkaban before his father switched his dying mother for him, and smuggled him out to hold in the Crouch Manor under an imperious curse. My father's house may not be much, but since he is under my imperious now, it is the most secure in all of England. After all, you now have the Minister of Arts' own protective detail to defend you. Barty Crouch's laughter was clearly insane, but his point was valid. When he had attended the Quidditch World Cup under an invisibility cloak, he had said the confusion of the event to steal Ludo Bagman's wand. With his father running for Minister of Arcane Arts, and with the frustrations of having to broker deals with Elder Wizard and Lord Parkinson both, Barty Crouch Sr. had been driven to drink. With the loss of his willpower and the growing resistance of repeated use of the Imperious, Barty Crouch Jr. had finally broken free of his father's curse, and used the stolen wand to place his father under the same curse. Now Dark One had smuggled himself back into England, and gone to ground in the Minister of Arcane Arts' own manor, with the Minister under his Death Eater son's control, and the Minister's protective detail defending them from any intrusion. The irony made Dark One join in the laughter. The Jerkins woman was milked of all the information we needed for the World Cup security, and the Tri-Arcane Arts User Tournament. Why am I hearing reports of my followers being slaughtered like sheep by a handful of children? Did I not train you myself? Did I select squibs, mudbloods, weaklings? You were to have spread fear and confusion the length of the land, driven the ministry to spread its oars thinly, forced them to actionary legislation and controls to build resentment and make recruitment of minorities like the werewolves easier. Instead, everyone is talking about young Harry and his little friends. Where are my reports? Summon the team leaders. I want to hear what went wrong. Dark One hissed and tapped his wand to Lucius' dark mark. Quote. Instantly two figures appeared. Lords Parkinson and Knott. Dark One waited for several seconds, then snarled. Where is Rosier, Rockwood, McNair, Dolohov? Where are my elites? He turned to Parkinson and Knott. Where, worms, are your leaders, my picked men? Lord Parkinson worked his hands like he was washing them, the sweat on his brow betraying his fear. They are dead, my lord. They ran into more serious opposition. Voldemort's childlike body could not contain his rage. Antonin Dolohov was the European dueling champion. He has faced Albus, Elder Wizard, and walked away, battled James Potter and Sirius Black together and still escaped. He killed the Prewitt twins and burned their house down over their corpses. How did he die in a simple raid? Knott snarled. Sirius Black killed him. He's different since Harry Potter had him broken out of Azkaban. Stronger, more focused. He had easily twice the power as last time Dolohov fought him. It wasn't even close. Dark One shrieked, his voice more like a demon than a man. What were my Death Eaters doing while Dolohov was fighting alone? I ordered 60 of you to the raid. What were they doing? Buying souvenirs from the stalls. This was a raid, Parkinson whispered harshly. They were dying, Lord. Young Harry and his brats were ambushing them all through the grounds. They didn't stand and fight. They ambushed our men, cut them down from behind, confused them in the fog and made them shoot each other, and the ONES who got lured into the forest got crucified. Voldemort slumped down, his rage no longer able to push the fragile shell of a body he rode. The Jerkins woman was nearly dead before we used her to birth this body. I haven't enough power to lead you in battle like this. We need to complete the ritual to get my body back. Without me, you pathetic fools clearly cannot even discipline school children. Dark One hissed. When I have my body back, I will break my truest disciples from Azkaban. Without Rockwood, I will need Bellatrix, Rabastron and Rudolphus Lestrange. I need my commanders if I am to turn the rabble of this generation into an army to take over Britain. He watched everyone flinch, and turned his gaze to Lord Parkinson. His red eyes burned into the Death Eater, and his legitimacy tore from his follower all the things that they had feared to tell him. Voldemort's voice sounded hollow and shocked. Dead, Bellatrix, my right hand. They killed her in Azkaban before I could even come for her. They dared. No, not they. Not the Ministry, not the gutless Aurors. Potter dared to free his Sirius Black, and kill all 3 of my Lestrange. I was always going to kill him, use his blood for my return. But now I must kill him threefold. Dark One sighed heavily. They found the cup, and the locket. Regulus Black betrayed me, chose his family over his lord. All my defenses, all my wards. Magics no living mage could hope to equal. Wards, potions, curses, inferi, potions, and all defeated by one angry little boy, bitter because I poisoned his precious house elf. Dark One turned and his wand flashed, catching Lucius with a blood-red beam. Crucio. As Lucius screamed, Dark One snarled. If you had not used my diary and bungled it, Narcissa would not have divorced you, denying me control of the Wizigamut. Denying me the money to bribe the weak and foolish to their own destruction, and my enemies would not have known my Horcrux even exist. They have found and destroyed 3. They must know 3 is a powerful magical number and a greater number of Horcrux than any have ever dared. They cannot suspect that I dared to make 7, or that the Potter boy is the last. Dark One sighed. Still, they know about the Horcrux, and they never should have. That means I cannot wait, cannot rebuild my forces slowly. Ravenclaw's diadem is in the academy. I will need to take that to be sure it is safe. No one can pass the defenses on my ring. No one knows about my snake Nagini. I am going to have to use shock and awe, take the Ministry by storm before that old fool Elder Wizard trips on his beard and falls on the diadem, or Harry Potter finds it at the bottom of his cereal bowl like a Muggle prize. Barty Crouch knelt by his Dark Lord and stared into the blood-red eyes of his master. I can deliver Potter to you, my lord, and the Ministry. My father had already used his access to doctor the Goblet of Fire, so young Harry gets selected as champion, and he had reset The code from Elder Wizard's kinder gentler tournament to the settings that killed the last set of champions. I can manipulate it so young Harry's prize at any point can deliver him to you for the ritual. I can take him in the first prize before anyone even knows it is a trap. Dark One sneered. Before, that would have been wisdom. Before, all I needed was young Harry's blood to make me whole and strip away that bitch's protection. It isn't enough now. The Death Eaters cannot inspire fear when young Harry's little children have slaughtered them at every turn. I need my coming to shake Wizarding Britain to its core. They must see my first act and tremble. It isn't enough for me to kill young Harry. I need those pathetic sheep to understand who young Harry is, that he is the only thing that has kept me from conquering them for the last decade, that he is their true and only hope. They must know and accept him as their champion, so when I slaughter him before their very eyes, he die. Turning to Barty he spoke softly. Young Harry must be tested, must be pushed to the very limit. He must prove to the world that he is no ordinary arcane arts user, that he is their prophesied savior. On Lee, then when I kill him can I regain the fear your pathetic brethren squandered by dying to kindergarten children playing with crayons. Dark One smiled. We will hit the ministry next, before they can move to war footing. Before those fools even believe I am back. Barty Crouch Jr. knelt and kissed Voldemort's childlike hand. I have my father under the Imperius, I can order him to drop the wards. And even order his Aurors to surrender when you come. You can take the ministry with barely a spell fired. When they go to sleep, dreaming of the boy who lived falling to your wand, they will wake up to find you already took the world. Dark One knew it would not be that easy, many would fight. Without leadership, and with their trusted defenses betraying them, they would fight as individuals, nev. Sure who among their own troops were secret traitors. It would not be bloodless, but it would be far closer to a massacre than a battle. Still, he would not have time to get his Dementor allies from Azkaban, nor free his remaining trapped followers until after the ministry falls. He had only a handful of werewolves, not the dozens of packs he was planning on gathering, and he had only begun to gather the vampires. Young Harry had cost him time. Dark One must strike boldly, in the open, not slowly and methodically, building strength from the shadows and cutting the ministry and its allies in 1,000 pinprick raids until they were spread thin and bled almost dry before finally pressing for decisive battle. Young Harry had forced Dark One to strike too soon, to risk it all on one turn of the die. It was a shame he could only kill the boy once. Still, he had friends. He supposed killing them would at least take some of the edge off his frustration. His remaining Horcrux must be safe. Curse the boy. It wasn't enough he cost Dark One his body in 1981. Now he forced Dark One to strike too soon, with too few allies, and too little control of the powerful houses of the Wizigamut. Secrecy must be sacrificed. Secrecy and security. Once he had his body and arcane arts back, Dark One would teach this new generation why they dared not even speak his name. Elder Wizard's office. GRIPHOOK, Sirius Black, Augusta Longbottom, and Narcissa Black sat in seats behind Harry, Neville, Millicent, Hermione, Draco, and Noodle. Severus Snape and Pomona Sprout flanked Elder Wizard's desk with Minor V.A. McGonagall, and standing behind Albus Elder Wizard, the headmaster's mask of grandfatherly concern was in danger of slipping as the arcane arts leaking off him caused the wards of the headmaster's FFICE to spark and flare as his personal wards and the arcane arts of the academy began to clash in unaccustomed opposition. Harry, I fear you are needlessly endangering yourself and your fellow students by acting openly. You have revealed to Dark One that you know his greatest secret. Now he will be forced to move against you, here at the academy. You have threatened the plans of those far older and wiser, those who have faced Dark One before and learned his methods. Elder Wizard's voice was low and powerful, the subsonics woven into it would have been imperceptible to anyone who was not errantly wearing Noodle draped over Hermione and Harry both. The compulsions were subtle and not overtly demanding, not commanding instant obedience, just that his words be heard, internalized, and deeply considered. Noodle poked Harry in the side of the head, then hissed at Hermione. The lying one is doing it again. Since he can't get into your minds, he is weaving his arcane arts into his voice. Center yourself. Find the arcane arts that is not your own and drive it out. Noodle hissed before glaring at the headmaster. Most of the room was nodding, unconsciously giving the headmaster's words the weight he desired them to have. The parcel-mouths in the room all snarled, and took a moment to center themselves. As their eyes flared open, human and creature, arcane arts user and arcane arts user glared hotly at the headmaster. GRIPHOOK took it upon himself to speak, sliding his dagger from its sheath and resting it on the headmaster's desk, point facing Elder Wizard. You have just used voice arcane arts to influence the mind of everyone in this room. All of you who find yourself suddenly agreeing with the headmaster should cast whatever detection and protection charms you have to find and isolate his influence. Or you will find yourself freely giving away your will, your choice, and your rights to this thing. GRIPHOOK said, contempt dripping from his voice, and his knife digging deeply into the headmaster's desk as if daring him to object. Foe, the phoenix on his perch gave an angry squawk and flew from the room in a flare of fire, expressing his disapproval of Albus' act. Ions by leaving his side in the castle during the discussion. Minerva McGonagall, who had been nodding, cast the charms reluctantly, only after noticing Pomona Sprout and Severus Snape both casting theirs and turning wands in their hands to face the headmaster. When she cast her own, purely to dismiss the ridiculous notion that Albus Elder Wizard would use arcane arts to affect the minds and wills of faculty, students and parents. She was shocked to see her detection spells found a suggestion active and working against her will. A quick and almost overpowered banishing of compulsion saw more than one effect torn from her. And her thoughts about more than a few conversations in which the headmaster had talked her around suddenly struck her as deeply suspect. Albus Elder Wizard, how could you? McGonagall shrieked, shock and horror at her mental violation robbing her of her legendary self-control. I am going to have to see to the wards of the Board of Governors' chambers. How many times have you used this, Albus? We knew about your legilimency, and most of us have occlumency to protect ourselves, but we never dreamed you would stoop to casting wandless and chantless charms of influence on us. This will have to be addressed. Augusta Longbottom said, the old lady sounding tired and almost defeated as the faith she had so long held in the champion of light and the righteousness his cause died its last and final death. Elder Wizard slammed his hand down on the table. Do none of you understand? You have all but demanded VOLDEMORTS immediate attack. Sirius laughed and gripped Harry's shoulder. Nodding to him, Harry turned to GRIPHOOK, who bared his teeth in a smile no creature could mistake. Harry took a deep breath and faced his headmaster and would-be puppet master. Of course we did. Every one of his pet Death Eaters has seen their dark mark growing. Every one of them is beginning to make plans of their own to sabotage whatever resistance the Ministry can give. We stopped one attack at the World Cup because it was dead bloody obvious they would need to hit it, but while we sit here in class writing lines for hurting your feelings, the Death Eaters are free to recruit and train entire legions. They are blackmailing and threatening officials to get access to all the information and influence they need. They are getting busy with laying the groundwork for winning the war again, and you are sitting in your office like the world's skinniest acromantula spinning webs and puppeting school children while Dark One gets on with winning the war. Elder Wizard rose to peer down at Harry. The Order of the Phoenix is moving. Harry held out his hands. Yeah. Guarding some prophecy you won't tell me about that supposedly explains why Dark One needs to kill me first. Well, I already know that bit. You will only lie about the rest, and you know what? I don't care. You have had since my father died to buy my mother time to make her own death actually matter, to act without Voldemort's interference. In that time you have neither found nor destroyed a single Horcrux, which you already knew about. I am in my 4th year, found and destroyed half of them. Oh yes, I know he tried to make 7. You have had my entire life to act when Dark One wasn't even able to lift a wand, and you have done nothing but try to mess with my life. You haven't killed a single Death Eater. You haven't destroyed a single Horcrux. You haven't even raised an army to defend Britain. You have sat in your office and told the world that I am the boy who lived and that you will guide me to some predestined victory where I guess I am supposed to hug the greatest mass murderer since Grindelwald and we just explode in a magical backlash of suppressed feelings. Harry mimed gagging, throwing up, and wiping his face. He then raised his hands. Or, just throwing it out there, we could cut off his access to political power. See Lady Selwyn, Lady Longbottom and Lord Black behind me. See. Oot off his access to the funds needed to bribe his way into influence over officials. See GRIPHOOK and Lady Black, also behind me. We could start stacking piles of his Death Eater senior leadership as corpses in public so that his new followers see that the price of marking themselves with the dark mark is a sudden and violent death. See the World Cup. We could show that his great terror weapon at no arcane arts user or arcane arts user dare to face can not only be beaten, but can be killed. See our last year's train ride and the dragon of the academy raining dead dementors all over the quid. Itch pitch in front of most of the students and half the parents of the academy. We are not waiting for Dark One to decide he is ready to strike, when he is sure he has subverted, cooped it or destroyed every defense we have. And can just stroll in and take power. We are taking the war to him, and forcing him to act before he is ready. We are winning the war, not waiting for it. Harry's voice was strong, clear, challenging, but absolutely controlled, rather than emotional. He eyed Elder Wizard, who opened his mouth to say something else when a hammering was heard on his door. Headmaster, I know there is a meeting going on about the unconscionable disruption of the minister's presentation, and as the duly appointed Inquisitor of the Academy, I demand to be present. GRIPHOOK laughed, as evilly as only a creature could laugh. Go ahead, Headmaster. You have chosen to let the dragon into your castle. Now you have no choice but invite it to sit at every table, lest you offend it. GRIPHOOK's laugh was savage as Elder Wizard's wand flicked to open the door to a very angry Dolores Umbridge, whose face was as darkly pink as her dress, and whose rant went on for 20 minutes, alternately insulting, threatening and demanding answers. Harry and Party smiled sweetly and laughed in her face. Harry cast his eyes over to Severus Snape, whose mask of Slytherin disinterest cracked slig. HTLY to reveal disgust at Umbridge and her total lack of control, as much as her seeming inability to see how suicidally stupid forcing denial of reality as public policy would be, as the wizarding woe. RLD stumbled and staggered unprepared into the second round of Dark One's aborted blood war. Harry saw Snape flinch as his dark mark flared, and watched how the Slytherin House Master stroked Slytherin's locket, and drew the strength from it to rise above the pain of his mark, and the ranting of a barely functional arcane arts user whose only power was to toady to those with authority. Harry raised an eyebrow and let a small smirk twist his lips, and saw the dark flash of humor and ghost of a smile play across the potion's master lips as well, the ridiculousness of the little pink puffertoad daring to berate a room full of witches and wizards, the least of whom could snuff her like a candle, was too funny to fully pretend to take seriously. GRIPHOOK crossed his legs and laughed openly as Umbridge lost what little self-control she had to rage against subhumans being allowed above ground, and to dare to actually speak to arcane arts user. Beyond taking orders and begging forgiveness for the crime of being born subhuman. Hermione turned to Millicent and whispered, if she says that too. Professor Flitwick, 10 galleons that the blood spatter covers at least 5 meters of hallway. Millicent turned to Hermione and shook her hand. You are on. I think he will use fire and render her down into the kind of grease stain you get when you have a lard fire. No more than half a meter of slippery soot-marked floor. 50 points from Hufflepuff and Slytherin for disrespecting the Inquisitor. Umbridge squeaked, fumbling in her purse for her wand. Pomona Sprout's wand was already out. 5 FTY points to Slytherin for defending another head of house from defamation. Phileas Flitwick's creature heritage is a point of pride for him, and his inclusion among our heads of house is a point of pride for us. Severus Snape flicked his wand casually and he drawled, almost lazily. 50 points to Hufflepuff. The House of Slytherin does not tolerate racism against our magical brethren. I am said to see Hufflepuff maintains similar standards of behavior. It was a testament to Slytherin's self-control that none of the Slytherins in the room reacted to the claim that Slytherin had ever accepted the other magical races of Britain as anything but servants. It was perhaps the greatest show of house unity ever, that no one in the room laughed as Severus gave the point award while claiming S.L. Slytherin's claim to historically rejecting racism. Dolores Umbridge sputtered herself into silence, unable to even decide who to target next in her rant. Elder Wizard, recognizing that there was no possible advantage to continuing this confrontation masquerading badly as a conversation, offered quietly. I think that covers all we need to discuss at this point, and I am sure that our students, parents, and faculty all have many important start-of-term things to be about. Elder Wizard waited until he was alone in his office to pull his wand and blow apart several very expensive and irreplaceable magical apparatus. And scream his rage so loudly that his personal wards flared so brightly the whole tower containing his office burned gold in the growing darkness of the academy dusk. Somehow, the headmaster thought, somehow I will get the boy to understand that he needs me. Only I know the truth of the prophecy, and the true path to Dark One's final end. Harry's as well, but it wouldn't do to burden the boy with that knowledge. It was enough that Elder Wizard knew. In the end, he was the only one who knew what was required, and he would do what it took to see young Harry played his part right to the end. Classroom outside the Ravenclaw Tower. Luna sat with her teapot, two young house elves too young to serve, and the ghost of the Silver Lady. Luna poured a full cup of tea for herself, a half cup of tea for each house elf, then turned to pour out the rest of the tea on the floor. Taking the now empty teapot, she made a pouring gesture over the remaining teacup and Silver Ghost L. Tea fell from the pot to fill the Silver Lady's cup. They have locked you out of the tower again, my eagles. The Ravenclaw ghost lamented. Luna cocked her head. They cast a muffling charm on the riddle speaker. So I cannot hear the riddle. If I was meant to get in, then I would simply guess the answer anyway, but I could not, so that meant I am to spend the night having a tea party. They are bullying you, the Silver Lady said quietly. Children can be cruel. People can be cruel. Arcane arts can be cruel. Luna shrugged and sipped her tea. It doesn't pay to dwell on it. She smiled sadly. I could get angry. I could tell someone, or I could have tea with my friends. Luna was instantly pressed between two very tiny house elf children who were hugging as hard as their tiny arms could hug. She felt warm and happy as the Silver Lady looked sad. It's so easy for you. Your friends would never hurt you. The Silver Lady said softly. Luna smiled sadly. You are wrong. My friends often hurt me. They hurt me because they can't see what I see. They hurt me because they think I can't tell when they are humoring me, and they ignore me because what I am telling them simply can't be true. The Silver Lady hissed. Why do you allow it? They are less than you. They cannot see what you see. They deny what you know, even when you share it with them. Luna laughed. Because I love them, and they love me. They aren't very good at showing it, but I am worse. They want to keep me safe from the things that they see that I have taught myself not to see. I want to keep them safe from the TNGS that I see that they have taught themselves not to see. The Silver Lady wept silently. Friendship isn't real. I had a friend once. I shared with him my greatest shame, and he swore he would help me fix it. He swore he would help me return my mother's diadem that I stole from her because I grew so tired of living in her shadow, and just once wanted her to see me, not the woman she needed me to be that I would never become. Instead, he tricked me, and turned it into something wicked. Now I can't even die to face my mother again. Luna's met her eyes and let her own tears fall. My friends are real, and they will make it right. Not yet. There are too many unreal things that have to happen yet. The Silver Lady looked up, alarmed. Unreal things? She asked, placing her ghostly teacup down. Luna shuddered. That is the problem between untrue things and unreal things. My friends ignore me because I see things that are unreal, but unreal and untrue are two different things. They have brought something into the academy. Something unreal, and the unreal is straining at the seams, stretching reality and looking for the weak points. They are going to awaken it here, inside the academy. They are going to bring the unreal into life inside the greatest concentration of arcane arts in all of Wizarding Britain, and I don't know if I can keep all my friends safe. Luna said softly, her eyes filled with tears she swore firmly she would not shed. The Silver Lady looked at Luna in alarm. What are you going to do? Luna blinked, and refilled the Silver Lady's cup with the ghost of tea. Before picking up her own cup of real tea and sipping carefully. I am going to have tea parties. Luna stated firmly, her plan for the unreal and its uncertainty forming in her mind in the natural way her mind had for accepting the uncanny. She matched eyes with the two house elf children who took up their teacups firmly and with a fierce nod, joined her in taking a sip. Tea parties were serious business. Goblet of Fire. Elder Wizard was in fine form at the morning feast. Today was Saturday, and a day that should have been given to sleeping in, if you were a sensible person, madly revising your many and varied classes. If you were Hermione, are burning through the air amidst a storm of bludgers with nothing but raw speed and instinct between you and death by enchanted cannonball if you were any of the beater mad companions. This Saturday, everyone was in the great hall, in formal robes, and seated at their house tables because today marked the official start of the Triwizards tournament. Minister for Arcane Arts Crouch and his aurors were somewhere in the castle not being sniped at by Dolores Umbridge for the crime of putting their elbows on the table or chatting with a neighbor instead of freezing in place for hours without a single risk of spilled food while 2 schools worth of champions somehow, probably not Flo or Portkey if they had to assemble outside, made their way to the academy. The students, being students, proceeded to feast and feast harder and chat louder when Dolores Umbridge began shrilling at the students that anyone who spilled food would get detention. Which Ron Weasley attempted to protest, blowing about half a pound of scrambled eggs, a toast crust and part of a sausage over Seamus Finnegan who had drawn the short straw to sit across from him. This caused Fred and George to begin a Scourgify fight, as within moments, all the Gryffindor table had taken cover, such as they could find, and began to shoot at each other with overpowered cleansing charms. Slytherin looked on with horror, Ravenclaw with interest, and Hufflepuff just kept chewing through their own breakfast in the sure and certain knowledge that there was no point in Scourgifying until the meal was actually finished. Elder Wizard was holding court at the head table with his staff and several members of the press, including Rita Skeeter who was only allowed into the academy due to Augusta Longbottom and the Academy Board of Directors overruling both Elder Wizard and Minister Crouch about banning her from the castle for life, the next 1,000 years. Or whichever was longer. Elder Wizard rose from his seat, and, fluffing his beard to its full splendor, used his arcane arts to echo his words from the very stones of the castle. Students, staff, and honored guests, I will ask that you join me in front of the castle by the Black Lake entrance where we will assemble by houses to greet our honored guests. When they have been given a proper the Academy welcome, Minister Crouch will bring in the Goblet of Fire and we shall begin the glorious Tri-Arcane Arts User Tournament officially. Elder Wizard's speech did fire the students, and a raucous round of cheering was heard answering back his call. With all the precision and discipline of 4 gaggles of geese attempting to exit a single barn door at the same time, the Academy students displayed the same happy disarray that they gave to the school song, managing to cluster together into 4 amorphous blobs in house colors, bearing as much resemblance to Inquisitor Umbridge's command of neat military lines as treacle tart does to high-fiber, low-fat diet. Elder Wizard looked pleased at the happy Hogwartian chaos, even as Snape quietly intimidated his Slytherins into something resembling a square. His efforts were frustrated when Millicent Bulstrode shouted across to Harry in a most un-Slytherin fashion. Harry, I feel them. They are coming up through Black Lake, they must have followed the deep Chanel from the sea. Millicent shouted. Professor Snape and Inquisitor Umbridge both shouted independently for Millicent to be silent, which the sturdy Slytherin beater chose to rise above and ignore. Harry pointed to the sky. Millie, I feel them. Coming through the air, something huge is pushing through the air like a dragon. Inquisitor Umbridge lost what shreds of control he had and shot a powerful stunner at Harry that he casually flicked at Millicent who casually flicked it back. They batted the stunner back and forth like a little red bludger until the poor harassed hex simply exploded in a small shower of angsty sparks while the Inquisitor gaped like a carp on land at being utterly ignored by everyone. Half the students were following Harry's arm, and it was Cedric Diggory the Hufflepuff Seeker who saw them first. I see them. Pegasi or hippogriffs pulling a carriage. Cedric shouted, and the students began to cheer. The winged horses and carriage grew larger, even though far away, and larger until Hagrid finally cried out. Blimey, those aren't Pegasi, those are Abraxan horses. Each of them are the size of an elephant. That carriage has to be the size of one of the Academy towers. Hagrid roared in amazement. Umbridge was shocked into silence as the scope of the carriage became known. Circling once overhead, the wind from its passage knocked many of the smaller students over, and the thunder of the Abraxan horses' hooves striking the ground could be felt through the students' very bones. The carriage was decorated in the Baroque style common to Louis XIV France. Lots of gold cherubs and mythological creatures were worked into the carriage, every surface of which seemed to be carved artistically to the point its functionality could be missed. Those whose senses were reasonably sharp could feel the deeply layered wards built into the carriage, arguing that whatever else this carriage was, it could indeed serve as a fortress redoubt for the Beauxbaton students. It was Draco Malfoy, the Slytherin seeker, who spotted the top of T's surface of Black Lake. "Ship ho!" Rising from the lake, Draco cried, and indeed, a ship was rising from the lake, less like a Muggle submarine and more like a broaching whale. The ship was to every eye the very model of a 100-year war-era frigate, only it rose from the deep with neither sails nor oars driving it. The many masts bare as it rose from the deeps, and the unformed students serving as sailors apparently untouched by the icy lake water of the Scottish loch. Rufus Scrimgeour palmed his wand and muttered to Elder Wizard softly, "I know you count him as a friend, but I was there when he was arrested. Headmaster Karkaroff was a Death Eater. If those gun ports open, I am going to start blasting, and I suggest you do too," Scrimgeour said, wand at the low ready, eyes on the ship's side for any sign she was cleared for action. Elder Wizard shook his head and frowned. "Igor Karkaroff has my full confidence. He regretted taking the dark mark and cooperated with Aurors in hunting down and prosecuting his fellow Death Eaters." Scrimgeour chuckled. "He was running pretty hard when we caught him. Both his regrets and his cooperation were born when he was in irons, stripped of wand and chances to run. You will forgive me if I trust him less than those he betrayed into Azkaban." The students of the academy were alternating between cheering and waving to the incoming students, a friendly if chaotic greeting the Durmstrang students greeted with a frown and glower from the sides of their ship where they stood unmoving in ranks like so many Marines about to deploy. They were greeted with a resigned sniff of disapproval by the neat columns of Beauxbaton students in their royal blue robes who followed the absolutely massive Amazonian figure of their headmistress Maxime as they exited the carriage like a parade column. The academy students were chased back into the Great H, all to await the official introduction of the two schools' headmaster, headmistress, and candidate champions. This time the hall rang with happy babbling voices, excitement owing nothing to the headmas' chair's machinations and everything to do with the exciting and very definitely foreign guests. Elder Wizard rose and once again cast sonorous to carry his words above the babble. "I would like you all to put your hands together to welcome the gentle witches and wizards of our cousins across the channel, the glorious students of Beauxbaton's academy. Walking with the grace of dancers and the arrogance of princes. Madame Maxime lead the students of Beauxbaton's, the royal blue of their robes and soft caps. Leading the students was an arcane arts user of almost matchless beauty and commanding presence. Every few steps the students would bow, and with the sweep of their wand, flowers, butterflies, fairies and other glamours would flow outward in a wave until the hanging candles of the great hall were rivaled for glory by the soaring and singing creations of the Beauxbaton's witches and wizards. While many of the students were taken by the inhuman charm radiating from the lead arcane arts user from Beauxbaton. Those with an eye for arcane arts noted the ease with which the leading witches and wizards of the Beauxbaton Academy had cast layered charms that covered the great hall ceiling and showed no signs of fading. A quiet murmuring began from the Ravenclaw table as the enchanters of the House of Eagles recognized the skill and power displayed so casually and artistically by the Beauxbaton's Academy, so frequently dismissed in the British press as being frivolous and flighty. Elder Wizard exchanged kisses with Madame Maxime, who towered over the headmaster like the headmaster towered above Flitwick. Hagrid seemed lost in his adoration of the giant-sized arcane arts user, missing his seat altogether in his first attempt to sit down. Elder Wizard turned his head back to the opening of the main hall and raised his voice again. "Now put your hands together for the proud sons and daughters of the North, the witches and wizards of Durmstrang." Durmstrang had the reputation of being a dark arcane arts user school, largely since Grindelwald had not only been from Durmstrang, but had used it as a base late in his war. The school itself prided itself on a Spartan military discipline, and its focus on all militant magics, including many that had been banned in Britain since before Grindelwald, let alone dark ones rise, leaving British wizards to view Durmstrang graduates as little better than magical thugs. Brown uniforms resembling Napoleonic War Prussian infantry uniforms with fur caps and half-capes with high dragonhide boots, the wizards and witches of Durmstrang entered in two columns leaving a hollow center. With the stomp of jackboots, each right boot heel hitting the floor in time with their heavy wooden battle staves, each strike causing the floor to flare with a blast of flame. the runes on the staves flaring bright. Headmaster Igor Karkarov, looking like a half-starved half-mad wolf wearing stolen human clothes, stalked down the middle aisle while a lone boy with broad shoulders and a close-cropped buzzcut stalked between the two columns of students, a black cloud rising around his feet to half-cloak him in darkness, which was split by jagged lightning that lit his features into stark relief each time his battle stave hit the floor. Walking inside a black storm cloud that seemed to hide the floor itself, the boy's features were lit by the lightning, as if the boy himself was the oncoming storm. Recognition flared around the room, beginning in whispered, and leading to a chant. Crumb, 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 crumb. Victor Crumb had come to the academy. When the Bobaton students settled at the Ravenclaw table and the Durmstrang students had settled at the Slytherin table, Minister Crouch and his minions descended on the Great Hall, a large chest floating between four oars to take its pride of place on the platform before the main table. As the chest was placed on the dais, Albus Elder Wizard sank to one knee and whispered to the stones of the Great Hall. Around the chest, 2 rings of runes, one Norse Futhark, one Druidic Ogham, slowly counter-rotating in layered warding of the treasure about to be unveiled. Minister Crouch smiled from the podium, almost mechanically. He spoke with none of the animation of his previous visit, his words chopped out like he had to pay for each separately and begrudged every one. Those who listened assumed he was so busy being Minister of Arcane Arts that looking after the Triwizard Tournament was something that he begrudged having to spend time on, yet his eyes blazed like a fanatic, however he seemed to speak. Welcome, students of the Academy, Bobatons, and Durmstrang to the first Triwizard Tournament since 1792. For over 400 years, the 3 schools would send their best and brightest to test themselves and the teachings of their institutes, to build a greater respect and awareness of our separate traditions, and of course, settle the question of which among the schools produces he greatest arcane arts user or arcane arts user of our generation. The traditional prize of the tournament, then as now, is 1,000 galleons and eternal glory. Due to the dangerous and demanding nature of the challenges, no arcane arts user or arcane arts user below the age of 17 will be allowed to enter their name. Any arcane arts user or arcane arts user who wishes to compete for the honor of their school and the glory of their name can put their name into the Goblet of Fire. Be warned, the Goblet of Fire is an ancient magical artifact, used prior to the 13th century to settle wars and inheritance disputes. Placing your name in the goblet constitutes a binding magical contract. Once you have entered your name, if you are chosen, you must compete, or you will lose your arcane arts. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me present the Goblet of Fire. The sides of the chest fell away, and a large cup, more of a cauldron, stood. It was unremarkable, seemingly ordinary. Made of rough bronze with decorations on it of Celtic knotwork, seemed to catch those who looked too long upon it. Elder Wizard gave his wand a wave, and the Goblet of Fire spouted blue flames, like those that burned above the barrows of the dead on Samhain night, when the veil was thinnest and the hollow hills sometimes opened. While the students and staff were absorbed in the glory of the goblet, one student stepped from the Ravenclaw table. Luna Lovegood's eyes were wide and terrified. Her arcane arts flared about her, arcs of arcane arts crackled and shot from her, her eyes blazing with light that shone forth bright enough to draw cries of shock from those who looked upon her, yet it was her voice that shook the room. Leah Fale brought from Folia's, which shouted under the kings of Ireland, sword in the hand of the nimble Luff. From Goria's, a choice of vast riches. From Funia's far over the sea, was brought the deadly spear of Nuada. From Uria's, a huge mighty treasure, cauldron of the Dagda of noble deeds. You fool, you arrogant ignorant fool, you have brought the cauldron of noble deeds inside the wards, you have brought the cauldron of Dagda among your children, and bound their souls to it. The Tuatha De Danann, the Sidhe, the ancient elves who turned sideways from the world when they could not stand against the cold iron of our blades, left this for a reason, as a punishment, as a trap. And you have bound your children to it. Luna fell to her knees before the goblet and wept. Seamus Finnegan shot from his seat and shouted before Crouch or Umbridge could stop him. Dagda, the cauldron of sodding Dagda, and you brought it inside the wards. What kind of daft English idiot thought that up? It's not bad enough ye stole the bloody thing from the Irish, you didn't bloody listen about how dangerous it is. Seamus was shouting. Minerva McGonagall shot to her feet and shouted at her student. Mr. Finnegan, that is enough. For once, Seamus Finnegan was N.O.T. cowed by his formidable head of house. Enough, enough, I'll tell you about enough. The Tuatha De Danann did not go gentle into that good night. They were driven from this land by Muggle iron and arcane arts user arcane arts. But they did not go quietly. They went into the Hollow Hills, leaving the sum of their weapons, their treasures behind, each cursed and blessed to drive us to murder each other to possess them. We leave offerings for them, but always outside, never inside. We call them the good neighbors because we are terrified to name them because they just might hear us. We don't draw their eye, we don't speak their name, and never, bloody sodding never do we let them in the house. Seamus came back to himself shaking. I will be owling my parents. I am withdrawing from the academy. Unnoticed. At the Hufflepuff table, young Harry had his teeth bared, and his creature silver knife in his hand. His green eyes blazed the color of the killing curse, and the blue light of the goblet's fire caught upon the Sowilo rune of his scar, blazing like a challenge at his race's ancient foe. The goblet of fire was lit, and the Triwizard Tournament had begun. You fool, you arrogant ignorant fool, you have brought the cauldron of noble deeds inside the wards, you have brought the cauldron of Dagda among your children, and bound their souls to it. The Tuatha De Danann, the city. The ancient elves who turned sideways from the world when they could not stand against the cold iron of our blades left this for a reason, as a punishment, as a trap. And you have bound your children to it. Luna fell to her knees before the goblet and wept. Seamus Finnegan shot from his seat and shouted before Crouch or Umbridge could stop him. Dagda, the cauldron of sodding Dagda, and you brought it inside the wards. What kind of daft English idiot thought that up? It's not bad enough ye stole the bloody thing from the Irish, you didn't bloody listen about how dangerous it is. Seamus was shouting. Minerva McGonagall shot to her feet and shouted at her student. Mr. Finnegan, that is enough. For once, Seamus Finnegan was not cowed by his formidable head of house. Enough, enough, I'll tell you about enough. The Tuatha De Danann did not go gentle into that good night. They were driven from this land by Muggle iron and arcane arts user arcane arts, but they did not go quietly. They went into the Hollow Hills, leaving the sum of their weapons, their treasures behind, each cursed and blessed to drive us to murder each other to possess them. We leave offerings for them, but always outside, never inside. We call them the good neighbors because we are terrified to name them because they just might hear us. We don't draw their eye, we don't speak their name, and never, bloody odding never do we let them in the house. Seamus came back to himself shaking. I will be owling my parents. I am withdrawing from the academy. Unnoticed. At the Hufflepuff table, young Harry had his teeth bared, and his creature silver knife in his hand. His green eyes blazed the color of the killing curse, and the blue light of the goblet's fire caught upon the Sowilo rune of his scar, blazing like a challenge at his race's ancient foe. The goblet of fire was lit, and the Triwizard Tournament had begun. Champions. Twilight. Just before dawn after the igniting of the goblet. Albus Wulfric Percival Brian Elder Wizard felt rage. And power. Never had he felt so much power flowing through him. The power didn't make him feel young, for even in his younger days when he and Gellert Grindelwald talked of reshaping the world to their greater good, when they dreamed of together becoming the new Merlin, did he have so much power flowing through him. The Elder Wand in his hand, the Deathly Hallows answering to his will alone, marking him the greatest living arcane arts user, Albus strode to the goblet, and drew upon his connection to the academy, the web of ley lines that connected to the stones of the castle, feeding the arcane arts of all the lands of Britain into this one sacred place where the founders had gathered the magical children of the Isles for safety. He drew upon the wards woven by the Master of Serpents, the Lady of Eagles, the Lord of Lions and the Lady of the good growing earth, and he went forth to do battle. Expel Immunda, Elder Wizard roared, his call to ban. Ish the unclean answered by the magics of the academy, the magics of the whole of the lands of Britain, and by the light itself is called upon by its champion. The phoenix that was his companion gave voice in a wild trill of righteous flame and threw itself at the two pale blue corpse flame of the goblet of fire, the cauldron of Dagda. An explosion of black feathers resolved into a black-haired pale-skinned woman. Her body lean and hard, 2 short swords of bronze hung at her hips, but it was a wand topped with a crow skull, with 3 crow feathers hanging from it that she waved to banish the Lord of Light's spell as if it were nothing. Impossible, shouted Elder Wizard, drawing on his power over the academy as its headmaster, drawing upon the ancient ties to all those who had served before him, binding the spirits of the past headmasters to his own will as he became fully the arcane arts of the academy, and cast a curse no one living would have believed would come from his wand. Avada Kedavra, Elder Wizard spoke, and all of the academy rang like a bell as the Morgan opened her arms and drank down the killing curse as if were blood spilled upon her altar. Elder Wizard fell to one knee, crying out as the stones at his feet seemed to suck his magical power from him, not in a trickle, not in a flood, but in a raging river that left him gasping and barely able to breathe. 2 more figures, almost twins to the Morgan, formed from the cloud of crow feathers and bound Dumbledore's arms. Baby, Matcha, force the old fool to bow before me. He has been a poor host, and requires instruction. Too late did Elder Wizard realize who he faced. The Morgan, the 3-part goddess, or the senior of 3-sider goddesses of war and arcane arts of the Tuatha De Danann. The Morgan, W.I.F.E. to the Dagda whose cauldron can it do this to me, I am the master of the academy, I am the strongest mage since Merlin. Elder Wizard protested, and Morgan stepped forward, her bare foot bore nails that were not black as a crow's wing, but the near black of dried blood, and he feared that is what had painted them. She pressed his face into the ground. Merlin, what pale imitation arcane arts user is that? He is no Amergin who brow the sons of Mill and their cursed iron to these shores. Amergin would have been wise enough to know that you who have brought the cauldron of Dagda inside your walls, and lit it as your hearthfire in your own hall, have invited us as your guests. Your arcane arts is bound by the laws of hospitality to defend your guests until and unless they raise wand or blade against you, as I have not done. She ground his face into the stones of the hall. Great Mother Dana, Mother Arcane Arts, I the Morgaine, Queen of Witches, call upon you for judgment. The Lord of this place has with unrighteous hand struck with killing power upon a guest he has invited into his halls, has struck upon the victim of his own theft before the very object he has stolen. Mother Arcane Arts, I call for judgment. Elder Wizard shook. The laws of hospitality bound all the fairy, and they bound the pure-blooded houses of the ancient blood of Britain, as they bound the pure-blooded houses of the north. Of all the land of Celt and Norse, Greek and Roman, Persian and Pashtun, Hindu and Hun, Arab and African. He and Grindelwald had planned to sweep away the vestiges of such ancient and tribal magics from their brave new world, to leave no power of arcane arts subject to any law save the will of the arcane arts user, and the might of the strongest. Yet, he had drawn into himself the magics of the academy, of the founders, of the wild arcane arts of Britain that flowed like the blood of arcane arts itself through the bones of the world to the beating heart of power at the academy. The ancient and wild arcane arts had dangled before him like ripe and poisoned fruit, and he had drawn it into his sacred self, drank from that bottomless well of power until drunk from it, then violated its most ancient laws to strike down a guest who stood defenseless before him. The elder wand itself burned in his hand, causing his own blood to sear in his veins as the ancient arcane arts of the Hallows judged Elder Wizard, and found him wanting. Arcane arts is never free, and Elder Wizard had drawn upon ancient and sacred covenants for power to break those very same ancient pacts, and the power of arcane arts looked into the headmaster, the champion of light, and passed their judgment. Elder Wizard screamed as arcane arts sank its claws into him like a phoenix of fire. His own phoenix burst into flame and fell dying to be reborn, as Elder Wizard too burned but was not allowed to die. He had broken the laws of hospitality and drawn upon the sacred magics of the academy as its master to do so. In its rage at Dumbledore's double betrayal to invite the fairy arcane arts inside its wards, and place all of its children at risk, it bound Elder Wizard to the stones of the castle itself. As Elder Wizard had invited in his guest, and then attacked his invited guest, he had robbed the academy of the ability to strike against the fairy invaders, robbed the academy of the chance to use its own arcane arts to defend against the Tuatha De Danann, and the darkest of its queens, the Blood Queen Morrigan. So too would the academy bar Elder Wizard from wielding his arcane arts in an why place but the academy or for any cause than its service. The headmaster rose from the floor to stand before the inhumanly cold and bitterly beautiful goddesses, the battle crows, Morrigan, Batyby, and Matcha. He felt the power he had gathered, and in mockery it came to him. Never had he been so powerful before, and the bitterness of the truth struck him. He was more potent now than when he faced Gellert all those years ago. More potent than when he stood off Dark One, yet powerless to leave the academy, or to cast so much as a lumos were it not in service of the school and its needs. Fairy gifts, like swords, always have two edges. For his crime, he had been made little more than a slave to the school he had thought always to use for his own purposes. For his crime, he held more power than a arcane arts user or arcane arts user who strode the earth, but could not so much as raise his wand against those fairies he had in his ignorance and arrogance first invited in, then struck. Filled with power almost beyond reason, he watched powerless as the Morrigan and her sisters turned into crows and flew deeper into the academy to work the will of the wild arcane arts, bringing the power of fairy and the twilight lands below the hollow hills into a school full of children he had denied the knowledge to know their own peril. Breakfast in the great hall was chaotic, for the great hall hung thick with ivy on the walls. And great trees and bushes bearing fruit rose up. Apples, blueberries, blackcurrants, loganberries, hung from branch and vine, and strange wild house elves clad not in ishrags and towels but wild growing leaves, their eyes bright, their teeth sharp and joyous, or mocking laughter fell from their lips in turn. The Bobaden and Durmstrang students sat at the rough round tables on the rush-strewn floor and looked upon the wild arcane arts splendor of the hall and gave voice to the supremacy of the Academy Arcane Arts, for neither the cold forbidding fortress of Durmstrang nor the bright splendor and craftsmanship of Bobaden could compare to the wild arcane arts of the Academy Ancient Hall. The Academy students were divided between wonder all of Gryffindor, half of Slytherin who have a weakness for the forbidden, half of Ravenclaw who have a similar weakness for the forbidden, and half of Hufflepuff who felt the connection to arcane arts, to the earth, the sea, the sky. The dancing flame burned so much brighter that arcane arts seemed to dance under their skin and beg them to follow the tune. The other half of Slytherin understood Temptation was predation and felt for the first time like small tasty forest creatures alone in a forest grown strange and hungry. The other half of Ravenclaw had studied all the ancient tales, the tales of every human people of the world of the before time, of the races that held these lands before man, and of the long and bloody struggle before those two pale lords turned sideways from the sun and earth to vanish into the hollow hills. Neither fully gone, nor fully forgotten. The other half of Hufflepuff saw the gifts and drew back, for Hufflepuffs knew to take no thing unearned. There was only reciprocity in arcane arts. If you did not agree on a price before making the arcane arts, you could not argue with what coin it chose to take in payment when it was done. Harry was a creature, sure his skin and bones were human. But his blood was creature, and his blood boiled. When the sons of Mill came, the Milesians who brought cold iron in mortal hands, and the arcane arts user Emergen so that he numberless humans could bring final death to the long-lived but slow-breeding Tuatha De Danann, those the Irish and Scot remembered as elves had turned from their lands and went sideways from the world, taking only their chosen servants with them. Not the goblins. The goblins were unseelie, the ugly and unsightly foot soldiers who had stood in their proud ranks and slaughtered the fur-bold to take the islands for the De Danann, and who had fought against the coming humans until their lords decided it was not worth their precious blood, and left their unwanted servants behind. The goblins had been driven from the face of the world, forced into dank caves and mines they could hold with their wards and with their traps, so even the ever-breeding humans gave up finishing the last of them. They left the leprechaun, who now were little more than slaves to the Irish ministry. They left the Spriggans, who cut off from the wild arcane arts of the city holy places had been forced into literal slavery conquering humans. And they had left the Vila, and Selkie, who at least with one form that was pleasingly female had one coin to pay the new conquerors that would at least let some of them live. To say those they left behind did not remember the betrayal of the Tuatha De Danann, was putting it mildly. The goblins did not forget. The goblins did not break faith. The goblins had fought and died in every battle. For every sun-bright lord and moon-touched lady, for each of the 4 holy cities and their lords, until the day those lords turned sideways from the world and let the goblins face the wrath of humanity alone. If there were 1,000,000 goblins in the world, Harry would eat Gringotts. Mankind numbered in the billions, but there were but a few 100,000 goblins left. The wrath of man was eternal. Its memory may be short, but its hatred and prejudice was undying, and the goblins had faced it since the dawn of the Iron Age in an endless and slowly losing struggle since the day their bright and perfect lords had deserted them. Harry hated, he hated as only a creature could. He had owled his father and mother immediately. He found Seamus Finnegan, Cormac MacLaggart, Siobhan O'Connell, and Dara McCrimmond also owling their parents. Those children of ancient Scot or Irish blood, like the goblins, knew what had been brought within the walls, and knew the Academy could know. To be made safe while the Tri-Arcane Arts User Tournament raged, and the cauldron of Dagda burned as the sacred hearth of the Academy itself. Hermione had disappeared into the library, because she did not understand and could not allow that to stand. Millicent and Draco had followed, because they did understand and knew they were not nearly armed enough. Neville disappeared into the greenhouses and farmlands because he needed to feel the earth beneath his feet and in his bones to truly think. The Ravenclaw girls saw the Luna Lovegood they had locked from the tower walk into the great hall for B. Reekfast in a long flowing gown of blue and bronze, clasped with chains of gold, with fine sandals of gold and dragonhide on her foot and wrapping gently up her legs with leather worked in runes of Poe. W and bound with bells of silver that sang with each step. She had been locked from her tower, and her shoes had been stolen, yet she walked into breakfast dressed as a queen, with flowers woven into her hair. In a gown worked with jewels and gold worked in strange and ancient patterns. She smiled dreamily and took breakfast in the changed great hall as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Sylvia Tremont, fifth-year Ravenclaw and a leading student of ancient runes, leaned over to Luna and hissed at her in alarm, noting the Celtic runework in her gown and on her sandals was beyond her own ability to craft. If not understand. Luna, where did you get those? Sylvia hissed urgently. Luna kicked up her feet, examining the workmanship. A tea party. Tea parties are very important. Sylvia hissed again, jealously giving way to alarm. Luna, those are not human work. Those are, I don't even think I understand everything they are, but the bits I know are too powerful to simply walk around in. Nobody gives power like that away. Luna looked at her Ravenclaw senior and her eyes grew sad. Hospitality is important. Not everyone understands that. Leprechauns and Spriggans, brownies, and Huldra like tea parties too. No one offered them a place to sleep either, so we took tea together. Then I made them a bed with transfiguration. When I woke up, my clothes were like this, and I finally had shoes. Hospitality is the greatest arcane arts of all, don't you think? If Luna noticed the girls of the Ravenclaw dorms who routinely locked her out, stole or destroyed her goods, refused to meet her gaze, or even look up from the ground, she did not show it. A crow sitting above the Ravenclaw table did notice, and cawed thrice, its black eyes bright and cold as only a corpse-eater can be. The laughter and conversation of students, the song of knife, fork and shouted, "Hey, that's the last one." That marked a standard breakfast sounded in the hall before an explosion of feathers turned everyone's attention skyward. The normally open sky of the great hall was now thick with branch and bower, so the explosion of post owls became a storm of eerily silent feathers as they darted and wove between branches with their missives and cargo. More than one sword, axe, and dagger dropped from weary and overstrained owl singles and pairs as alarmed parents sent hoarded treasures in to protect their cherished and clearly endangered heirs. More than one received howlers that shouted out the warnings about taking no gift without giving a matching one, testing every food, every object, ever why person they met with the touch of cold iron, to dispel the magics of the troublesome lesser fairy, and to never, absolutely never, give anything that might be a challenge to one of the greater. Daily profits rained from the sky like London during the height of the Blitz. Professor Flitwick alone had the sense to cast what amounted to a sine wave Protega that darted over and under the table to poo. Ta dome over every cup and plate and leave the table between bears so that the falling newspapers struck table not breakfast. Slytherins and Hufflepuffs had been expecting and waiting for this, so very few casualties. The Gryffindors, being very much creatures of the moment, were distracted by the many competing howlers, the interesting and clearly dangerous weapons, so the second wave of daily prop hets caused damage equivalent to a level 3 all-Weasley food fight, according to the Percy Chaos Scale, adopted by Gryffindor for food-related carnage. The fact that the Prophet was a double issue probably didn't help. It was only the Quidditch team defending the first years that prevented Madame Pomfrey from suffering a post-breakfast rush of injured students. The Chaser girls fielded everything that was even vaguely within arm's reach, and the Weasley twins went bats out and redirected every falling Prophet in danger of hitting a fragile ickle firstie to instead impact either Percy or Ron. The latter, who kept eating during the attack, using one arm to deflect incoming papers in a way that argued he might actually make a decent keeper one day. The headlines were not tremendously flattering to either the school or ministry. Putting the dumb in Elder Wizard. The headmaster invites the wicked fairies in to feast on your children, more on page 3. Minister of Morons. Newly elected. Minister for Arcane Arts Bartimus Crouch Sr. has entered into a wicked pact with an ancient fairy article to perform a blood sacrifice of your children. Details on the death toll of previous championships on page 3. Pictures of the slaughter of 1792, all champions, all headmasters, 3 judges, 6 audience members on pages 4 to 7. Fact and fiction about fairies, what Elder Wizard stopped teaching since 1956. Pages 12 to 24. Educational alternatives for sane parents. Homeschool and transfer, how to make the ministry get your children an education without wicked fairy blood pacts. Page 25 inches. Quote, Minister Crouch proclaims your children are safe, he guarantees it. See Bartimus Crouch Jr. convicted Death Eater sent to Azkaban. Bartimus Crouch Sr. swears he had no clue. Page 8 inches. Possibly unrelated, but financially quite sound. There was a full-page ad for family vacations to the Academy of Gondishapur, Iran. The ancient seat of Sasanian learning had been maintained since the 6th century, weathering the Greeks, Romans, Crusaders, Mongols, and Turks before the statute of secrecy made it unplottable for Muggles. They offered full family vacations and tours of the University of the Old Persian Empire. Not directly citing the problems at the Academy, but mentioning the ancient wards that blocked all magical beings other than witches or wizards, without even a single house elf permitted inside its sacred boundaries. Harry was willing to be whoever handled their owl post was going to be buried this week, with families needing to be out of Britain for a bit. Gers in her ears long be. E4 Dolores Umbridge cast her sonorous and shrieked, honestly not a combination anyone wanted to encounter. Her demands that all students were to hand over their copies of the Daily Prophet at once, or be whipped, were repeated twice before Poppy Pomfrey had enough and cast such a beautiful stupefy, expelliarmus, and incarcerous combination that her wand seemed to simply carve a single blazing rune in mid-air before the pink toad-like inquisitor was stunned, disarmed, and bound. Before being gentle caught by a quiet but firmly worded levicorpus, to hover silent, bound, and stunned beside the faculty table. It was Professor Flitwick, Ravenclaw head and noted dueling champion, that stood upon his chair and began the round of applause that eventually rocked the Great Hall and had a blushy Ing Medowich finally forced to stand and take a bow before the students who had previously, and clearly erroneously, thought the Medowich harmless rather than simply gentle. Morgana's tasty left nipple. Next time Madame Pomfrey tells me to take one of the nastier potions, I will think twice, maybe 3 times, before arguing. Neville swore softly, impressed at the Hufflepuff Medowich's wand prowess. Hermione frowned. You should never argue with Madame Pomfrey. She is at least as qualified as the healers at St. Mungo's and a lot more experienced. You can work decades at St. Mungo's without ing half the injuries you get at the Academy in a good term. Harry nodded. Yeah, and I've never been here for a good term. Harry noted, drawing nods from the rest of the Hufflepuffs. Neville looked at the goblet of fire. The revealed cauldron of Dagda, the cauldron of brave deeds, also known as the cauldron of dead heroes, and shuddered. At least with the Daily Prophet article out, we won't avenue to worry about idiots putting their name in the damn thing. Hermione sighed. I tend to forget that I am the only one here. Neville, I hate to break this to you, but 1,000 galleons and nding glory is more than enough to make people put their name in. Harry looked shocked. What are you talking about? That isn't worth dying for. Hermione looked angry. Says Lord Potter, one father. The lord of one of the greatest houses in the Wizigamot, the other a senior account manager at Gringotts, probably with more gold in his vault than half the families of the Wizigamot combined. Did you Ever wonder why Tom Riddle left as head boy with a record number of owls and newts all at outstanding and the best he could do was a job at a dodgy shop in Nocturne Alley? Did you ever wonder why Remus Lupin, who taught us as the best Dada professor we have had, came to teach in robes that were so patched and thin he shivered half the year? Riddle was a half-blood, Lupin was a werewolf, most of people working in Nocturne Alley in jobs that range between immoral, illegal, and deadly are doing so because they lack the blood status and connections to get a decent job. Did you never wonder why Madame Rosmerta with a mastery in potions is working as the barmaid of the Three Broomsticks? She's half-blood, and if you don't get into the ministry, then menial work is the best you can do, she did all the way up to being owner and sole employee of a pub that survives off the Academy Hogsmeade weekend trade, and that is with a mastery. Harry looked insulted. My mother was a Muggleborn and got a job as an enchantress. Neville grabbed his shoulder. Look mate, your mother got a job at a Potter family business after marrying your dad, the sodding heir. It's not the wand in her hand that got her the job, but the wand stirring her cauldron. Hermione winced. Ignoring the blatant misogyny of that remark, it is the absolute truth. Arcane arts user societies since the statute of secrecy is closed. A small number of pure bloods own all the businesses, own all the government, and make sure that only those of their own kind have a chance to rise to the top. That everlasting glory means that you won't just compete as the equal of the pure-blooded puppies for positions of actual power and wealth, you will be the one every business and government is competing to hire, just to say they Avenue the most powerful arcane arts user or arcane arts user in all of Europe. Of course people will die for it. Poverty doesn't make your life hard to risk at all. Three figures in royal blue robes courted by Madame Maxime stalked towards the goblet of fire. Each clutched a piece of paper in their hand. The boy who was first was muscled like a swordsman, he moved with the predatory grace of one who had fought well and often. He strode to the first line, and it blazed as it verified his age. He strode to the second, and it verified his core power. Smirking, he strode forward. The cauldron began to sing. Three female voices sang in Gaelic as he pushed forward. Curfa, say mo loch mo Gilmere, say mo Sheezer, Gilmere. Ni foiras fine aeon suin na seon, ochawe I gcine mo Gilmere. X2. Bims buin ar buert gach lo. Ag cowie go crua as ag tar na ndeor. Mar scaoiled uaim and boachel beo as na riamatar tuirisk uaidh, mo bron. Curfa, ni heven quack ba suerk ar neoan, tade fjorchoin uil ar uatha sport. Tade souith, s swat imbu ert, sim bron o scaoiled uain and boachel beo curfa. Is kasul ala h aongas og. La luffy mac shayan na mbamin more, la ku rawi, ardmhac dira and or. Tasha airan trayon ar twar. Curfa, la conal sirnok bernard port, la firgas fintok fjun mac roy la conchubar kadamhak nise na nose. Tasha even krive and choil. Curfa x2. The boy struggled as he tried to push forward, his muscle trembled, his brow sweat, and visions seemed to torment him. Finally he screamed in fright, and broke to run from the hall, throwing his wand and name paper from them as if their touch burned him. Hermione looked at Neville who was wincing. Neville, did you understand that song? Neville nodded. My gran used to sing me to sleep with it after we visited Mom and Dad. I had such a hard time dealing with their pain, with them always and forever being in pain just for the crime of daring to stand up to Dark One. She would sing it to me. And tell me that my parents were heroes, that I was supposed to grow up and be a hero like my da. Quote, Neville began to sing softly in English. Chorus, my dashing darling is my hero, my dashing darling is my Caesar. I have had neither sleep nor good fortune since my dashing darling went far away x2. I am perpetually worried every day, wailing heavily and shedding tears. Since my lively beau, Y was released from me and there is no word of him, alas. Chorus, the pleasure of the cheerful cuckoo at noon is gone, the affable nobility are not bothered with sport. The learned and the cultured are woe. Reed and sad since the lively lad was taken from me. Chorus, he is like young Aongus. Like Luffy Mac Shayan of the great blows, like Ku Rawi, great son of Dyra of the gold leader of Aire strong in pursuit. Chorus, Like Connell Cernach who breached defenses like worthy fair-haired Fergus Mac Roy. Like Conchubar venerable son of Nas of the tradition the pleasant chieftain of the Fenian branch. Chorus X2. Since my dashing darling went far away, Harry snarled, the cauldron only wants heroes. The blood of heroes, the souls of champions. For 1,000 galleons and the promise of bloody glory, it ants to bind our best and brightest to the damned cauldron and the Dadannon. Hermione watched as the second French would-be champion faltered and turned away. The last one, the one whose beauty tore at the eyes and mind. Whose blonde hair flowed as beautiful as any fairy, whose face could grace any statue of queen or goddess alone strode forward. Who is that? Harry asked, feeling her beauty pull at him, but his own runes of rulership not allowing him to be swayed. Hermione spoke flatly. That is Fleur Delacour. She is part Vila, so she is about as screwed in this society as Remus was. Her blood is magical on both sides. But you should know as a creature Harry, she isn't quite human enough as anything other than trophy wife unless she wins this. The first line flared and Fleur did not slow. The second line flared and Fleur did not pause. The cauldron began to sing, and Fleur's flesh began to burn with fire. Fleur screamed, but it was not a human scream of fear, but an eagle's cry of defiance. Her face morphed into an eagle's beak, her long delicate legs became clawed like those of a harpy or griffin, her arms became wings, and each feather dripped with fire. Fleur stepped forward, and red flame from her wings beat at the blue flame from the cup until the latter broke and again a too pretty girl in blue robes stood with a piece of paper in her hand. She stepped forward like a dancer, and placed the scrap of paper in the blue flame without fear of its touch. Turning to the hall, she curtsied deeply, then strode to the side of Madame Maxime who looked down her nose at the entire hall. As if daring any of them to equal her champion's feat. Morgana's teeth, I would not want to stand between her and what she wants. Hermione said, gripping the table fiercely, admiration hinting in her eyes for a girl who had chosen to rip her worth from a wizarding world that thought to allow her only for her beauty. Harry shuddered. Too right. That look in her face reminds me of Mum. He thought for a second. Shuddered again. Both of them. It was about half an hour later that Igor Karkaroff stalked forward, stopping it before the first line and gripping his left forearm as it began to smoke. Snarling he stepped back as Victor Krum strode forward. His uniform was plain unadorned brown, his face a thing that might have been hewn from the bare rock of Bulgaria. Cold blue eyes stared at the cup, his face showing no emotion whatsoever, yet this was the Krum of the World Cup. His face flickered in the ghost of a snarl and he stepped forward. The first line flared, and he made a brushing off motion as if it were an annoyance. The second line flared, and he slapped it down, as if it were an obstacle. He was moving faster now as he hit the wave of blue fire that lashed out from the goblet to strike at him. He was no Vila with arcane arts over charm and fire. He was nothing but a poor half-blood from a forgotten farm village in mountains of Bulgaria, so poor the government barely bothered to oppress them. No matter who conquered last. The goblet sang to him, the song of heroes, the song of love for the fallen brave, and Victor Krum pushed forward. He screamed as the fires lit him. The blue fire burned into his flesh and the bones of his face shone through his skin as he fought forward with more than arcane arts, with the will and rage of a dragon, with the blood one who had nothing but his will to wield against a world, but for whom that will must be, enough. The fire broke before he did, and the cauldron of Dagda sang its love for heroes and the damned who died trying to be one. As Victor Krum placed his name in the goblet and turned to face the hall. His eyes were wet with the tears streaming down his face, but his mouth was a hard and compromising line of iron. None dared to meet his gaze as he strode from the hall. Merlin's bloody balls. Neville swore, then shuddered. Not me mate, not on a bet. Harry nodded. Not me either. If Griffo, OK or Fangborn found out I bound my soul to the cauldron of Dagda for 1,000 galleons I would be cleaning dragon shit out of the deep tunnels with my dessert fork for a month. There were a dozen students who tried to enter their names. And none of them succeeded. Most were the academy, but not all. Millicent, Fred and George were arguing about rune homework when they saw Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff prefect, Quidditch captain. And if his father Amos Diggory had anything to say about it, future Minister for Arcane Arts strode forward. Bloody, began Fred. Hell, continued George, what does he marveled Fred. Doing. Finished Fred. Millicent looked as Cedric passed the first and second lines without effort. There boys, goes a boy whose father has his whole life planned out for him. Not a single obstacle in his path. His future a path lined with flowers, and not a single chance he can be denied. Millicent said softly. Cedric pushed into the blue flame of the goblet, the song of Harrow's playing again as the flame seemed to form claws that tore at the boy like a cat playing with a captive mouse. The boyish blushing face of Hufflepuff's golden boy grew bloodied as his nose fountained blood as Cedric gave his all. Every ounce of will and arcane arts in his body, pushing his body beyond the limits of flesh alone to drive into the fire, his legs pumping like the third rank of a phalanx pushing the dead onto the spears so he can reach the fight. Millicent listened to the song of the cauldron sing welcome as another brave or damned put his name in the fire and saw it blaze its acceptance. Millicent shook her head, her face made of cold Arctic ice in the pitiless open sea. That right there boys is a man who would rather die than live the life someone else made for him. I am very much afraid that he will. History of Arcane Arts class. Harry, Hermione, Neville, Millicent and Draco almost piled up in the doorway to History of Arcane Arts, because it was not the ghostly Professor Binns who stood at the lectern. Instead an old man in ancient druidic robes sat on a simple stool of wood, a large harp before him. The old man smiled and raised his head, his ears tapered to a fin point and his skin was too pale to have ever seen the sun, but his eyes sparkled with wit, wisdom and knowledge. Come children, I am Quarper Mac Etain, and among the bards am certainly not held the least. I have learned and lived the history of arcane arts since before your ancestors learned to take up staff or wand, and for all that you have given me guest rights in your hall, and feasts from your table, I have as yet given nothing in return. Bards are the keepers of history, and of knowledge, the instructors of children. If you allow me, I will this day sing for my supper, and teach you much that has been forgotten. Millicent hissed out and grabbed Hermione. Hermione please, I didn't bring any parchment. I never learn anything here, I only brought books to study. Wordlessly, the Queen of Revision and Note-Taking opened up her pouch of spatial expansion and pulled out enough parchment to properly reskin all the cows in Scotland. There would, for once, be notes to take, and the true history of arcane arts to learn. Tea Party 2, again locked out of Ravenclaw Tower. Luna, I don't think you are taking this seriously enough. There are things stalking the halls that don't exist. Things the wards didn't stop. Things out of fairy tales and nightmares. Draco insisted. Luna set her places carefully. The Spriggans and Brownies gathered around and on the heads of each were woven crowns of flowers Luna had set. I think it's lovely that other people can see them now. They were ever so lonely when it was only just me. But I do think tea parties are important Draco. Tea parties are the most important things in the world. Draco Malfoy was raised to be lord of an ancient pure-blooded house and his manners were driven into him on a level below reflex or instinct, to the point he could no more think about not following them than he could simply decide his heart should stop beating. Draco pulled for the chair for Lady Ravenclaw and seated the Silver Lady, Ghost of Ravensciel. After he did the same for his own Luna Lovegood. Spriggans and Brownies danced and cavorted about, but Pale and two perfect ladies sat with inhuman grace as he pulled their caress out for them. Draco Malfoy sat down to a tea party with Luna Lovegood, the Ghost of Ravenclaw, and two of the Tuatha De Danann. Luna cut and served slices of pie, plating pie, scones, and tiny minced meat tarts for the guests. Luna babbled happily as she served the living and the dead, the real and the unreal. This is treacle tart, it is new since your time. The scones are not new, but the loganberries are probably new. The minced meat is just minced meat, but none of it used to be make it different from what you are used to. Burbled Luna happily as she served. Without any notice, she took a plate served with each offering that she had put before Draco and the two De Danann ladies, and cut her finger, dripping blood onto each, then tipping it into a burning brazier beside the table. Passing the plate through the smoke, she let her blood drip onto the plate, and ghosts of the food formed in silver light, which she placed before the Ravenclaw ghost, once the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Draco watched with something between wonder and horror as his girlfriend casually performed what amounted to food necromancy so that her boyfriend, elven guests and dead guests could all share the same snack food. Mother hadn't prepared him for this, which was odd. Draco Malfoy was sure his mother had prepared him for every tea and dinner party possibility. He was quite shocked to find that his education, rather than being wastefully overcomplicated, had missed some critical points he would like clarified. Now, if not sooner, Draco mustered his best and most polite behavior, and wondered if he would leave with his soul, his arcane arts, and his testicles intact. At least 2 out of 3 at the minimum. 3 would be better. 3 was his definite goal for the night. Luna oddly seemed unconcerned. She poured tea for the living, then the unreal, then poured out the rest of the pot with a muttered prayer to absent friends. Dropping a single drop of her own blood in the cup, she tipped the empty teapot over it. And Draco tried not to react as silver light poured like hot tea, even steaming, into the cup, which she offered to the Ravenclaw ghost. Draco held his own in conversation, while sweating out at least twice as much fluid as the tea was pouring in. The elven ladies were like his mother without any morality or limitations, which considering Narcissa Black's well-earned reputation on was something Draco had not thought was possible. They were bright, intelligent, and amoral in the way that sharks can only dream of being. They were civilized, and Draco swiftly came to realize that the only rules that constrained these beings of ancient power and arcane arts were those of courtesy, and Luna Lovegood was talking to them. It was possible Draco had been more afraid, but he could not remember when. Luna had no fear, nor conversational filter, and the elven ladies took delight in the wild human girl who dared to invite pale queens of fairy to tea. The silver lady matched the elven ladies for grace and poise, but her mother had often guested the good neighbors when she lived, and the rules of the court of the Pale Princess Underhill were known to her of old. One of the elven ladies had complimented Luna on finding and training Draco to an acceptable degree of courtesy and honesty, but warned her against the human male's inevitable betrayal. They had gone on for several minutes to list ways she could bind Draco's heart and soul to her eternal servitude, which he was oddly glad his mother could not hear, just in case, and he was warmed to hear Luna protest. Draco is a good boy, and he will make a fine man one day, unless he makes a fine dragon. I don't mind. I mean, I never plan to lay eggs, but if a girl won't lay an egg she can't really say she loves a man, can she? Or is that loves a dragon? I get confused. Men are much more trustworthy now, Luna admitted. The silver lady spoke softly. I thought that was true once. I knew a boy, or thought I knew a boy. A promising arcane arts user. Tom Riddle was his name. I talked to him, and he to me. He shared his heart and his dreams with me, and I with him. He shared with me his greatest treasure, the ring of his fathers. The ring of Gaunt that he had stolen from the last lord of that house when he decided to become the heir of Slytherin. Draco froze. Knowing this was the history of Tom Marvolo Riddle, the heir of Slytherin, Lord Dark One. The silver lady looked down. I shared my own shame, that I had stolen my mother's diadem, and hidden it in Albania. Mother had sent the bloody baron after me, and when I refused to return we fought. And he killed first me, and them himself. The diadem lay where my bones did, even as my soul returned here to forever serve the house of my mother for the crime of robbing her and it of her greatest legacy. The silver lady looked up, her face transformed with rage, and for the first time Draco feared the beloved Ravenclaw ghost. When he returned, he had betrayed me. He had cut a part of his very soul, needing to murder another just to have the power to bind it, and bound a bit of his evil soul to not only my mother's diadem, but his father's ring. He turned my mother's greatest treasure into a Horcrux and hid it in the room of lost things here in the castle, where no man can find it. He hid the ring of his father's back in the fallen manor of his family, hiding each of his soul anchors behind arcane arts deep and strange enough its foulness could not easily be seen, even if you knew to look for the abominations. He took my trust, and used me to betray my mother a second time. He turned my mother's legacy into something that taints the very stones and arcane arts of the Academy, even as his own family ring taints and corrupts the stones of his ancestral hearth. Tom Riddle only claimed to love and value 2 places as his home, and he hid Horcruxes in both of them. No, Luna, men have not changed. They are liars and scum. Bind this one, bind him before he betrays you. Draco. To his credit was too shocked by the revelation of 2 Horcrux to realize he was in mortal danger, or a mortal danger depending on what solution for his male inevitable betrayal was chosen. Luna turned to Draco, her eyes serious, her arcane arts welling up inside her. Wand in hand, she turned, and all Draco had time to realize was that it was too late for him to dodge or free his own wand. Scourgify, Luna said as the spell hit Draco in the throat, or more precisely in the cravat. Luna looked at him fiercely. Your mother gave you that cravat. You had a berry stain on it, and she would not be pleased. Quote, the Silver Lady asked, sounding shocked. You are not going to bind him. Luna looked surprised, and planted a chaste kiss on his cheek. He is my dragon. They do not do well leashed. The 2 elven ladies sighed. One whispered, young love. The second tittered, it will end in tragic betrayal. They both sighed, loving love as much as they loved betrayal. A good time was had by all, except perhaps Draco, who would need years of therapy to get over this tea party, even though he was sure there would be more in his future, and Draco remembered to send an owl to Sirius and his mother about the nature and location of 2 of the 3 outstanding Horcrux. The greenhouse gate, the academy. 3 sisters in black dragonscale armor stalked from the forest, their armor slick with blood. Their black crow eyes bright, their laughter fierce. Pomona Sprout stood before the gate, her legs planted shoulder-width apart, her hands on her hips. You shall not pass. Pomona Sprout stated so. FLT. The Morgan sneered, we are invited. Crow Baby laughed, we hunger. Matcha crooned, we have needs. Blood littered the ground as it fell from them. What creature dared to face them? Or what had failed to flee fast enough before them, she did not know. These were creatures of the wild and fairy who some had called and worshipped as goddesses in ancient times. No power Professor Sprout could command, including the Hufflepuff Cup, could stay them should the 3 sisters choose to kill. They could not be stopped, they could not be bound, but they could be placated. It was the custom in ancient times to set the offering before the door, outside the gates, that the wickedest fairies, the crow goddesses of slaughter and battle, the dark witches of earth and root, of rock and tree, find what they need in field and farm, flock and forest, and be fully satisfied before they pass your door, and family. Neville Longbottom stepped forward, his wand blazed gold. In the black of the night and the scythe harvest, the bounty taken in time, the cycle of life, death, and rebirth shone in his hand, and blazed from his chest. He reached down into the earth for the power that slept within it, and called. The earth answered. Green life tore from the earth, months of growth in heartbeats, as the Lord of the land held forth his hand and demanded abundance, and Mother Earth herself gave answer. The Morgan stood, her eyes hooded, her face unreadable. He was taken from me, my Dagda. He was taken from me, and not even his child within me to console me. I will have my due. A life for a life. Neville Longbottom held out his hand, and the Morgan took it. Crow Baby took the other, and Matcha trailed her hand in his hair as they led him away to the soft grass of the fields, where the Lord of the land would see if he could repay the life of a lost elven lord, gone before his first ancestor thought to put his keel out to sea and seek the Isles of Britain. Pomona Sprout sighed. I definitely owe Augusta an apology for this. Throwing her son under 3 fairy queens just to keep them from murdering students. Professor Sprout felt the song of the earth change. The killing song of the fairy slowing and merging with the soft song of life and love, the song of beginnings not endings. Poor Neville, if he survives the night, he will be a very tired arcane arts user. She listened for a time and felt the song of the earth begin to sing with joy and smiled. She would send August a gift basket. She had a feeling her main problem in the coming weeks would be an overabundance from the fields, greenhouses and flocks. The ecstatic cry of a crow shattered the night. Pomona Sprout smiled. She did love those old-fashioned magics. If Elder Wizard didn't have such a stick up his ass, he would remember. Not all ritual sacrifices were about power or killing. A second crow gave voice to its delight. She was going to have one tired badger tomorrow, but sometimes life, not death, was the right offering. She could see the small herd of unicorns come from the forest to circle the happy, well, not couple obviously, but certainly coupling. Neville was her most innocent badger, and if the Morgan bound to him, the odds of her wetting her blades on students dropped to near nil. Humming a happy tune, she went inside. She would at least provide Neville his privacy, assuming you could ignore the unicorns. Arcane Arts Number. Crouch Family Manor. Dark One looked upon the twisting body of Bartimus Crouch Sr., Minister for Arcane Arts, pawn and possibly broken tool. The childlike body of the homunculus had the face of an old man with the burning eyes of a demon, yet Lord Dark One was not the true horror of the room. That honor lay in the lap of Bartimus Crouch Sr., Minister for Arcane Arts. Dark One hissed his way through charms in Parseltongue even as his childlike hands fumbled with his wand to carve runes into the very flesh, such flesh as was left, of the minister. In the end he hurled down his wand and hissed at his followers. "Ignorant child, you have cost me a tool worth more than you are. Shave his head, for you will need his hair, and then go plant him in the backyard." Dark One hissed, too tired to shout, too defeated to care. Barty Crouch Jr. licked his lips. "Do you mean kill and bury him, my lord?" he said, eager to murder his father for the eternal glory of his Dark Lord. Dark One found the strength to summon his wand wordlessly. Speaking once, he spent the last of his strength on education. Perhaps he should have been a good dark arts instructor after all. Instruction did have a joy of its own. Old Man Elder Wizard wasn't always wrong. Crucio. The red bar connected the Dark Lord to Barty Crouch Jr. Plant him, as in set him upright and leave him standing on good soil, with adequate sun. You sent your father to order the Goblet of Fire to choose young Harry as the Academy champion, and now my captive and enslaved Minster of Arcane Arts is more than halfway turned into a tree. He will be a tree, an ash I think, and a particularly long-lived one that offers no little protection for this manor and all who shelter here. If I am going to have a Minister of Arcane Arts to betray the ministry to me and deliver young Harry, you are going to have to take the hair that I told you to cut, and polyjuice yourself as him. Something you can only do while he's both still alive, and at least remembers being human. How long that will persist now that his ass is ash I do not know. This is fairy arcane arts. So they would be most amused if he always remembered he was a man. Lucius No Name. Once Malfoy watched Barty Crouch writhe in pain and his brow furrowed with an unasked question. Out with it, Lucius, since you are going to have to muddle through the polyjuice for this idiot. He was always useless in anything that didn't require active spellwork. You have earned at least an answer. Lucius blurted out his question. When Bartimus Crouch Sr. used Confundus on the Goblet of Fire to insert young Harry as the champion of Gringotts, even his mediocre arcane arts was able to do it. Barty Crouch Jr. using his father under the Imperius just tried to Confundus it again to ignore the Academy students who got their names in and choose Harry instead, and the goblet turned Bartimus into a tree. What changed? Dark One chuckled. You never took arithmancy, just ancient runes. Sloppy scholarship gets witches and wizards killed. There is a power in numbers. We stole this cup thousands of years ago, the Cauldron of Dagda. The cauldron the four cities used to settle their battles between champions. When we used it, we bent it to our will in the Tri-Arcane Arts User Tournament. We lulled it to sleep. Its four cities called it to war no more. It dreamed its way through the years as our Tri-Arcane Arts User Tournament was only close enough to leech off the magics, not strong enough to wake it. 3 schools. And it followed the rules we fed it for 3 schools, always and forever waiting the call to wake. For the war of the four cities to resume, but we would never be stupid enough to let it. Dark One suddenly remembered, then pointed his wand at Barty again. Crucio. Barty screamed, and in the hellish light of the sustained red beam the Dark Lord's face lit with joy. Then his idiot's father gave it a 4th city again. No longer did it sleep and dream the pale copy of the Tri-Arcane Arts User Cup and sip gently from the souls of champions we fed it. Now it waked again, and not just anywhere. We planted it inside the biggest confluence of ley lines in all of magical Europe, inside the most powerful concentration of wards and magical blood in all of Europe, and woke it up. Invited into the heart of defenses I left for last in my war plans at my peak. Defenses Grindelwald never planned on facing head-on. It comes awake for the first time, actually singing its joy to again receive the souls of 4 champions battling for the 4 sacred cities of Tuatha De Danann, and this idiot just tells it to forget what I told you. Go back to sleep, be a good little cauldron and do what the humans tell you. Elder Wizard could not make it let go now, and I would be far too wise to try. Were any of my beloved inner circle bound to this damn thing, I would bless them for their sacrifice and move on. The wise do not meddle in the doings of the ancient Fae. The days of champions strong and wise enough to succeed were gone before we began writing down the lies we call history. Turning to Lucius, he smiled a more human smile. Now, the challenges and prizes are things the ministry supplied. The goblet of fire may dictate, but it leaves the logistics to us. The Muggles have a saying. The devil is in the details. I am the devil, so we shall have to tweak these details. Young Harry must be a champion like no other. He must shine like the brightest star in the sky. He must become the vision of hope that wizarding Britain turns to in its hour of need. When I stretch forth my hand and rip him from the sky, they will know that all hope died with him. The laughter of Lord Dark once the Lord Malfoy. Why in the height of his power and pride he had crawled on his belly to kiss the hem of his Dark Lord's robes. Dark One was power, and the world needed reminding. As an aside he murmured to Lucius. Do remind Barty to water his father once he is planted in the garden. The sacred ash trees are all tremendously powerful warding items. Find me a Death Eater with decent herbology newts. I won't have my best defense suffer from aphids or root rot because none of you idiots studied anything that couldn't scream. Outside the Dada classroom, Monday morning, Professor Snape found himself meeting Professor Sprout as they closed upon the Dada classroom from opposite sides. Pulling up short, and both looking equally embarrassed for those who could read the micro-expressions of a trained Slytherin. Professor Snape fell back on etiquette, as the esoteric rules of etiquette provided guidance through those social situations that otherwise fell far outside rational judgment as to proper action. As he opened the door and bowed the senior arcane arts user through, Professor Sprout nodded gracefully at the gesture and they both strode to the desk of one slightly bemused Professor Scrimgeour. Well, 2 heads of house before class even starts. To what do I owe the honor? Rufus Scrimgeour had survived as chief Auror, under a manifest incompetent minister prone to overreaction, and a DMLE head with zero tolerance for mistakes. This was not his first rodeo, but he could tell when the ride was about to get bumpy. Professor Sprout handed over a note. I thought considering the nature of the note I would deliver it personally, so that any implication that it was a forgery or some sort of joke could be banished before it was raised. Scrimgeour gave a smile you almost had to be Slytherin to appreciate. He slid the note across his desk, eyed the 2 heads of house, then tapped it with his wand and raised the edge of it, keeping the bulk of it face down so no one but him could see it. Snape was momentarily reminded of professional poker players he had known when he spent a summer playing poker professionally to work on his control of facial expression and body tells for his own political and professional career. For that reason, the freeze and twitch of eyebrow from Scrimgeour were noted by Snape as being the equivalent of a Gryffindor Fallon G from his seat and shouting in surprise, or a Ravenclaw giving it too. Full rereads followed by an examination under microscope to be sure no other hidden messages in microdots were concealed inside the visible words. Snape was not disappointed when Scrimgeour was driven to ask for clarification. Mr. Longbottom is to be excused from class today because of a critical farming incident. I had not iced Mr. Longbottom as reasonably skilled with a wand. Professor Sprout coughed, and was now blushing furiously for some reason. Scrimgeour stopped momentarily, knowing he missed something but not what, then continued. And had consistently excellent marks in herbology. Am I to understand that he had some sort of accident with farm equipment? Was he perhaps unable to handle a plow and accidentally cut off a foot? Professor Sprout stood tall and said firmly, Mr. Longbottom can indeed plow a mighty furrow, and his fields are well tended indeed. It is simply that he was so exhausted by high efforts in that field that he requires bedrest and fluids. Scrimgeour worked hard to decode that, failed utterly and turned to Professor Snape. And you Severus, another farming accident. Not terribly Slytherin is it? Scrimgeour said smiling brightly. Severus Snape eyed his former upperclassman and slid his own note across wordlessly. Scrimgeour eyed the sealed note, then flipping it face down, tapped it with his wand and bent it up enough to scan the short lines of prose before again freezing and seeing both an eyebrow and lip twitch in an aborted smirk. Mr. Malfoy is to be excused because he attended a tea party and requires a full day to recover. Rufus Scrimgeour, a former law enforcement official who had received more sick calls from Ors than anyone this side of Mad Eye Moo. Dai decoded using the code book of his experience, and for once, was incorrect. Severus, are you telling me your 14-year-old godson is too hung over to come to class? Merlin's beard man, you are a potions master. Do what I did to my Ors who tried that. Force down a sober-up potion, a nutrient potion, an energy potion and a firm stinging hex to the ass for being one. Severus Snape drew himself up to his full height, and looked down his nose at the Dada instructor. Draco Malfoy attended a tea party last night. The after effects of this will require at least a full day's bed rest, a number of calming drafts and no little amount of advanced occlumency, psychotherapy and perhaps memory charm surgery to recover from. The only thing that he drank was tea. Pomona Sprout now looked at Severus with alarm, suspicion dawning on her. She asked carefully of Snape's dignity and the student's privacy. Severus, would I be correct in assuming that a number of the ladies at this tea party were of the sort that one can never know what will offend, nor what exactly the consequences for such offenses could be, beyond alarming? Pomona offered gently. Severus spared her a glance and nod. 3 rather complicated and demanding ladies. And one that while less demanding is rather more complicated. Pomona Sprout nodded, then turned to Professor Scrimgeour. Professor Scrimgeour, my Neville only had to deal with 3 complicated ladies in his farming incident. If young Draco had to deal with 4, his housemaster is doing his due diligence in keeping him from class today. Scrimgeour could not keep the smile from his face now, his smirk making Snape twitch. That must have been some tea party. Scrimgeour's chuckles drove Snape and Sprout from his office as the Dada instructor settled in tea. Oh, what he just knew would be an interesting day. Dada first class, first year Gryffindor, Ravenclaw. Professor Scrimgeour was less than happy to see Dolores Umbridge in pink that should be regulated by the Ministry as an offensive weapon file in after his first-year students. Scrimgeour shoved the sunflower in the clay pot to the corner of his desk before walking around to the front of the desk and perching on it. Good morning, class. Now today I was supposed to begin teaching you about the terrible magical dangers of Grindylows, but they are found at the bottom of the Black Lake and not wandering around the academy hallways. So I thought we would begin with something of rather more imminent need, and something that is within the power of beginning first years like yourself. Dolores Umbridge spoke up from the back. Hem hem. The Ministry eek. Dolores Umbridge attempted speech ended in a screech as Scrimgeour tossed something gold and shiny at her head, which fell off her raised handbag to the desk. What did you throw at me? Do you know who I am? Dolores began. Scrimgeour smirked and silenced her brutally. A throat lozenge for that annoying cough, and you are not the Dada instructor, and this is the Dada class. So you will provide a moral example to these students by opening your ears, shutting your mouth and respecting the authority granted me as the instructor of this class. While she gave her impression of a toad looking for flies, mouth flapping open in shock, then slamming closed, only to open again in more shock as she slowly processed her feelings like a machine a few cogs short of a full clockwork. Scrimgeour continued, you may have noticed that the academy has been infested by fairies of all kinds. Now the stock and trade of the minor fairies is illusion. He reason they went away when our ancestors got here is simple. Scrimgeour pulled out a knife from his left wrist sheath. Iron. Fairy arcane arts is easier to work than ours. They don't need chance, they don't need wands. They don't even need potions, because all the low-level fairy arcane arts relies on the unreal. The reason they fled before our ancestors is this. Scrimgeour pawed on his desk with the flat of his knife, and instantly it was a little green fairy with an evil-looking face. It shrieked and sprinted out of the room as Scrimgeour smiled. Iron defeats glamours made only with the unreal. So you will find most Aurors have an iron knife or 3 on their person, and more often than not, iron toe and heel caps on our shoes and boots. Nothing like going to step on a stair that isn't there to ruin your whole day. Scrimgeour smiled in memory. Scrimgeour pulled up a box that must have weighed about 60 pounds. I had Professor McGonagall transfigure a few hundred rings out of some iron I had the goblins send over. You will get in the habit of touching anything you eat or drink with this. You will touch your wand and books with this each and every time you pick them up, or you may one day find yourself in a fight with a fairy and the wand in your hand is a piece of celery, a breadstick, or a rather confused gnome. He smiled. If you are interested, I can give you the C.Ace files for the ores. Those happen to not pleasant reading, and don't look at the pictures before lunch or bedtime. Professor Scrimgeour, Dolores Umbridge warned, that information is restricted by the ministry. It is only released for ore training because the head of the DMLE has stood on her legal right to refuse unless a full Wizigamut endorses the restriction, and certain factions refuse to cooperate. There is no reason to teach this antiquated and outdated nonsense to our children. You will teach the curriculum or you will be fired. I will not have this school made a laughingstock. CK in front of all of Wizarding Europe while we are hosting the Tri-Arcane Arts User Tournament. Scrimgeour looked at Umbridge, who was waving her wand at him. He smiled and stood back, taking a single iron ring from the box. I will make you a wager. Why don't you attempt to banish these rings? I will not block or shield them in any way. If you can manage a simple third-year banishment, and since you work for the ministry you must have least got above a troll on your charms, I will stop all mention of fairy arcane arts in Dada for my entire time here at the academy. Of course, if you can't you must leave my classroom and stop interfering in my instruction. Scrimgeour said sweetly. Umbridge took her wand in two hands, muttering to herself for about a minute as she rehearsed the incantatio. And practiced the wand movements to be sure she remembered. Finally, with a look of great seriousness, she finally cast the long-form banishment, seeking to utterly unmake the rings. Non est amplius, she chanted and waved her wand. In an easy underhanded motion, Scrimgeour tossed the iron ring to bounce off her madly waving wand. In a flash, the wand was now a somewhat longer and thicker implement. A rather personal item used with far more discretion in very private, or at least intimate settings. My wand, screeched Dolores Umbridge. Actually, that is a sex toy, and entirely inappropriate to share with a class of first years. I would suggest you find an iron ring of your own, and test your purse whenever you are foolish enough to put it down on or below a table, as fairies do love their little jokes, and your actual wand is no somewhere in the castle in the hands of a fairy with decidedly adult tastes, unless that item might also have been in your purse, in which case test everything in your purse, as your wand may no simply resemble a makeup compact, tissue paper, or another sex toy. Umbridge shot from the class, her face matching her dress. Scrimgeour continued his lesson, passing the box of rings around so students could find one that fits. The arcane arts we teach you is slower, more complicated, more energy intensive, and requires a focus like a wand or potion until you get very good. But the arcane arts channels the unreal to make real effects. It is not defeated by the touch of cold iron. In a castle full of fairies, you do not trust toilet paper you have not tested with cold iron. Lest you find it was poison ivy some fairy thought would be fun to make look like toilet paper. Scrimgeour smiled. First and last lesson of defense against the dark arts, constant vigilance. The class of first years jumped. It made him laugh. He was going to enjoy his year teaching, he thought. It gave him a chance to do unto others what Mad-Eye Moody so enjoyed doing unto him when he was a trainee Auror. Rufus wondered briefly how the old bastard was doing. Family picnic, Little Hangleton. Alistair Moody stumbled as he walked. Damn that Potter. Sirius Black laughed, unsympathetically. Dark One cut that leg off you before Harry was even born, you can hardly blame him. Sirius laughed, and BG, his basilisk hissed laughter. I bloody well can. Alistair snarled. This is my 6th new leg since Harry and his pet squirrel went and gave me a magical tattoo, now I need a new one again. Narcissa sighed. How are Miss Granger and Lord Potter responsible for your prosthetic woes? Narcissa asked, stroking Steno's head, the basilisk she had named for Medusa's sister in Greek mythology. Moody stopped and reefed up his pant leg, showing a prosthetic that started just above the foot. The damn thing's been growing back since she stitched me up. I can feel my eye socket getting uncomfortable too as that is starting to regrow. Cursed wounds don't heal, everybody knows that. So it isn't like I can get prosthetics that adjust for me having a bit more leg every time I wake up. Moody chortled happily. Sirius snorted while Narcissa stopped in shock. That was impossible. Cursed wounds do not regrow. Like the wounds she had taken from Draco's birth, the magical cost's pain in flesh and blood were permanent. Everyone knew that. She felt the runes in her skin, ND felt the arcane arts move inside her in a deeper and more potent current than she had ever known prior to binding herself to Harry's clan. She might have to start practicing her contraceptive charms again. She had known since Draco's birth she could never be pregnant again. If Moody could regain his eye and leg, Narcissa might just have to start practicing her contraceptive charms again. Or not. She had enjoyed motherhood. It was just Lucius that was a mistake. Well, Beltane was coming. Miracles can happen, and Mother Arcane Arts did love her little jokes. Sirius stopped. Bugger. Missed it again. I know the shack is here. I arrested Marvologaunt for raping a muggle back in 78. He got off, but then again it was Old Man Not who was the judge, so not much of a surprise. I swear we have walked past it 3 times at least. Mad Eye stopped and smiled. I have had enough walking. I don't care what they hid it behind. Once you know it's there, you can break it down. Brute force doesn't get half the credit it deserves. Narcissa raised an eyebrow, offended at the thought of abandoning subtlety and secrecy before they had even begun, but she could not detect the place she knew to be there either. With a sigh, she gestured to Alistair to proceed. Alistair hissed to Connie, "Watch my back, I am going to have to give all my concentration to this." Alistair Moody's basilisk Connie, short for Constance Vigilance, hissed back, "If I kill it, you will bring it home for me to eat." Moody laughed and cuffed the snake affectionately. No work for free, and Death Eaters tend to be well-aged and marbled. Narcissa massaged her forehead. "Alistair, you are a bad influence on your basilisk." Whatever else she had to say stopped when she saw the runes. Alistair Moody was scratching in the ground with his battle staff. He went on a long time, and she began to become alarmed. Little Hangleton was the middle of nowhere as far as Wizarding Britain was concerned, but the level of Arcan Arts Alistair was preparing to unleash would not be out of place to destroy a warded manor, or ministry office tower, not simply a random bit of English countryside. Tempestus Ignis, Moody roared, and his staff burned rose gold as the runes in it glowed and smoked, channeling too much power. The runes in the ground echoed those on the staff, and fell created in the air. A storm of fire, a hurricane of flame that sucked at the air to the point it became hard to breathe, destroyed everything including the soil to the depth of about 4 inches as it raged for about 2 minutes, where a mushroom cloud of fire rose to the sky. And trees bent and broke in the howling wind that replaced all the oxygen burned in an inferno little different than a small nuclear device. A small square of land remained in the center of the storm. Its outer 3 layers of wards having failed, but the inner ones having held. Its charms against detection had been stripped away in the firestorm, or overloaded temporarily, to the point that the crumbling shack that had once been a 2-story manor house of the Tudor style was now visible. Before it on the ground were dozens of snakes, vipers of all kinds. She rose and hissed their defiance and fury. Sirius, Narcissa, and Moody stepped forward and began chanting in Parseltongue, each of them working at different wards. The master of this house had W. Oven in arcane arts. He knew without a doubt he was the last person in England who could speak. Dark One never shared his gift, it was what made him special. The downfall of Slytherin's holy legacy was his own house's love of secrecy. The same gift given to a Hufflepuff young Harry had resulted in the almost forgotten legacy of Slytherin from again spreading through the great and soon-to-be great houses of Wizarding Britain. Sirius was the most powerful, Alistair the most experienced, and Narcissa the most sensitive and subtle. Dark One was the most powerful single Parselmouth to exist since Salazar Slytherin himself. He was not even close to powerful enough to stand against these 3 acting in concert, and the wards that he had woven had only their fixed strength and purpose, not a living mind to counter the forces pushing, pulling, weaving, and short-circuiting the fine network of interlocking power that warded the residents from intrusion. It fell in less than 10 minutes. Honestly, Narcissa was pacing herself for hours. But she had limited experience with parcel magic. That seemed easier than expected. Narcissa offered carefully. Sirius laughed and slapped her back. "Yeah, duh. Gee, old-time snaky goodness really adds some oomph to the old spell slinging." Narcissa winced. "I have to keep reminding myself you are a functional adult, Lord of the Wizigamut, and leader of this mission. I keep fighting the urge to ground you and assign etiquette and behavior homework." Sirius chose to rise above this remark. Basilisk Cavalry, charge. Go forth and snack upon the forces of Da. RKNESS, for they are full of evil and vitamins. A few dozen vipers slithered forth from Voldemort's final redoubt to defend the ancestral manor of the heir of Slytherin. 3 juvenile basilisks slithered to the charge, and when they rose, eyes open and blazing, the remaining serpents fell stiff and lifeless. Humming happily, Sirius stowed them in his storage bag. Petrified. They keep better that way. Good job, girls. Sirius chortled. He then shot a glance at Narcissa. And you thought I was a bad influence on our basilisk? Turning to BG he hissed. Who's my best girl? BG stood upright and struck, burrowing her head into Sirius' side hissing. BG is best girl. Narcissa shared a long-suffering glance with Steno. She stroked the basilisk gently. Do not listen to the dog father. He is a leg-humping idiot, even if a fine arcane arts user and warlord. You are a serpent of breeding and culture, and your deportment reflects on your lineage which goes back on both sides to the most ancient and honored lines. Steno hissed quietly. The venomed one is wise. That black spotted one is mine. It smelled tastiest and I got it first. Narcissa stalked over and pulled the eye-indicated snake from Sirius' grasp with a glower, then hissed back to her basilisk. You are a black, Steno. Never forget, we always get what is owed us. Moody and Constance were at the front door, hissing at each other before Moody simply levitated her through the window to deal with what she sensed inside. A few minutes later, Moody splashed a potion on the door and let it slowly dissolve before stepping through. It was the work of minutes to unwind the wards around the boards in the floor. The only warded section of floor actually sped up finding the hiding place thanks to Alistair's eye. That is the nastiest curse I think I have ever felt. Even knowing it is cursed, I really want to put on the ring. Moody laughed happily as he trapped the hovering ring inside a warded box, that he put inside another warded box, that he put inside a warded chest. Sirius looked at the chest, and felt the roiling coils of serpents in his mind finally relax. The occlumency of his parcel magic had never been tested strongly before. Sirius wiped the sweat from his face. Do you remember how I said we could handle this ourselves, no need to involve the kids? Sirius said slowly. Moody growled. I said these are too bloody dangerous to mess with outside a full ritual circle, with Harry and those little monster friends he keeps picking up. Sirius winced then grinned. I just may mind you, have changed my mind. I don't think I want to attempt that one without Harry and his full inner circle, and as big of an outer circle to contain it as I can beg, borrow, or steal. I figure the academy, because if we do it inside the wards, chances of old Voldy feeling it are lower. Sirius said. Narcissa leaned down to Steno and hissed. See Steno, even Dogfather can learn new tricks. Moody nodded. That curse, the one that wants you to put it on, I barely was able to hold it off, and I'm about the most experienced. This side of Elder Wizard. There is arcane arts in that damned ring that is unlike the other Horcrux. Something that seeps past the shields. I don't know how we are going to get past that. Put me on, compulsion long enough to cleanse the ring. Sirius shrugged. The kids have been doing all right so far. We will just leave it to them. I trust their instincts. He thought for a second. This one is Voldemort's frigging house ring. I don't care if we just have all tea. He basilisk kids get together and spit on it until it dissolves and Voldy comes scooting out to avoid the burn. We don't really need to be careful this time. Sirius closed his eyes. Still, that arcane arts. The bit that you can't block out. I swear I know it. I swear I can remember its feel, like on my physical skin before. I swear to Merlin I have never even seen that ring before, but I swear I know that arcane arts like the back of my hand.